Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the true uniter of Hogwarts. Here is short summary. In a world where Harry refuses to be sorted, he challenges the house system, reshaping Hogwarts' legacy and uniting the divided. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Both Harry and Ginny looked at the collection of first years standing behind them. Ginny wasn't sure exactly when they had stopped walking or the fact that she was standing so close to Harry. They were well within the danger zone. They both quickly stepped back from each other. Right. This way everyone. Ginny turned to lead them on while trying to hide the crimson blush that she was now sporting. Harry glared back at Emma. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. She faked an innocence look at him. Emma then leaned into the girl next to her and whispered, if he had a tail, it would be wagging. I heard that. Harry shot back over his shoulder. He could hear the girls giggle in response. Why in the hell is he here? Neville yelled as he paced back and forth. He wanted to know why Harry Potter was at Hogwarts, and he wanted to know right now. If I had to wager a guess, it would be to learn magic, Neville, Dumbledore said smoothly with a hint of sarcasm. The boy was acting like a prima donna, his grandmother's influence no doubt. That's shite and you know it. They broke the wards and flaunted it in front of you. They're probably Death Eaters. If they were, and I seriously doubt that they are, we would be fighting Tom right now. As it is, we are not. Don't give me that. If they're not Death Eaters, then where the hell have they been for the last 16 years? Professor Black took Lily and Harry into hiding after Tom killed James Potter. They went completely off the grid, as the Muggles would say. And yes, before you ask, I did have people looking for them. Professor Black is anything, if not resourceful. I thought he was the black sheep of that damn family. Wasn't he disinherited or something? By his mother, yes, however his father never formally did so. Sirius and Orion may have disagreed on their belief, but that didn't mean that he didn't respect his son's power. Disinheriting Sirius would only have weakened the Black family. Whatever. Do not underestimate him, boy. Dumbledore snapped at Neville. It was rare for him to lose his calm resolve. In fact, Neville thought that the man was void of any emotion at all. The fact that they got past his wards was weighing heavily on his mind. Dumbledore pointed to the chair in front of his desk. Neville took it without question. Once seated, Dumbledore continued. I assume that you heard rumors of a group known as the Marauders. Neville nodded. Good. There were 4 of them, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin, James Potter and Sirius Black. Together they pulled pranks that made the work of the Weasley twins look like finger paintings. Although, we always knew who were behind them, they almost never got caught. Peter was the spy, and for the most part the lookout. Lupin was the brains of the outfit, as he was the one that figured out how to pull them off. Sirius was the idea man and he was damn good at it. James was their leader and front man, and the only one that could talk Sirius down from his more dangerous ideas. If you don't believe me, you should ask Professor Snape sometime. And you're letting him be a professor. You're missing the point, Neville. He hid them for 16 years and without accessing his or the Potter vaults. Bellatrix's surname was originally Black, as well as Draco's mother's. So, trust me when I say, never, never, underestimate a Black. You of all people should know that. Alright, I got it. What about Potter? Which one? Does it matter? James controlled Sirius, and Lily controlled James. That was 16 years ago. The years on the run has changed her, I'm afraid. She was gifted back them and now, well, we will play the waiting game on that front. I still think that she will be the key to controlling the other 2. And him. I honestly don't have a clue. Albus had his suspicions, but he wasn't about to reveal them. Didn't you probe him? Yes. Well, in all the years that I have been here, I can count on my right hand the number of whose mind were strong enough to stop me. All of them bore the name Black. Of them, only one had the audacity to attack and force me out. Harry just beat Bellatrix's time by 2 full minutes. He is as much a Black now as he is Potter. So we wait and see. We wait and see. Now that we have that settled, I would very much like to get something to eat. We have another problem. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh as he started to massage his temples. And what problem would that be? I think you need to tweak Ginny's attitude again. She let it slip how she got caught. To your inner circle, I assume. And a few others that were in earshot. I'll talk to Ms. Granger. She should be able to keep the other in line. What about Ginny? The girl will not make eye contact with me anymore, and the potions never seem to make it to her lips. The girl is very clever and at Marauder level 1, might add. Tom was very wise in choosing her as a vessel for his attempted return in her first year. What, do you honestly think that she was chosen for her connection to you? She is the 7th child of a pureblood family. A family that has produced some truly brilliant wizards, plus she's the first female in 7 generations. You know Tom's obsession with the number 7. She has a very strong magical core, it would have served Tom well. Then make her serve me well. There was a time that she was blindly loyal to you. If you had treated her better, she may have willingly surrendered herself to Bellatrix. You and Gran both told me to view all of them as tools and disposable. Yes, but not to treat them as such. They follow you because they think you're the chosen one. Not because they like you. Like I care. You should. Loyalty is a very powerful tool and one that you no longer have, I'm afraid. But the life debt. Boy, there is no life debt. There never was one. I saved her life. Not once did you selflessly put your life in mortal danger to save her life. That is the only way that a life debt can be made. You only opened the chamber for Professor Snape and I to destroy the basilisk, the diary and Tom. We never even came close to dying. But you said she owed me a life debt. 1. It was the best way to ensure the Weasleys' blind loyalty, and 2. You were obsessed with the girl. And by the looks of it, still are. She's the best and I deserve the best. Then, perhaps you shouldn't have given her up to Bellatrix. I hear young girls frown on that kind of behavior. I don't care. Just fix her, and make her more friendly this time. Hasn't that poor girl suffered enough because of our actions? Neville stood up and walked to the door. Before exiting the headmaster's office, he looked back and said, "Make it happen, or should Gran have another chat with you?" Then the door slammed shut behind him. Dumbledore looked over at his faithful pet fox and gave a heavy sigh. I miss him already. Drumming his fingers on his desk, Dumbledore contemplated the new developments. Neville should have started to show signs of coming into his power by now. Perhaps all he was ever meant to be was a sacrifice. If that was the case, he looked forward to the day. Sometimes he truly despised what he had to do for the greater good. With a heavy heart he retired to his bedchamber. He had long since lost his appetite. I'm telling you for the last time, I am not James Potter. I'm Harry James Potter. I just look like my dad. I got freaking green eyes, for crying out loud. Harry threw his hands up in the air and started to pace back and forth. Ginny, Emma and the rest of the first years were finding the whole situation very funny. They even fanned the fire by making comments of how cute Harry was when he was angry. Well, there is no need for that kind of language, young man. There are children present. You know very well, James, that I'm colorblind. I expect better behavior from head boy, the fat lady snapped at Harry in disgust. Harry reeled around with his wand drawn. That's it, she's going into the ash pile. Harry leveled his wand at the portrait. Ginny stepped in front of him and placed a calm hand over his wrist. The simple act stopped Harry cold. She redirected his wand to the floor as her amused brown eyes locked with his annoyed emerald ones. She grinned and he snarled back. Thus, their battle of wills ensued. She's gonna give him the look, Emma told Mark in a taunting voice. That's cheating, Mark growled back. No, it's not, Gabby, Emma and Persa said in unison. And he goes down, told ya. The girls giving each other high fives. Will you let me handle this? Ginny asked, barely keeping her laugh in. You could have done that 20 minutes ago, Harry answered through clenched teeth. And how would that have been funny? She shot over her shoulder, as she moved to the fat lady with a little more shake in her hip than what was required. Now, who am I? She asked the fat lady. Why, Ginny Weasley, of course. Who is head girl? Hermione Granger. I don't see the point of these questions. And, who was head girl when James Potter was head boy? Lily Evans was. They got married, you know. Oh balls. I'm sorry dear, the old girl's mind isn't what it used to be, I'm afraid. Ya think. Ginny shot Harry a look over her shoulder that rivaled his mother's. He didn't cringe, but he sure felt the urge to. Harry forced a smile. No harm. No foul. I apologize if I got short with you, Happy. The last part aimed at Ginny. Not yet, Ginny said with a raised brow. Harry growled again. You're gonna make me say it, aren't you? Yup. She made a popping sound with the P. Do I have to do it in front of everybody? Yup. Emma, Gabby and Persa copying Ginny pop to a T. Harry shot Emma a look and she returned fire with a raspberry. Harry rolled his eyes in defeat. Taking a deep breath he turned to Ginny. He looked up and to the side, like he always did when his mother made him do it. His right foot went up on its toe and he wiggled it back and forth. Thank you, Miss Weasley, for showing me that it is better to solve conflict with intelligence and reason. Instead of using my wand like my wanker of a godfather, he said it like he was a first grader to his teacher. Ginny found it hard not to laugh. Good boy. See girls, any git can be taught, Ginny said as she reached up and patted Harry's head. Bite me, Weasley. Oh, do I get to pick the spot? At that point, the entire group of first years broke out laughing. After a few seconds Harry and Ginny joined them. The fat lady swung open and first years started to file in. Harry pulled Emma aside before she could go in. He squatted down so that he was eye level with her. He then pulled a necklace out of his pocket and put it around her neck. Emma's mouth dropped open in shock. She had never been given such a beautiful gift. An elegant-looking crystal was wrapped in a Celtic knot, and when she turned it over there was what looked to be a family crest on it. We moved around a lot when I was younger. So, it kind of became a tradition in my family to give a gift to the first new friend that we made. You, Emma, are my first friend. That's the crest of the House of Potter. That also says that you are a friend of the House of Potter, just in case some stuffy purebloods give you any lip. Harry then took the crystal in his hand and looked Emma in the eye. She found that she couldn't look away. She never saw Harry press down on it or that it drew blood. It glowed red for a second, before turning to its original clear state. I have to go to the Ollery, and send a message to a friend. You should be in bed before I get back. So I want to tell you something. If you're ever scared or in trouble and need my help, hold this real hard and say, Haven, and you'll be fine. It's kind of like a lucky charm. Emma's eyes teared up and she launched into Harry, giving him a fierce hug. You're my first friend too. Harry heard muffled in his neck. He rubbed her back to calm her down. After a minute she loosened her grip and backed away. Now, go spend time with your other new friends and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Good night, Harry, Emma said before she turned to go through the Gryffindor entrance. Night, sweetie, Harry said as she disappeared from sight. He turned to leave but was thrown against the wall by Ginny, with her wand pushed into his neck. Feisty little thing, aren't ya? I saw what you did. Glad to see you're keeping up on current events. Now, you wanna get your wand out of my neck. Harry had been pressing his thumb against his index finger to stop the bleeding. Ginny grabbed his thumb and saw the wound had closed, but blood was still on his thumb. Oh, looks like I cut myself. Or, just used blood magic. Saw that, did you? You're not denying it. You know, you being pressed up against me like this is really starting to turn me on. Ginny jumped back, but still kept her wand leveled at Harry. Jeez. Don't change the bloody subject. Now, who's not using intelligence and reason, went straight for the wand I see. Wands on kind of girl, remember? Yeah, I noticed that all by myself, but hey, thanks for that clarification. Quit being an ass and answer my questions. Okay, but you have to ask me in your voice. Potter, you call that? Okay, no need to get your panties in a twist. I'm trying to protect her. Why does she need protecting? Are you shitting me? Well, let's think about it. 1. She's an orphan and alone in this world. 2. She's a muggle born first year. 3. we're in the middle of a freaking war based on blood status. And last but not least, she a female metamorphagus. It's not like there's a say **** trade for someone like that out there. Pick one. During Harry's rant, he was walking towards Ginny. With every step, she was stepping back. By the end, her back was against the other wall, yet her wand was still on Harry's neck. The intensity in his eyes mixed with the anger in his voice told her that he was telling the truth. His only thought was to protect Emma. She had never heard about the metamorphagus say **** trade before, but she planned on asking Tonks about it the first chance she got. She had jumped to the wrong conclusion without a second thought. She wanted to apologize, but her mouth wouldn't work properly. She could have sworn she saw hurt in his eyes before his anger flared back. You know, I don't owe you a damn explanation. Believe whatever you want, Weasley. Harry stormed off down the hall. Ginny just stood there, leaning up against the wall dazed. Why didn't she give him the benefit of the doubt? Because she gave Tom that, and look where that got her. Then her Weasley anger kicked into high gear. She charged after him. Harry managed to get halfway to the Ollery before Ginny caught up with him. Harry, damn it Potter, wait up. Harry didn't know why his feet followed her commands. He was pretty pissed at her, more that he should be for someone he just met. Nor did he didn't really understand why he cared about her opinion of him. More to the point, the fact that she thought he would do something bad to Emma. That she even thought he was capable of something like that. Ginny grabbing his arm and spinning him around to face her. She was ready to unleash her anger on him, Molly Weasley style. When she saw the look on his face, her words got caught in her throat. She looked down, because she couldn't bear for him to look at her that way. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Okay. Harry, you have to understand. Every year bad things happen around here. You kind of expect the worst out of habit. I just met you and, Ginny struggled to say. She felt a warm comforting hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him. Blind faith in someone you just met is a luxury you can't afford, Harry finished for her. His anger gone as quickly as it came. Ginny gave him a thankful nod. I get that. Your first instinct was to protect Emma, and it always should be. Ginny interlocked her fingers with the hand Harry had on her shoulder and gave him a weak smile. Sorry, I threw you up against the wall like that. I actually liked that part. See, I knew you were a hands-on kind of girl. He started to tease her again. Ginny shot back at him. Though, this time it was more a term of endearment than an insult. I wasn't having a good day, night, oh whatever. I think I stopped caring 20 cuts ago. The table was unbearably cold, and if that wasn't enough, my present company was undesirable to say the least. It had nothing to do with that fact. I was currently strapped naked to a sacrificial altar. No, couldn't be that at all. I swear, if I live through this I'm going to kick Neville's bits into his throat. These bastards didn't even have the guts to show me their faces. They were all hiding behind their Death Eaters' masks. It probably meant that I was going to get out of this alive, but at the time, it brings me no comfort. Damn, it's cold in here. Honestly, could it kill them to light up a bloody fire? I could cut glass with my nips about now. Then, she came in the room. The bitch that took me. Correction, the bitch that I was thrown at, so a gutless wanker could make his escape. The face of Bellatrix Lestrange was looking down at me. I glared right back at her. I wasn't afraid. Well, mostly not afraid. Okay, I was scared shitless, but I wasn't going to let her see that. I do have my pride, you know. Still so defiant. I thought a cold day in the dungeon would have broken you of that. As we all can see, you're quite cold. She laughed like a little schoolgirl. It was a bit on the creepy side. No, it was really bloody creepy. Well, this has been fun and all, but I do have end of the term finals to study for. This made a few of them laugh. The bitch just snarled at me. That made it totally worth it. I smiled back at her. Lestrange slapped me across the face. Damn, that bitch can hit hard. Okay, so maybe it wasn't completely worth it. My cheek felt like it was on fire. No one gave you permission to speak, blood traitor. One of them yelled at me. What are you going to do? Strap me down and torture me? Crucio. She held me under the curse for what seemed like forever, but I didn't scream out. I wouldn't let her have that. I felt like I was being cooked from the inside out. Hurts like hell, by the way. I don't recommend it. Bella, stop. The Dark Lord has special plans for her. A blonde woman ran into the room and pulled Bellatrix's wand away, at the same time disillusioning her face, so all I saw was a blur where her face should be. She's unworthy. She's a filthy blood traitor. It's not for us to decide. The Dark Lord's word is law. She was to be prepped for the ritual, nothing more. He wants to break her himself. The woman then turned to me and cast a healing charm. That felt good. I don't know about you, but I kind of like her. I'm not too happy about this talk of a dark ritual or seeing Tom again. Dad always said you have to take the good with the bad. Where was the good again? You two stay, the rest go. Bellatrix ordered. They obeyed without hesitation. All but one. The blonde still stood next to her. She turned to her and the nasty sour face that she usually wore softened considerably. When she spoke it was soft, almost lovingly. That goes for you too. No, you never took the mark. This is Death Eater business. Go. I mean it. I don't want you anywhere near here. Make sure you have an alibi just to be on the safe side. Please, just go. The blonde went to protest, but Lestrange cupped her face in her hand, stopping the woman's protest. Please go. I'll see you when it's done. The blonde nodded reluctantly. She turned to leave but stopped and looked back at me. I'm so sorry, child. It was a whisper that only me and Bellatrix could hear. Then she was gone and feeling of dread came over me. I'm waiting for that good to show itself any minute now. Lestrange walked over to a table and opened a very large old-looking book. The kind that Hermione would be drooling over, if it wasn't glowing with dark magic, that is. She opened it and started to thumb through it. About halfway through she stopped and looked back at me, with a grin that made my stomach curl. She picked up a long curved dagger that had ancient runes etched into the blade. Let's begin. I was glad that I hadn't had anything to eat or drink for a day, because I'm pretty sure I would have lost control of my bodily function right about then. For the next 2 hours I had dark runes carved into me. I have 6 brothers, so I thought I was tough. I thought I could handle pain. I thought I could handle anything that she could dish out. I was wrong. I screamed till my voice was raw. I begged for mercy and death. I knew it would never come, but one can always hope. I was given potions to replenish all the blood I was bleeding out. Where is the bloody order? Why is this happening to me? My voice didn't even sound like mine anymore. I didn't expect an answer, but I got one all the same. A fair question, so I'll tell you. It's not like you're ever going to leave this dungeon alive. A few years ago my dear brother-in-law tried to use you as a vessel for our Lord to return. Do you remember? I nodded and she continued. You were saved, and a powerful possession of my Lord's was destroyed. This is about revenge. Do you believe that you were chosen by random? That it was due to your friendship with Longbottom? No, you stupid little girl. It was because of your magical core. Because you're the 7th child and the first girl in 7 generations. You have a very powerful magical core. Even in your first year, undeveloped as it was, it still overshadowed many fully trained witches and wizards. She let that sink in for a moment or two. I'm in such deep shite. Now, seeing as who your mother is, I'm confident that a good sneeze will get you pregnant. Still, we're not going to take any chances. I'm quite surprised to find you still a pure. Your mother was known as the village broom when she went to Hogwarts. Shut your mouth. Ah, truth hurts, dearie. Do you really think that your father would have married her if she hadn't gotten pregnant? Shut up. Somehow I knew it was true. Bitch didn't have to rub it in though. We're getting off subject. Tonight is a full moon, so the Dark Lord will bed you and you will bear his seed. That seed will grow and these runes that we have carved into you will feed that child your magic, all your magic. When you give birth you'll be no more than a squib. I suppose we'll give you that death you've been begging for all night, or you could be our personal broom. It's not for me to say. A child of both your and my Lord's magic will be very powerful indeed. It will be taught the ways of the Dark Lord, and when he has matured, the Dark Lord will take its youthful body and bond his magic with the child's. What's the use of being immortal if you grow old? Then, the cycle will begin again. Things got a little hazy after that. I kind of passed out. That didn't stop them from continuing with their work. Oh no, they had a timetable to keep after all. I woke to the sound unlike anything I ever heard before. It sounded like some kind of wild animal. It seemed to shake Bellatrix though. You two, stay here, lock the door and let no one in. Save me or the Dark Lord. She stopped at the door and turned and looked at me. She pointed her wand at me and casts her spell. My skin paled and my hair turned white, then she was gone. Even if they did find me, they wouldn't recognize me. I am so shafted. I'm gonna die here. Ginny woke up screaming. It had been weeks since she had that nightmare, no memory. That would be more correct, wouldn't it? Luckily for her dorm mates, she had cast a silencing charm around her bed before she turned in. It was a force of habit now anyway. It was really sad now that you think about it. She didn't feel safe. She was at bloody Hogwarts and she still didn't feel safe. She cast an illumination spell and pulled the Marauder's map from under her pillow. Thank Merlin, the twins gave it to her before they left Hogwarts. It had saved her bacon more times than she cared to remember. A quick look revealed that no one was lurking around in her room, or in Gryffindor Tower for that matter. She let out a shaky breath and relaxed. She quickly reached into her trunk and retrieved Shadow. She pulled her stuffed Black Panther close to her chest and stroked its spine. It immediately started to purr. She curled into a ball and started to drift back to sleep. It was a crutch, she knew that, but it would be the only way that she would be able to get back to sleep. Harry was on his second lap around the Black Lake when the sun came up. It was hard to believe that there was a time that he dreaded getting up early to run. Hell, sometimes Sirius literally had to drag his butt out of bed to run. Now, it was as natural as breathing to him. Of course, this was just the first part of his morning regiment. Second, he would work on his sword play, then on to his hand-to-hand combat, followed lastly with combat magic. That is, if his mom and Padfoot would get their lazy asses out of bed and join him. He just finished his second lap when the old dog came up beside him. Make someone a professor and they go all soft on you. Harry shot at him without losing his pace. Your mum had a bit of a bad night, pup. What, is she all right? Where is she? Relax, she's over there meditating. Sirius pointed to the other side of the lake. Just like his godfather said, Harry saw his mother sitting on a blanket, the picture of calm. It just hit her all at once last night. This place holds a lot of memories of her and your dad. Every stone has a story to tell. Hell, I half expect Prongs to come around the corner any second now. Damn it, she shouldn't be here. I knew this was going to happen. And where would you have her go? Potter Manor, by herself? I'm sure that would have gone well. No memories there at all. Look, pup, she never really grieved your dad. Sure, sometimes she cries at night, but she hasn't dealt with the loss, not really. Besides, she's not a sit on the sidelines kind of woman. She wants blood just as much as you and I. She was meant for something gentler than that. I chose the warrior path so she would be protected. I didn't want her to be put in harm's way. She's your mum, pup. If you're in harm's way, she's in harm's way. You go, I go, she goes, we all go, that's the Marauder way. We stand together, always. Harry bowed his head in defeat. He would be a hypocrite if he asked her to stay out of it. It was a little over a year ago that he followed Tonks into battle. She had no backup, and he wasn't going to let her go alone. His mom had wringed his neck, but good, for that little stunt. I can't lose her. Dad, I can live with, but Mom, I don't think I can survive that. Nor I, pup, nor I. I'm expendable, she's not. We know how Butthead likes to make people make impossible choices. If it comes down to me or her, you chose her. Pup, no, you chose her. I want a blood oath in this Sirius. He knew that Harry was serious, if he used his real name. Harry's godfather gave him a nod and the young lord relaxed. Lily made him swear the same thing to her, just in reverse. He prayed he would never have to make that insane choice. Harry planned on a full 5 laps around the lake, but as soon as he cornered the lake, he broke into a full sprint towards his mom. Sirius didn't break his pace. He knew that they needed their privacy for the conversation they needed to have. Harry dropped down on the blanket in front of his meditating mother. If she knew of his presence, she showed no signs of it. He silently willed her to open her eyes. He didn't have to wait long. Lily opened her eyes and looked at her son. She had used a concealment charm to hide the fact that her eyes were bloodshot from crying. Harry saw through it, he always did. She saw the concern in his face and knew that Sirius blabbed to him. "I'm fine," she reassured him. He didn't look convinced at all. "Really, sweetheart, I'm fine." Padfoot just over-dramatized, that all. Harry still wasn't buying it. He silently waited for her to tell him the truth. "Fine. I'm not okay at all." "Is that what you want to hear?" "Everything reminds me of him. The lake, the castle, even that git Snape reminds me of him. Just let me deal with this in my own way." Harry's features softened a little, but his concern was as strong as ever. She hated that her son could read her so well. She cupped Harry's face in her hands and leaned in and kissed his forehead. "I'm looking at the best part of James. It is a blessing that I don't deserve, but sometimes it can be a curse too. The fat lady thought I was Dad last night. I know you all say I look like him, but until last night I thought you were all exaggerating. I don't regret that you look like him, sweetie. He lives in you and that's enough for me, it really is, but sometimes, it just hits me all at once." "But Mom." "But nothing, you can't fight this battle for me, Harry. I'm a big girl and I can take care of myself." "Fine, but just don't expect me not to worry. Deal?" "Now, there are a few things we need to talk about. First, I want grandchildren. Not right now. I'm not giving you permission to go shagging half the witches in the school. I know that ridiculous law says you can marry several witches, don't. Love only one woman and love her unconditionally. Trust me, you both deserve that. Don't you do this. Don't you give me your goodbye speech," Harry demanded, and the raw emotion in his voice almost broke Lily's heart. She pushed it aside. "This had to be done. I'm not looking to cash out any time soon. You knew the moment we resurfaced that we had targets on our heads. We may not get another chance again, you know that," Lily pleaded with Harry. He knew she was right, but that didn't mean that he had to like it. "Mum." It was just a whisper, but it was music to her ears. "I've waited 17 years to hear you say that. I call you that all the time." "No, you call me Mom, not Mum." "What's the difference?" "Nothing and everything. It's silly now that I think about it. It's what I called my mum and what I always expected to be called when I became one. I guess it's just the Brit in me. I know that you see yourself as a Yank, but you're a Brit too. I'm sorry if I'm a difficult son, Mum. I'll call you that from now on." "Oh, I would have it no other way." "Okay, give me the speech." "Okay, here we go." Ginny checked to make sure the shield charm on the earrings the twins gave her was still in place. Thankfully it was. For once, she was grateful they were overprotective brothers. It saved her bum more than once, though she would never tell them. Since the Chamber of Secrets incident, any time that she received anything from them it had one kind of protection spell on it or another. She thought of the necklace that Harry had slipped Emma the night before and smiled. It was really sweet of him to try and protect her. There were some that would try to use or hurt her, just because of who she was. She regretted jumping to the wrong conclusion and thinking the worst of Harry. It was just that outside of family, she never saw someone go out of their way to help a stranger without an interior motive. It wasn't that long ago she was in the girl's shoes. She had lived the worst-case scenario. Ginny started to understand her brothers a little better now. Fred and George stood back and let her spread her wings so she could find her own way. They didn't hover over her like Ron did. She knew if she needed them to, they would move heaven and hell for her. With a long breath she steeled herself for the confrontation she was about to have. She turned the corner to find the door to Dumbledore's office open and the man at his desk patiently waiting her arrival. "You summoned me, Headmaster." The disdain in Ginny's voice was overpowering and it quite effectively set the mood of the meeting. "Ah, Ms. Weasley, thank you for joining me so promptly this morning. Care for a drop?" "No. And I don't want any tea either. Let's just get this over with," Ginny said as she plopped down in the seat across from Dumbledore. She focused on his crooked nose so to avoid direct eye contact. Dodge. Dumbledore tilted his head down and peered over his spectacles. Thrust. Ginny causally inspected her fingernails with a slight smile. Harry. Dumbledore signed. Clever girl. When I made you a prefect I assumed you understood loyalty and duty, Ms. Weasley. There are certain details that happened at the Department of Mysteries that need not become public knowledge. No, you made me a prefect so you could tighten that leash you saddled me with. That and so you could keep a better eye on me. Now, as for what I said at dinner last night, your golden boy's shortcomings aren't my problem anymore. You have Bellatrix Lestrange perform a dark ritual on you, and see if you don't get a little pissy about it. Ginny, you have every right to be angry with Neville, but I must remind you that. Yes, I know, we're in the middle of a war. Sacrifices must be made. The greater good, blah, blah, blah. You weren't stripped naked on a sacrificial altar and had dark runes carved into your flesh. So you don't get to judge me, you self-righteous ass. Ginny launched out of her chair and slammed her fists down on Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster sat unflinching at her outburst. It was to be expected, she was a Weasley after all. Several of the portraits of Hogwarts' previous headmasters and headmistress yelled out in outrage. Not for her behavior, but for what the girl had endured. The most vocal was the portrait of Headmistress Derwent. Ginny looked up to meet her gaze, and saw outrage and shock. Albus, you never mentioned that. What this child has suffered. Not now, Dillis. Dumbledore snapped over his shoulder at the portrait, which earned him a hateful glare. She then looked back at Ginny and mouthed the words. Room of requirement. The slightest curve of Ginny's lips acknowledged the message received. Ms. Weasley, we rescued you before the ritual was completed, if I recall, and you have no lasting effects of it. I dare say, you don't have so much as a scar. There was no we involved in my rescue. You couldn't be bothered. You said that it would have cost too many lives to come get me. What did you call me again? Oh yes, a bloody casualty of war. If it wasn't for Tonks and Shadow there is no telling what they would have done to me. Ginny's eyes widened with fear by what she had just let slip. Damn it. Shadow. Who is this Shadow you speak of? This had Albus's attention. There was never any mention that Tonks had anyone aid her when she sneaked into Lestrange Manor. He knew that the only way that she was able to get past the wards around the manor was because of her blood relation to Bellatrix. Once again he had underestimated the ingenuity of a black, but who was this Shadow and how could he make use of him? When it becomes your business, I'll let you know. I must insist, Ms. Weasley. Insist away, I'm still not telling, Ginny snarled as she withdrew her wand. She knew she couldn't win, but she would still have a go. Has it really come to that between us? I'm done being the bloody victim. I'm taking back the life you and Longbottom took from me. Ginny ripped the prefect badge from her robe and threw it on his desk. She turned to storm out of his office. She had to get out of there, before he could stop her. She was a foot shy of achieving her goal when he did just that. She felt herself being bound and levitated gently back to the chair she recently vacated. Ginny shot daggers at her headmaster as he invaded her mind for the information he wanted. Her most private memories, thoughts and feelings were his to view and manipulate to achieve his goals. A single tear escaped her eye and ran down her cheek, as her new self-proclaimed independence was being crushed under his boot. He never saw her wand slowly point at him. Her hand was shaking violently as she fought for her mind. Albus was hit with a very powerful silent bat bogey hex. It hit him with enough force to knock him out of his seat. Ginny broke free of his probe. She heaved over, breathing heavily from the strain she was under. She should have known that Fred and George's spell wouldn't have stood up to his. She wasn't sure if she had enough in her for another round against Dumbledore. He was already casting the counter curse. She had no choice. She had to use her weapon of last recourse. She knew what the bastard had planned for her. Winky. A pop was heard and Winky the house elf appeared beside her. Yes, Mistress Ginny, how may Winky serve you? Defend you, Mistress Winky, yelled down the portrait of Phineas Black. It surprised even him that he yelled it. The portrait of Dillis Derwent looked to that of Phineas Black. He in turn gave her a nod. A secret pact was made between the most popular headmistress and loathed headmaster that Hogwarts had ever known. Dumbledore had lost their faith. A look of rage spread across the house elf's face. She sent a wave of magic that sent Dumbledore on his back again. The house elf's magic had become much more powerful since she bonded with her mistress. She hopped on the headmaster's chest and pointed her hand at him. The look in her eyes said she would kill to protect her mistress. "Ginny dear, we will not speak of this, but you must obliviate him now." Dilys yelled down at her. "What, in for a penny, in for a pound, child? You're running out of time." Phineas Black yelled at her. I've never done it before. You can do this, dear. Just focus on what you want him to forget. Trust in yourself, you can do this," Dilys coached her in a reassuring voice. Obliviate. Ginny did as the was told and found righteous vindication in it. She was really doing it, she was really taking back her life. "Go, mistress, Winky will take care of the rest. Thank you, all of you." Ginny looked at the portraits of the headmasters and headmistresses of the past. They were all smiling down at her. None more proudly than Dilys Derwent. Ginny quickly made her way to the room of requirement. Several students had waved at her while she passed them by. She barely took notice, her heart was beating so fast, she thought it would explode any second. She had just gone toe-to-toe with Albus Dumbledore, and won. Granted, she had help and a lot of luck, but still, not many wizards or witches could say that. It was only when she was safely inside the room that she let herself relax. Ginny looked around the room and smiled. It wasn't too large, just enough room for two people to have a quiet sit down. Two plush chairs were facing each other, between them was a small table with a tray of tea and biscuits. The room was covered in warm Gryffindor colors, she felt at home immediately. "I must say, I've always liked this room. The magic alone is extraordinary to say the least. But to have a body of flesh and blood, well, thank you, my dear. It's only been about 200 years, give or take a year or two." Ginny spun around quickly with her wand drawn. Staring back at her unfazed was not the portrait of Dilys Derwent, but a woman of flesh and blood. The approving way she was looking at her filled Ginny with warmth down to her very core. "Nice reflexes, my dear." Dilys' eyes shot down to the wand that Ginny was pointed at her and then back at her face. It was then that Ginny realized she was still pointing her wand at a former headmistress of Hogwarts. "Ops, sorry about that," Ginny fumbled out as she returned her wand to its hidden holster. "Don't be, dear, we're given survival instinct for a reason. Now, that being said, I know this is very vain of me, but would you mind terribly much?" Dilys pointed to the age spots on her hand and Ginny got the meaning instantly. "My age work for you? Oh, heavens no, I would like to pass on puberty again, if it's all right with you. Sometime before things started to sag would be lovely though." Ginny chuckled at the former headmistress's antics. She thought of an age that she would approve of and let the room do the rest. Dilys Derwent was a sight to behold. Her hair changed from gray and frizzy to a bold shiny auburn red. Wrinkles and age spots gave way to young vibrant skin. Her beeps literally bounced back into place. The woman actually giggled when it happened. Ginny had to admit it was rather funny to watch. Dilys' hands first went to cup her beeps and then to her bum. She grinned broadly at the firmness of them. "Bless you, child." Ginny couldn't help but laugh at that. Her current clothes wouldn't do at all. No, they were way too far outdated. Ginny thought of Professor Potter and what she was wearing at the feast last were proper, but very flattering. Dilys's clothes changed instantly and clung nicely in all the right places. "Wow, you're a hottie," Ginny yelled. Dilys just waved the young girl off as she blushed brightly. "No, really, look." A full-lengthened mirror appeared in front of Dilys. The woman couldn't help but admire the younger version of herself looking back at her. It had been a long time since this version of herself had smiled back at her. "I must say, you do good work. Thank you. Now, I think that we have indulged the old girl's vanity long enough. Please take a seat, we have much to discuss." The much older woman waved to the two plush chairs. Ginny nodded and took her seat, as did Dilys. "What you did in the headmaster's office was simply amazing. It took a great amount of willpower and magic to break free like you did. I've never seen a bat bogey hex with that much raw power behind it before." "Well, it's all in the wrist, you know," Ginny joked as she tried her best not to blush. It's not every day that a girl get praise from a witch of Dilys Derwent caliber before. The woman seemed to sense Ginny's embarrassment and softly patted her hand. Ginny lifted her eyes until she met Dillis's. Her eyes projected understanding and it put Ginny at ease. "You're an amazing witch and don't let anyone tell you different." Ginny nodded back at her, as she pushed back the tears that were fighting to get out. "Why don't my mum ever say things like that to me? Thank you, but I know a lot of that was pure luck. You could have just accepted your fate, but you didn't, and that my brave young girl makes all the difference. Forgive me, but aren't all the portraits honor-bound to aid the headmaster?" "Yes, that is true. But Albus crossed the line today. Because of that, I was able to break free of the spell that held me." "How?" "Blood. It is the only thing that could have overcome it." "I don't understand. He knowingly and purposely brought harm against student and one of my descendants. It's the only logical explanation that I can think of." "Then that means..." "Yes, my dear, Weasley must have come from Derwent. I would keep that information under my skirt if I was you. At least until you get yourself to Gringotts and claim what is rightfully yours." "But wouldn't your..." "No, I'm the last of my line, or so I thought." Unbridled tears fell down her face. "It means that my daughter lived. It means that..." No longer being able to control herself, Ginny lunged into the woman's welcome arms. She found unconditional acceptance in them. That was something that she hadn't had since her first year. Both of them held on for dear life. "I have a granddaughter. How many greats does that make? Let's leave them out of it for now, thank you very much." "Can I still call you Granny?" Ginny teased. "Not if you expect me to answer." Dillis fired back with a wink. "I guess I'll have to stick with Hottie. I kind of like that one. It does wonders for a girl's ego. I aim to please. Now, to your current problem. As I see it, you have to learn to keep Albus out of your head. He will most likely try to gain control over you again. Next time, you might not be so lucky. I'm not going to be of much help in that area, I'm afraid. I'm a healer, the mind arts were never my forte. What you need is a black to teach you. They are the best at that, after all." "Wait a second, how did Headmaster Black break free of the spell that held him?" "Remember what I said about blood. His first allegiance will always be to Lord Black. Could he teach me? Possibly, but I think young Potter would be best." "Harry. What has Harry have to do with this?" "As I heard it, he attacked Albus when he entered his mind last night. Not only attacked, but ejected him from his mind. The boy is one of only two that have ever been able to do that. It unnerved Albus a great deal, thought he refuses to believe it. Serves the old bastard right." Ginny was grinning ear to ear. It looked like maybe she had a brother in arms against Dumbledore. "Harry, you're just full of surprises." "That he does, my dear, that he does. Now, I think it's time you put this nonsense about a life debt behind you." "And how do I do that? Dumbledore said it was ironclad. And you trust him because..." Ginny's mouth dropped and her eyes shot open. Why hadn't she ever thought of that before? "Because I'm an idiot," she answered herself. This brought a frown from Dillis. She didn't like hearing Ginny putting herself down, not one little bit. "You are no such thing. Trusting, yes, but stupid. Merlin, no. He was an authority figure. It was only natural that you, though he had your best interests at heart." "That's a cold comfort. Am I a free woman? You were theirs to control. What they have done is unforgivable. But now is not the time for rash actions. They will pay for what they have done. Mark my words, they will pay. What you need is proof and a powerful ally. I have powerful friends. In magic, yes." Ginny got her hint and didn't like it one bit. If she was going to bring charges against Dumbledore and Longbottom, she would need some serious backing. She came from a poor family. She needed a lord to back her. Anything less would be laughed out of the Wizengamot. But freedom through manipulation was no freedom at all. She was better than that and Harry deserved better too. "I won't use him like that. I barely even know him for that matter. I doubt that he would even want to get into this whole mess." "Fine, if that is your wish, but if help is offered, try not to let your pride get in your way." "Okay, how do I get the proof to hang their bits from the tallest tower?" "Oh, I see you've met Lily Potter. More heard than met, but I am looking forward to it." I think you two will get along famously. Now, this is what you need to do. When the Daily Prophet arrived, more that a few people were absent at the Great Hall. Harry, Lily, Sirius, and Ginny were nowhere to be seen. A fact that didn't go unnoticed by Daphne Greengrass. She had heard that the first three were down by the Black Lake. As to what they were doing down there would differ according to who you asked. A second-year Hufflepuff claimed that they were fighting with swords. A fourth-year Ravenclaw said that Professor Potter was trying to teach them some weird Muggle dance. One of her own fellow Slytherins swore that they were casting curses at each other. Regardless which one was true or if they all were, she was going to find out for herself. She caught the paper, as her owl dropped it, without even looking up. It was out of habit after all these years. She lazily opened it without even looking at the front page in front of her. It was most likely rubbish as always. She continued on eating her breakfast. It would be more interesting by far than anything the prophet had to say. Tracy took this opportunity to read the paper first. Sweet Merlin, she yelled as she looked at the picture that covered the front page. Daphne turned to scold her friend for such a rude outburst, but the front page caught her attention. She quickly snatched the paper up to get a better look. Hey, I was about to read that. Did you pay for is? No, so wait, a good friend would share. Well, good luck finding one of those. Please. Oh fine, if you're going to be a baby about it. Daphne spread out the paper so they both could read it. She was mesmerized by the picture on the front page. It was of Professor Black and Lord Harry Potter. They were fighting back to back against several Death Eaters. The article below read, "Returning Lords battled Death Eaters. On the steps of Gringotts. The wizarding world welcomed back Lord Sirius Orion Black and Lord Harry James Potter today. After years abroad, they have returned to our noble shores. As to where they were for the last 16 years, Lord Black only said, here, there and everywhere. It's a big world out there. We never felt the need to limit ourselves." It had been rumored that they had a secret meeting with the Minister of Magic himself. Unfortunately, at this time we cannot confirm or deny that. A special Wizengamot meeting was held to welcome young Lord Potter into their ranks. Move over, Neville Longbottom, the chosen one has some competition. As Harry Potter now also falls under the Noble House Restoration Act that Albus Dumbledore reinstated last year. Judging by the reaction of some of witches I've talked to, Lord Potter will have to buy a dragon to keep them at bay. As his first act as a member of the Wizengamot, Lord Potter invoked his right of satisfaction against he who not be named himself. He claimed that on the night of October 31, 1981, the same night that he fell from power, he who must not be named broke into his family's home and attempted to genocide the last of the Potter line. Lord Potter submitted his memory of the night in question as proof of his claims. The memory was viewed of private by the ruling council. Upon living the viewing camber, one would be hard-pressed to find a dry eye. Brave and noble to the very end, Madam Bones was heard speaking of James Potter's noble sacrifice to save his family. Due to the right of satisfaction law of 1759, no trial is requited if irrefutable evidence was given. Wizengamot voted unanimously in favor of Lord Potter. By magical decree, all said properties, Wisegamots, votes and vaults under his control are surrendered to Lord Potter. One of my reliable sources within the walls of Gringotts claim that he now the proud owner of the key to the Slytherin vault. This will not bring my father back or any that have fallen to that snake-faced bottom-feeding pile of dragon dung and his collection of bootlickers. But, at least it might slow them down a bit. If he has a problem with that, he could always face me like a real man. But, I hear he's more fond of going after little boys. Lord Potter told this reporter. Lord Potter and Black got their answer on the steps of Gringotts no more than 30 minutes after he made the bold statement. A group of no less than 7 Death Eaters attacked them. One of our own photographers was there to catch the amazing battle. The photo tells the story so much better than I ever could. When the last curse was cast, 5 Death Eaters laid dead, 2 fled, 1 Being Bellatrix Lestrange, Lord Black's recently disinherited cousin. Lord Black killed 3 and Lord Potter took 2, both with hardly so much as a scorch mark, to show for their trouble. By the right of satisfaction law, to the victor, goes the spoils of war in their vaults. One thing's for certain, the winds of change are upon us. I for one will sleep better knowing that powerful wizards like Lord Potter and Black are not afraid to fight for what is right. Rita Skeeter. Holy crap, was all that Daphne could muster. It wasn't elegant or refined, but it cut to the point. Her eyes shot back up to the photo. There stood Potter and Black back to back, curses flying in every direction. Both men were giving as good as they got. Without looking at each other, they covered the other's back, as if it was as simple as breathing. That wasn't the thing that hit her the hardest. It was the look on their faces. They had the biggest grins on their faces and gleams in their eyes. She had the distinct feeling that they were having the time of their life. Then it hit her, they had planned this from the start. What they did at the Wizengamot, they set a trap and the Death Eaters fell right into it. It was brilliant, now that you think about it. No one could dispute their claims. The Death Eaters proved their point. Anything that they did from this point forward would be, without a doubt, justified. The most important thing was they showed that Death Eaters could be fought, they could be killed. They weren't light wizards, that was for sure, but they weren't dark wizards either. Gray wizards, yes, that best described them. Rita was right, things were going to change. Finally, a side in the war had emerged that she could see herself choosing. I'll say this for them, they know how to make an impression. Tonks said as she put down the paper and laughed. This caught the attention of Remus. Looking over his shoulder, he saw his new wife had already finished off her ice cream and pickles. He gave a little shudder. Even for a witch she had bizarre cravings. Tonks caught his look and glared back at him. Don't give me that look, Moony. It's because of you that I'm in this condition in the first place. If you say so, Trixie, but if he comes out with green eyes and unruly hair, I'm going to have to kill my new boss. It was just that one time. What? Remus spun around with a look of shock and outrage on his face. He knew that they flirted with each other constantly, but this, how could she? Gotcha. Tonks almost fell out of her seat, she was laughing so hard. Why, your face, PP priceless. She managed to get out between fits of laughter. Remus growled at her and turned around to finish making his breakfast. Once there was no chance she could see his face, he smiled. He had walked right into that one. Oh, don't be so moody, Moony. Moody Moony, Moody Moony, say that 6 times fast. Ha ha ha. Tonks had to stop, she was laughing so hard. You knew I was a trickster when you fell in love with me. Tonks got up and walked over to her husband. She wrapped her arms around him and pushed her ample beeps into his back. That's cheating, Remus said over his shoulder. Boo-hoo. You know that boy would shag you the first chance he gets. He said in mock resentment. He knew Harry and Dora would never cross that line. It was all part of the game. He knew that his wife was in the mood before she got out of her chair. The one advantage of being a werewolf was an amazing sense of smell. His was so much more keen than of Padfoot's and Shadow's. Not that he didn't share that little trick of the trade with his best mate and the boy he considered a son. They may have gained the heightened senses from their animagus forms. But they didn't know just what pheromones to look for. Okay, it might be cheating, but in the words of Dr. Evil, boo freak a die who, it's not like the girls play fair either. Remember that, if you take a step out of line I just might let him. Tonks knew that Harry got over that crush over a year ago. But Remus didn't need to know that. It would keep him on his toes and off balance. Just the way she liked him. The flirting was the easiest way to get Harry over his crush, and it worked famously. Now it was just a competition to see who could make the other blush first. If the side affect was that her husband wouldn't stop appreciating her, who was she to argue? All's fair in love and war after all. Remus swiftly spun around to face his wife. It shocked and excited her at the same time. The hungry look in his eyes she knew all too well. The man really did know how to take a hint. In one fluid motion he threw her house robe across the kitchen, to reveal a naked, quite delicious-looking metamorphagus. I've changed my mind. I fancy a little protein for breakfast. Remus lifted Tonks up and set her down on the kitchen countertop. She wrapped her legs around him and pulled him to her. You are a wolf after all. Oh Merlin, that feels good. Dora beeped out as the old wolf slid his lips slowly down her neck. Her voice hitched when he found a particular sensitive spot and nipped at it. Yes, and we like to play with our food too. Tonks pulled his head back by his ears and looked squarely into his eyes. Shut the hell up and ravage me, she demanded. He was about to do just that when they heard the tapping of an owl at their window. Remus and Tonks chose to ignore it. Tap, tap, tap. Go away, Dora yelled. Tap, tap, tap. Remus gave a wolf growl but the owl continued on. Tap, tap, tap. You have got to be kidding me. I thought that always worked. Not if it's been charmed. They both looked at each other and growled. Harry. It's going to keep on doing that, isn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Do me a favor and give Harry a Bits Buster Hex when you see him. If mine are going to hurt all day, so should his. I'm gonna go get ready for work. Remus turned and left the kitchen. Tonks looked at the bulge in his trousers and giggled. Nice pop tent, love. After retrieving her house robe, she opened the window and let the owl in. It dropped the letter it was carrying in her hand and flew out the window. She looked at the letter. It was from Harry. She would have to make him pay for ruining her protein breakfast. Some nice Italian pumps would do nicely, she thought to herself. Auntie Nimpy, tell Uncle Mooney to get off of you. I'm paying him to be mine and Padfoot's liaison to the minister and to vote for us, not to bang you. That's my job. Seriously. I will have you. Tonks narrowed her eyes at what he called her. That was going to cost him. She looked at the last part and laughed. He really is a randy little bugger. I need to see you. I met a muggle-born metamorphagus that needs your help. Her name is Emma. I'll tell you more when you get here. Please. I'll buy you a pair of Italian pumps, with stiletto heels. They can even be dragonhide if you want. Maybe a matching purse to go with it, but nothing more. I'm not going to cave in and give you a full outfit like last time. I don't care how much cleavage you show. Oh yes you will, Dora countered. He always caved in and he always knew what she was eyeing. It was a little creepy, but yay. She was getting new pumps. P.S. She's not here. She said she went to Hogwarts. Look, I know you can't tell me who she is or if she's in a safe house. If she is, have Padfoot put some proper wards on the place. We both know Dumbledores are shit. I just want to know that she's safe. If she needs anything just let me know. Shadow. She's a lot closer than you think, pup. Tonks regretted keeping their real identities from each other. It was for their own safety. He and Lily were still in hiding at the time. The Death Eaters were out in full force looking for her. Voldemort wasn't very happy that she escaped. Tonks thought back to her secret meeting with her aunt. I walked into the front door of my mother's house, to find the last person I ever expected to see. Looking up from the sofa was none other than Narcissa Malfoy. My first instinct was to pull my wand. I followed it. My mum knew me all too well and stepped in front of her. This my house, young lady. I will have none of that here. Was she mental? That's Narcissa Bloody Malfoy standing in my mum's living room. I didn't care if she was my mum's little sister. I thought for a second that she was under an imperious curse, but her eyes told me different. She's a bloody Death Eater, Mum. Really? Do you see a dark mark on her arm? I thought I raised you better than that. I checked her arm and sure enough they were clean. There was no trace of magic on them. She may not have been one, but she laid with one. That was good enough for me, but Mum was a different story. I put my wand away, but kept it close, just in case I needed it. I expect you to hear what she has to say, young lady. My mum ordered. I opened my mouth to protest. Mum raised her wand in a warning manner. Not a word till she's done. I nodded. I knew better than cross my mum when she's like this. Thank you, Andy. I don't expect you to believe anything I say to be true. So, I swear on my magic that I will not lie to you. Narcissa said as she pointed her wand at her own chest. She glowed for a moment, as the spell took hold. Then she continued. I was forced to marry Lucius through a marriage contract. The details are not important, know that my first loyalties will always be to Lord Black. Andy can explain everything later. Time is short. Once Bella get going, there will be no stopping her. When the Dark Lord arrives, all chances of saving Ginny Weasley will be lost. She's being held at Lestrange Manor. This map will shows you her location. Last I saw her, she was in the altar room. The wards around Lestrange Manor are blood-based. As Lord Black, Sirius can get through those wards. I know you're in contact with him. She had my attention. Ginny was alive, more importantly, she could be saved. And if I can't find Sirius, I cautioned her. She closed her eyes and weighed her options. Ginny life against her own. After a long breath they opened. They had a resolve in them I've seen in only a precious few. She reached into her robes. She pulled out a small pouch and handed it to me. This has a vial of my blood, some ward runes, instructions on how they work and a portkey that will take you outside of Lestrange Manor. It will open a small doorway for you to go through. It won't last long, maybe a half an hour at best. You have to hurry, she has 3 hours tops. I take it and head for the door. I look back at my mum, for what might be for the last time. I saw love and pride in her eyes. It was what I needed. I give my aunt a slight nod and then I ran into the night. Finding Sirius's safe house was too terribly difficult. Getting someone to open the bloody door was something different. I got tired of banging and finally used an Alohomora to open the door. I got pounced on by a 300-pound Black Panther. I dropped my wand somewhere in the fall. His fangs were at my neck as a low-hot growl invaded my ear. In my defense, I didn't pee my knickers. I wanted to, but I didn't. Good thing too, he would have never have let me live it down. A green eye winked at me and then I got licked from chin to hairline. Okay, now that was just gross. Get off, ya git. I yell at him and he hops off me, then he prances into the house. As soon as I get my wand, I'm gonna hex him. I push it aside. I have more important thing to do right now, but later. Oh, he was going to pay. Where is Padfoot? I ask. He motioned to the open window. I go over and look out it. The full moon smiles back at me. He's running with Moony, isn't he? He gave me a affirming nod. As you mum here. Harry shakes his head no. Damn it, I really need backup on this one. He lets out a roar that makes me jump. I have to say, he got that whole roaring thing down cold. It really unnerves you. No, you're not going with me. He growled in response. 1. I'm going to sneak into Lestrange Manor. 2. It's full of Death Eaters. 3. You have another 2 weeks before you can change back into your human form. Don't you give me that look. Padfoot's rules, not mine. 4. Your mum will kill me, your mum will kill me, your mum will kill me. He whimpered at me and I roll my eyes. I didn't have time for this. Ginny's running out of it. I make for the door, but he blocks my path. You can't go with me. A friend of mine life's is in danger. I have to go. I kneel down and look into his eyes. If I don't make it back. I couldn't say it. He looked so sad. How could I tell him goodbye, knowing it could possibly the last time I ever see him? I give him a long hug and hope he understands. Then I leave once again into the night. The full moon shined brightly in the night's sky. I never saw the little shit dive into my shadow and disappear. Love, are you all right? Remus was leaning over his wife with a look of concern. She was off in her own little world again. She blinked a few times and shook herself out of her memory. She gave her husband a weak smile. I'm all right, Moony. I was just thinking about that night we got Ginny back. Harry really saved my bum that night. Of course he saved your bum. He's been after it for years. Remus joked. It helped a little. So I guess I shouldn't be too terribly hard on him for interrupting our morning. Yeah, I don't even want to think how close I came to losing you that night. Funny how a near-death experience will make a get ball up and ask a girl out. Maybe I should give him a proper thank you and shag his stupid. That's it, Trixie. We're having a go right now, Remus said as he pulled her out of her seat. Tonks tossed her robe across the room and eyes her man. Sometimes it's just too easy. Yay, I'm already dressed. Now, get those cloths off, mister. Moony grinned as his wife ripped his new suit from his body with unbridled passion. Sometimes life is really good. He planned to enjoy it for as long as the fates allowed. Harry walked out of his personal bathroom and into his bedroom. The hot shower had revived him after the workout he had this morning. Harry quickly got dressed. If he didn't hurry, he would be late for his first class. He was glad that he brought his special trunk. It always was nice to have his own apartment. Longbottom commented on why a supposed noble lord would carry around such a ratty-looking old trunk. Idiot if he only knew. While he had endured the inharmonious snoring of his dorm mates, Harry was in his own room with all the comforts that came with it. It was a massive apartment, with its fully functional Muggle technology. Padfoot and him figured out how to bypass the little problem of magic mucking it up. Plus the added affect that he could use it as an exit point to come and go from Hogwarts without the old coot finding out. The one thing that they learned, all those years on the run, was how to hide in plain sight. The trunk looked ratty for a reason. The more undesirable it looked, the more it was left alone. He told the pompous ass that it had sentimental value to him. They all seemed to buy it. Well, he didn't know about the one they called Ron. He hadn't met him yet. He didn't sleep in the room last night. According to Dean, he was with a girl that they all called the Lungs. His trunk was warded, to keep out unwanted visitors. It would become his base of operations while he was here. Or as he christened it, the Marauder's Den. In the months to come he would slowly recruit students into the Marauders. It was the main reason he wanted to spend time in all the houses. This school needed to be united, and it sure as hell wasn't going to happen while Dumbledore was running the show. The man was too set in the old ways. The next generation of Marauders would walk the school again. Unlike his father's crew, his would be larger in number and would hold to the ideas of all four of the founders of Hogwarts, not just one. They would not only learn how to fight, but to outthink, outmaneuver and outclass their enemies in every way. He would have his fighters, healers, spies, and politicians. They wouldn't just fight in just the battlefields, but in all the arenas. The last time the war ended, nothing changed, and that led to the war that they are in now. Things needed to change, and change they will. In the last 16 years, his mum and godfather had made alliances and earned the favor of both light and dark witches and wizards in every country. They could be called upon at a moment's notice. They, however, were Sirius's and his mum's Marauders. Though he was a member and loved them all dearly, he wanted something of his own. Ever since that night he followed Tonks, his eyes were truly opened that night. It wasn't just about avenging his dad anymore. Innocents were being victimized simply because no one was prepared to get their hands bloody. Blood, blood, just the thought of it brought back so many memories. She had lost so much blood. It was everywhere. The altar, the grounds, on Tonks, that bitch, his fur, he couldn't get the smell of it out of his fur. Even now he couldn't remember what her natural scent was. Her blood overpowered it. It would be the only way that he could truly identify her. I jumped into Tonks' shadow the moment she turned her back. Did she really think that I would let her go alone? I could smell the fear on her. She didn't think she was coming back. She accepted that, and still she went. It was one of the things that made Nimpy so hard to get over. It was so damn easy to fall in love with her. It had nothing to do with that killer bod of hers. That didn't hurt though. No, she was selfless, caring, and totally understanding when a scrawny kid with glasses and acne follows her around like a puppy. Apparently, according to my godfather, I drooled a lot more than one. Okay, maybe she took a little too much pleasure in making me blush like a tomato. It toughened me up. I suppose I'll always want her on some level, but I'll deal with it. I guess that was why Padfoot dragged me to the succubus colony. A week there will certainly clear up your completion, as well as your attitude towards unrequited love. Now, one of the benefits of being an animagus is that you gain some of the traits of your form. In my case it was speed, agility, a heightened senses, and the fact that I never need to wear those ugly glasses ever again. I don't care if my mom thinks it makes me look distinguished, they're freaking ugly. The best birth control in the freaking planet, I shit you not. I still can't believe that my animagus form is a shadow panther. A magical freaking creature. Shadow teleportation is so wicked. Not that I'm bragging. Okay, I'm totally bragging. Now, A few things can happen when your mom go off and helps out a sick friend and leaves you alone with your godfather. One is that she's not around to tell you to eat properly. 2. To make sure you go to sleep at a decent hour, and 3. To never, 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 under any circumstances listen to Padfoot when he says that he's got a brilliant idea. Hey pup, I got a brilliant idea. What did I tell you? Since your mum's gone, that should have been my first warning. Why don't you stay in you panther form for a month to truly become one with the creature? Now that sounds simple enough when he says it like that. He left the part out about him going off and sniffing some butts, breaking some hearts and going to run with Uncle Mooney the next full moon. He might have mentioned something about convincing him to pull his head out his ass. I'm not really sure. Now, what happens when a 16-year-old that is in the form of a shadow panther does when he's not properly supervised? Pay attention class, this is where it gets interesting. He learns that he has a hybrid form of a shadow panther. It's kind of like a werewolf, but I can do some wandless magic. I'm not really sure how that works yet. I'm not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm sure my mom will figure it out, she's good at that kind of stuff. That it, after she's done freaking out, or gets tired of hexing Padfoot's bits. I never really tested the limits of what each form could do before. Tonight, I put them to the test. I waited until Tonks breaches the wards around the old manor before I jump out of her shadow. I was so quiet that she didn't even knew I was there. She has this intense look on her face as she surveyed the grounds and planned out how she's going to get in and out. I'm picking up a lot of sense in there. If she's discovered, it will be a running fight to get out. I half expected the sense to be evil in nature. That would have made this easy. There would be no moral compromise in taking them out permanently then. Don't get me wrong, they were foul, just not evil. They were still someone's brother or sister, someone's son or daughter. Did I have the right to end that just because they were on the other side? How many times did I hear his mom and Padfoot debate that point till all hours of the night? It always ended the same. Sirius would tell her to ask James that question. She would hex his bits, then go in her room and cry. When he could stand upright again, I'd kick him in the boys because he made her cry. It really is a wonder that they work at all. Anyway, the next day they would apologize and forgive each other. It was a weird cycle, but I got the message clear enough. It wasn't about right or wrong, it was about live or die. Morality had no business on the battlefield. Tonks' heart was beating really fast and I smelled her fear. I knew she would push it aside and do what was needed. It was in her nature. I'm standing beside her and she still hasn't shown any signs that she knows I'm there. She's knelt down beside a bush so she wouldn't be seen. I lick her face so she knows I'm here. She damn near jumps out of her skin when I do. Any other time I would laugh at that. But right now, being quiet was a matter of life and death. What the bloody hell are you doing here? She hissed as soon as she recovered her composure. I swatted her butt with my tail and Hope understands. The hell you are. I nod my head at her and she narrows her eyes to a thin slit. No you're not. I show her my fangs. Don't you take that tone with me. I pounce on her and growl. Only my mom gets away with that. I have her arms pinned under my paws. I love being a panther. Okay, so maybe you can take that tone with me. I like her cheek. That's really gross by the way. That earned her another lick. I'll probably pay for that at some time, but what the hell, it was fun. Alright, alright, alright. You can come with me. I get off her and prance around. She shakes her head and rolls her eyes. Just remember, if your mum kills me, I'm gonna come back and haunt you, she said, pointing her wand at me. I give her another nod and she rolls her eyes again. Okay, as far as I can see there are at least 10 guards patrolling the grounds. I need them on the other side of the manor, when we make our way out. If we're not here in 20 minutes, get your ass on the other side of those wards. Don't give me that look. You follow my orders. She stares me down till I nod. I think mom taught her how to do that. It's really creepy. Give me 5 minutes to get inside. I'll probably be looking like my insane aunt coming out, so don't bite me. I give her a good sniff to lock in her scent. I really didn't need to. I just like messing with her. In 5 minutes, I'm gonna need a big distraction. A big one. Well, I guess this is it. Thank you for following me. If we live through this I just might give you that shag. My jaw drops. She turns into a fox and winks at me, before she runs off. Freakin' tease. This was it, my first real mission. Me and Padfoot had gone hunting plenty of times, but this was different. I've been wanting for this for so long. So why do I feel scared all of a sudden? What if I screw this up and get Tonks killed? My heart's beating twice as fast as hers was just moments ago. Yet there is anticipation of what's to come. These were the bastards that took my father from me. Did I have it in me to do what must be done? Oh well, only one way to find out. It takes me in all of 30 seconds to make it to my first target. I was so quiet that I'm standing right behind him and he doesn't have a clue I'm there. I'm hesitating. Why am I hesitating? It was then that he turned. He was only a few years older than me. We look at each other for a second before instinct kicks in. He points his wand and I pounce. I put my full weight on his chest and hear it crack. He tries to scream but nothing comes out. I see the fear in his eyes. He knows it over. We both do. But did I have the right? Then I remember the last time I saw my father. One eye swollen shut, half his head covered in blood, holding his guts in one hand as he pushes my mom into my crib and turns it into a portkey, just as the killing curse hits him in the back. Foo **** them. Mercy was something I wouldn't show them tonight and I vowed to never hesitate again. My claws rip open his jugular and I move on to the next. The full moon shines down on the grounds. There are plenty of shadows and I make full use of them. By the time I have to make the distraction 5 more are dead. I see Tonks by a door, in the shadows. I roar as loud as I can, and wait for them. A minute later the door burst open and bootlickers come out of the woodwork. A woman in black with the most foul scent I have ever smelled starts barking orders. I jump into the light and roar again. Spells fly at me, but I'm in the shadows before they even get close. I see Tonks transform into the woman and sneak inside. For the next 10 minutes I lead them on a game of cat and mouse. The idiots actually thought they were the cat. Little by little I start thin the herd. I used their own shadows against them. My hit and runs were quite effective. The jugular was my primary target. I could come out of a shadow attack and be back into another shadow before they hit the ground. Somewhere along the way I lost sight of that bitch in black. Only a few of them were left. They must have figured out my little secret, because they were clumped together. It was then when I heard the spells being fired from the other side of the manor. Shit, I took off in a flash. Tonks needed me. I rounded the corner and what I saw will forever be burned into my mind. 200 yards of open grounds without any shadows laid between me and her, or should I say, them. Tonks was firing off spell after spell over her shoulder, while she dragged what looked to be a half-conscious robed person. I took off in a full sprint out in the open, praying that I'd get to them in time. It was then that the blood-covered robe opened and the hood fell back. A girl with white hair fired off a spell that was easily deflected. She could have passed for a ghost if it wasn't for all the blood running out her body. She was naked under the robe and covered with cuts. Some had strange designs in them. The fact that she could muster her magic at all was beyond me. She was defiantly a fighter. Several bootlickers were throwing curses at them as they made their way to the boundary of the wards. The bitch in black was leading the pack. She hit Tonks with a cutting curse across her leg and she went down. The girl landed on top of her. I had only managed to make half the distance to them. I needed to buy them sometime, so I roared. It did the trick. They must have figured that the others were down and no longer a threat, because most of them turned their attention to me. All but the bitch. She had her eyes on the prize. I ran through a gauntlet of curses. Only my quick panther reflexes kept me from getting hit. Trust me, they got close. Tonks fired a spell at the woman and she was knocked on her ass. I heard her yell at the girl to run, but she wouldn't leave Tonks. They were almost on their feet again when they were hit with another curse. Tonks at the last second twisted so that she took the blunt of the hit. Both fell in different directions. Did you really think you could escape, girl? The bitch taunted the girl as she closed the distance between them. She had her wand leveled on the poor girl and there was still too much distance between us. Leave her alone, you psycho. Tonks had managed to get on her hands and knees. She was shaky at best. Get used to that position, slut. My men will put you to good use. I think I'll send pictures to Andy as Christmas cards. Like hell she will. That was when fate lent me a hand, or maybe it was just dumb luck. Don't really care at this point. A cloud cut across the moon and left a shadow for me to use. And did I ever? I came out of Tonks's shadow, leapt over the girl, and landed right in front of the psycho. I roared at her. I wish I could say that I saw her pee, but I definitely smelled it. She recovered quickly though. I guess that was why she was the boss. She knew how to put her fear aside. I recoiled and readied to pounce, as she leveled her wand at me. Foo asterisk asterisk asterisk, you cunt. A spell whizzed past my ear and hit her square in the face. Boogers erupted out of her nose and formed bat wings. They then attacked her. Now, that was freakin' priceless. The bitch screams like a banshee. I looked over my shoulder and see the girl eyes are barely open, but she has a satisfied smile on her face. She gives me a look like she didn't know what to think of me. I lick her across the face to let her know I'm her friend. I expected her to react like Tonks, but she didn't. She wrapped her arms around my neck and hugged me. I gave her another lick and she giggled. Shadow. I look over at Tonks confused. That's right, from now on you're Shadow. I give her a nod and she continues. Get her to the portkey. I growl at her. I know what she's getting at, but she doesn't back down. Now, that's an order. Now, I never shadow teleported with someone with me before, but it wasn't like I had a lot of options. We go into Tonks's shadow and come out by the exit point. We make it to the portkey in no time. Gee, thank you. Her voice is raspy, but her intent was sweet. I give her another lick and find it surprisingly nice that she doesn't freak out about it. I'll be fine. Go help Tonks. Like I have to be told twice. I go back though the wards and smell the foul stench of werewolves. This is bad, very, very bad. I round the bush that Tonks was hiding behind earlier and see her limping her way to the boundaries. She gets hit in the back by another cutting curse and screams as she goes down. Rip that little bitch into pieces. That sadistic bitch yells. 2 werewolves that were flanking her charge after Tonks. How in the foo asterisk 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 is she controlling werewolves? I charge after her. I have to get to Tonks. Now a different kind of fear is coursing through me. I won't hesitate this time. I'm not losing Tonks. She's was crawling with her arms when she saw me coming. Her legs aren't working. No. Get out of here, pup. Leave me. No way in hell is that going to happen. There is also no way in hell I'll be able to get us to the portkey with 2 werewolves bearing down on us. There is only so much my Shadow Panther form can do. It's time to up the ante. I leap over Tonks and go for the werewolves. I transform into my hybrid form. Just picture a werepanther with a tail, if there was such a thing, and, well, you get the point. Now, the muggles say the only way to kill a werewolf is with silver. That shows total lack of imagination. Luckily, I'm bigger than the both of them. I grab them both by the throats and lift them off the ground. Did I mention that my hybrid form is really freakin' strong? I guess they aren't used to would-be victims fighting back. I slam their heads together and then into the ground. They yipped like bitches, and Sirius said wrestling was rubbish. These 2 would disagree. Don't get me wrong, the foo asterisk asterisk asteriskers got back up, but at least they were more interested in me than Tonks. I wish I could say the same for that psycho bitch of an aunt of hers. While I was going toe-to-toe with these 2, she went after Tonks. The advantage of being a hybrid over a werewolf is that they go on instinct and I don't. My claws are sharper than theirs and I know where to hit. I had to dance with them for a while, but a few severed arteries will do wonders. The downside? They heal quick. That is unless you literally beat one werewolf to death with the other one. Of course, if all else fails, rip out their hearts. I know, a little gross, but very effective. Unfortunately, while I was dealing with Ik and Ook over here, the remaining bootlickers had surrounded Tonks and were taking turns cursing her. I saw that bitch point her wand at Tonks. Then she looked up at me and smiled. I knew she was going to kill her and she knew I could never get to Tonks in time. My mom taught me a spell once. It was an old one that was passed down from Potter to Potter. It was how my dad was able to get in front of us in time. It was basically a spell of last resort. It would open a small dimensional portal so you could escape. The range was less than 7 miles, so it wasn't used as a means of primary travel. I have been practicing with it to see if it had other applications. I just hoped it worked with that hole in the ward. I reached out with my magic, just as she cast her killing curse. The ground under Tonks rippled like water and she sank through it. With any luck she would come out by the portkey. To my horror, the curse went through the portal as well. I don't know if it was that or that bitch's laughing that sent me over the edge. All that I did know was the panther in me got out. I ripped into those bastards with a bloodlust that would put a vampire to shame. Fang, claw and magic was unmercifully unleashed. I ripped out one of their throats. Gutted another 3. Broke 2 backs and I think I took one of their heads. One by one they fell, until only that bitch was left. Her wand arm was broken in several places and she dangled helplessly as I held her throat in my claw. Again, that night I smelled werewolf. This time it was different. Then, the howl came and it sent a chill down my spine. I look over my shoulder and see a big werewolf, a really big freaking werewolf. My Uncle Mooney described him to me once. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that I was looking at Greyback. "Come to play have we boy?" He growled and I understood him perfectly. "Come to kill." I growled back and prayed that he didn't smell any fear on me. I knew I couldn't take him. I'm pretty sure he knew it too. The Dark Lord is fond of that one. He will reward me if I save her life. You not that fast. I draw blood from her neck to make my point. Nor are you. From behind him, he pulls out the white-haired girl. Her eyes are closed, but I hear a small beep escape from her. I growl and the noise he makes, I can only guess is a werewolf laugh. Did you bite her? Not yet. So ripe and fresh, it's hard to resist. I sense he's not lying. Don't ask me how, because I don't really know. I just do. A trade, you think. I hate smart-ass werewolves. I don't have the luxury of time. The wards around this place are going to seal any second. We play a game of toss the hostage. While I catch her, he just lets the bitch land at his feet. Must be her sweet bubbly personality that gets her that kind of devotion. I really don't care. A shadow later we're outside the wards. I can't find the portkey or Tonks. I pray she's safe and alive. I make a portkey and we're gone. I carry her back to our safe house. She's looks so small and pale. I know she's beyond any help that I can give her. I have to get a message to Mom. How does she still has blood? Her blood that is in my fur is so overpowering. It distorts my senses. I'm so tired. I knew I pushed myself to the limit tonight. Every step feels like it's the last I have in me to make. Somehow, we make it to the front door. My claws are covered in blood and I can't get a grip. No other choice, I have to smash the door in. It will set off the wards we have around this place. I hope the cavalry get here soon. I've got nothing left. The first thing I see is my mom kneeling over Tonks and she's not moving. Then, it hits me that my mom has never seen this version of my animagus. So let's recap. Werepanther, covered in blood, holding a pale naked girl, covered with cuts. Does my mom freak out a little? Ya think? Harry is pulled out of his memory by the vibration of the silent ward's alarm around Hogwarts going off. His magical watch shows Padfoot's face. Pup, Sector 5, you're closer than me. I'm on it. Harry yells as he climbs out of his trunk. The common room should be empty, so he leaps off the top of the stairs and transforms into shadow before he hits the floor. He never saw Emma on the girls' balcony. He most certainty didn't see the look on her face just before she fainted. Dilys had told Ginny of a secret exit out of Hogwarts that was only known and passed down from headmaster to headmaster. She checked the Marauder's map and sure enough it wasn't marked. Thanks to Fred and George she was able to fake a nosebleed the moment she got to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall insisted she go directly to the hospital wing. It was almost too easy. If the uncommon luck she was having today held, she could get to Gingotts and back before lunch. None would be the wiser, and with enough gold that Dumbledore couldn't hold her scholarship over her head. One more step closer to her true independence. She had no intention of being greedy with what was in Dilys's vault. She planned to give her brothers the startup capital to start their joke shop. They had always been there for her and it was the least that she could do. She had no intention of letting her mother know about her newfound wealth. Well, not until she was of age and there was nothing the woman could do about it. She was expecting her mum to blow her top, when the woman hears that she was ditching Neville. Her dream of Ginny being the next Lady Longbottom wasn't going to happen. Never, 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 ever. She slipped behind an old tapestry on the 3rd floor and quickly raced down the long hallway. After a few minutes she came to an old dusty door. She guessed that it hadn't been used in years, maybe even centuries. She raised her wand and cast an Alohomora. No sooner than her spell left her wand, than the hallway filled with a blinding light. She covered her eyes with her hands on instinct. Even with the added cover the light was way too intense to open her eyes. Her ankles then snapped together and she was hoisted upside down in the air. Her skirt and robes started to wrap around her body tightly. Somewhere along the way she lost her grip on her wand and it was lost somewhere in the folds of her clothes. Panic set in and she started to struggle desperately against her binding garments. The more she struggled, the tighter it got. The hood of her robes engulfed her head. She felt as if it was trying to swallow her. She shook her head wildly back and forth to free herself from it. Like the rest of her body, her head was bound tightly. Only her mouth and lower jaw was left exposed. I'm dead. I'm so dead. If it wasn't for the fact that she was now tightly wrapped up like a mummy, she would have been impressed by the clever trap. Now, she was just good and pissed. Mostly she was scared. It was only a matter of time until she was found and she was dead. Well, not dead, but just as good as. Dumbledore would go and change her into whatever it was that Neville wanted. The hell with that. She could feel her wand against the small of her back. If she could get to it and then use the counter curse. Who was she kidding? She had no idea what curse she was trapped in. Like that, had ever stopped her before. If it was one thing that the twins had taught her, it was that nothing is impossible with enough nerve. That she had in spades. The alternative was unacceptable. She tried small movements and found that there was no reaction from her cloths. Inch by bloody inch, her hand moved closer to her wand. She was almost there. Just a little farther. She could feel it with the tip of her finger. She pushed harder and got it between the tips of 2 fingers. She tried to pull it in, but it was stuck tight. It was then that she heard footfalls. They were distant at first, but were getting closer by the second. She wasn't going down like this without a fight. A steady flow of swear words escaped from her mouth as she tried desperately to get a grip on her wand. Harry was leaning up against a wall and watching the show with some amusement. In his panther form he was able to quickly and quietly sneak up on her. The castle was so full of shadows that he was able to get here without even coming close to being seen. He knew he had a few minutes before Padfoot and the others would get here. Whoever was trying to get out of the school had got caught in his trap. He and his godfather had developed wards that not only repelled, but attacked as well. And in the case of today, capture. It was quite a view. The girl was upside down. Her clothing was wrapped tightly around her body. So tightly, that there was little room for movement. The mummification jinx had worked perfectly. The old dog was the only one he had ever seen tries to get out of this jinx. Thank Merlin his mum had the good sense to never let them practice these traps on her. That would have been a little awkward. For every curve of the girl's body seemed to be emphasized. So much that he was finding it hard to focus on anything else. He shook his head to clear it. His eyes were drawn back to her shapely body. She had a really very attractive butt. He really liked the way it wiggled every time she struggled to get free. She was persistent if nothing else. He felt slightly disgusted with himself, because he was perving big time and he knew it. Just as he knew who she was now. The dust that had been kicked up from her passage through the unused hallway had made it difficult to ID her. She didn't have the foul stench of one of his followers. On the contrary, her scent was very appealing, almost additively so. He had locked in and filed away her scent last night. Though, last night he was certain that her scent seemed familiar somehow. She had almost gotten to her wand. He was impressed that she was keeping a level head. He decided it was time to add some pressure and cast a spell to make the sound of feet walking towards her. Her head jerked when she heard the sound echoing down the long hallway. Then he heard the impressive flow of mumbled swearing. She was a lot more fun to watch get out of this than the old dog, that was for sure. You just might make a marauder yet. Noting the time, he decided that enough was enough. Harry started to cast the counter curse when Ginny yelled, "Got ya!" She cast a Liberacorbus and dropped on the floor with an unceremonious thud. Ouch, maybe I should have waited to do that. Think Weasley, think. There has to be a way out of this. She thought about it and knew that she would have to find a way around the curse. It had accrued to her that the curse was affecting her cloths, not her. All she had to do was eliminate the problem. That brought around problem number 2. Oh screw it, it's not like anyone is there right now. I swear if I ever get my wand on the sick son of a bitch who thought this up. Ginny cast a banishing spell and her cloths disappeared completely. It wasn't the first time that Harry had seen a naked girl. But they were usually in a much friendlier mood when it had accrued. He was fairly sure he was going to be hexed before this was over. In truth, he couldn't blame her. Maybe in a few years they would laugh about this. Oh, who was he kidding? He was a dead man and he knew it. Whatcha doin'? Did I actually just say that? Harry hoped a little levity would lessen the awkward moment. Stupid, yes, but it was worth a shot. Ginny's head shot up and her eyes looked as if they would pop out of her head at any second. On instinct she jumped to her feet. Then it accrued to her that she should have stayed crouched down on the floor. She stood there in shock for a second, before she had the good sense to cover up what she was able to cover up. In Harry's defense, he did manage to keep eye contact with her, well mostly. He was a guy after all. What's it look like I'm doing, you bloody git? You want to turn around and turn my back on a naked, pissed off witch? Not freakin' likely. What do you think you're doing? Ginny yelled as Harry took of his robe. He looked confused for a second and then handed it to her. Oh, so now you're going to be a gentleman? Well, if you don't want it, Harry asked as he pulled back his robe. Don't be an ass. Ginny quickly snatched it out of his hand, with a look that could kill. She used it to cover herself more effectively, as she waited for him to turn around. When he showed no signs that he intended to, she turned her back to him in a huff. You know, I had a dream about this very thing last night. And here you were all wrapped up in a bow for me. This really is a magical school. Her eyes grew huge and then narrowed to a thin slit. She mumbled something out that wasn't very friendly. You know, you have nothing to be embarrassed about. I should really stop now. I am annoyed, not embarrassed. Git thinks he knows everything. Your cheeks have a rosy tint to them, very cute. Ginny spun around and got toe to toe with Harry. Her hands were on her hips with a primal look in her eyes. No. They don't. She growled through clenched teeth. Harry leaned down and got nose to nose with her. Those weren't the one I was talking about. He teased her in hopes that she would find the humor in the situation. Oh, the shite I have to put up with. She started to pace back and forth as she mumbled something to herself. She was doing it so fast that he couldn't follow her. He decided it was probably for the best. Ginny took a long breath and decided to calm down. Harry wasn't the one that made her cloths disappear. That was her doing, and he did offer his robe to her. Okay, he was taking the mickey out of her, but wouldn't she have done the same if the situation was reversed? Can we just get out of here? First tell me why you were trying to sneak off grounds. It's none of your damn business, Potter. Her Weasley temper was back and in full swing, as she turned to face him again. He glared back at her for a few seconds and she felt what her brothers did when the roles were reversed. Well, Weasley, you can explain it to the professors when they get here. By the sound of it, you got about a minute. Harry's words had coldness in them that sent a chill down her spine. He turned to leave. There wasn't anywhere else to go. This way was locked and she could hear that they were no longer alone in the hall. Please don't go. I'm sorry, I just can't tell you. Ginny pleaded with him and was surprised how needy she sounded. She was sounding like a victim again. She would never be one of those again. More importantly, she didn't want him to see her as one. Harry stopped, but didn't turn back around. Can't or won't. Please. They'll be coming soon. I have to get out of here. Harry turned around and they stared into each other's eyes. Harry saw her silently pleading desperately at him to help her. Ginny saw the internal struggle waging in his mind. She was asking him to blindly trust her. The same trust she didn't give him last night. The moment was broken when they heard the sound of running feet getting closer. They both looked down the dark hall. By the sound there were more than one person coming too. Harry turned his head back at her and said, "We need to work on our trust." With that he cast his spell. Sirius was the first to get there, followed closely by Lily, then Snape, and bringing up the rear was Dumbledore. The old dog sniffed and narrowed his eyes at Harry. "Well, this should be interesting. Sorry for all the trouble. It looks like this little set off the wards." In Harry's hand was the transfigured form of Ginny, as a red cat. She hissed at him for the comment and scratched at his hand in an attempt to break free. Harry held her tight. "Perhaps it's an animagus in disguise." Snape sneered as he leveled his wand to Ginny. Harry instinctively put himself between her and his wand. Ginny stopped struggling. She knew that he wouldn't let anything happen to her. He might be a git, but he wasn't a prat. "I would smell it if she wasn't a cat," Sirius said as he grabbed Snape's wrist and directed his wand away from Harry. Lily then got in Snape's face. He felt the tip of a wand in his nether region. "Never point a wand at my son." Her words were low and layered with venom. For a brief second there was a look of hurt in his eyes, before his usual mask of disinterest was back. He took a step back and bowed his head to her. "My apologies, Lil. Mrs. Potter." The boy was not the intended target. The distaste of calling her Mrs. Potter was oblivious to everyone. Dumbledore decided it was time to play peacemaker, before things escalated. "Well, no harm done. I must say that you have some very interesting wards, Professor Black." "Not mine. This one was the pup's." "Really? That's very interesting." Harry saw the wheels in the old man's mind turning and didn't like it one little bit. That didn't mean that he wouldn't use it to advantage if the opportunity presented itself. "Yeah, you pick up a few tricks when you grow up living on the run." Harry's voice was laced with sarcasm and a high level of contempt. Ginny's head snapped up at that. The more time she spent around him, the more questions came to mind. "Oh, I see." Whether his comment was directed at Snape or himself, Dumbledore wasn't sure. "Don't worry, I'll adjust it so that no one else pets get caught in it." "See that you do, pup," Sirius answered with a look that told him that he would follow his lead. His mum gave a look that told him to tread carefully, but that she would back him up if it came to that. "It will only take a few minutes to reset the wards. Then I'll make sure this little one gets back to her master." Again, Ginny hissed at him for the cheek. "That's a fiery one, pup. She just might get the best of you." "Oh please." Harry boasted and winced when he got nipped by Ginny. He sent a warning look at her and she stuck out her tongue at him. Try as he might, he couldn't help but smile a little. Fiery little thing indeed. "Perhaps you should try compassion and understanding, with a little respect, son," Lily added. Harry got the message and nodded. "What are you two rambling on about? It's just a stupid cat." "That's not the point, you wanker. It's not one of your precious potions, it's a living thing." "This is a pointless conversation. If I'm not needed, headmaster, I have a class to teach." Snape stormed off before Dumbledore could even answer him. Lily rolled her eyes and Sirius snickered. "Pissy little bugger, ain't he? Ah, well, I say we leave young Harry to it. Shall we?" Albus gestured for the other to follow him. "Oh headmaster, it seems that I forgot some much-needed supplies for some of my classes. I'm going to need to go the Diagon Alley." "I don't perceive a problem with that. It is the first day of class after all." He had read the Daily Prophet and knew the boy could take care of himself. As a noble lord, he really couldn't refuse him. After what happened the night before, he thought it would be wise to try and befriend him. This was simply the first play of the game. He could afford to be generous. Especially, if he was going to get him to join the order. "I'm not all that familiar with the place. Would you mind if I borrowed one of your prefects to guide me? It would speed things along." Harry kept his voice casual, as if it was an afterthought, showing no signs that he was manipulating the master. Ginny purred and licked his hand in appreciation. Lily sniffed and then cocked her brow. So we meet again. She looked hard at the cat in her son's hand. Ginny recoiled under the scrutiny. Oh shite, his mum knows. Lily softened her eyes and she relaxed a little. Lily then smiled and winked at her. Ginny winked back, grateful for the woman's trust. Why does she seem so familiar to me? Good idea, pup. You tend to get distracted when you're left to your devices. Sirius chuckled out. That earned him an evil look by Harry. Don't look at Padfoot like that, young man. He has a very good point. We wouldn't want you getting sidetracked and end up in a succubus colony. Lily finished with a cold stare. Ginny snapped her head at Sirius. Did she just call him Padfoot? Wait, what was that about a succubus colony? Never going to let me live that down, are you? Nope, and don't you roll your eyes at me. This is the kind of shit I have to put up with. Harry mumbled so that only Ginny could hear him. She purred happily. She was really starting to like his mum. What was that, dear? Lily asked in an amused but warning manner. Nothing. Just clearing my throat, mum. How does she freakin' do that? Yes, that is a good idea. I will allow it and notify the other professors. Dumbledore answered, doing his best to get the conversation back on track. The three of them had a way of talking around things that he found very vexing. As they walked off, Sirius whispered to Lily. That was her, wasn't it? Yes, I believe she is. Boy doesn't have a clue, does he? Her blood wouldn't come out of his fur. That's the scent he identified as hers. Rookie mistake. Do you have a hybrid form? Touché. A galleon says she figures it out before he does. You would bet against your own godson. In a heartbeat. You're on. Harry waited until they were back in the Marauder's den, before he turned Ginny back. She just stared at him with a mixture of shock, amazement and admiration. Then she took in her surroundings and her amazement grew tenfold. The place was amazing. To think, it all fit inside a ratty old trunk. But she bet it was disillusioned to look that way. Harry was just full of surprises. Smooth, Potter. Very smooth. For a second there I thought you were going to rat me out. You're still going to pay for that comment. Not my style. Besides, I hate rats. Harry walked into the kitchen. Ginny followed him in. There was something in the way he said rats that sent off an alarm in her head. You played him well, Ginny commented as she looked at all the Muggle appliances in the room. Her dad would have had kittens if he saw this place. Yeah, the old fart never saw it coming. I'll have to thank Sirius and my mum for the assist, Harry said as he reached inside the fridge. You're calling her mum now. You were calling her mom last night. She wanted to keep the conversation light for as long as possible. She knew he was going to ask her all sorts of questions. She wasn't sure she was ready to answer. She knew she owed his some though. He really saved her bum back there. But how did he know she needed to go to Diagon Alley? Yeah, well, it seems to mean a lot to her. Harry played it off like it was a bother, but Ginny didn't buy it for a second. She chose to let it slide for now. There was no real rush after all. She was going to enjoy unraveling the mystery that was Harry Potter. Cool, the way they backed you up though. You usually don't get that from parents. Harry pulled 2 bottles out of the fridge and tossed one to her. She winced. It was ice cold. It was made of plastic and the label said Dr. Pepper. She looked at it cautiously. It was cold, but the name suggested it was hot. It would probably burn when it went down her throat like fire whiskey. They trust my judgment. Well, most the time anyway. Ginny knew what he was referring to and found that she didn't like the idea that he had been with a succubus. She wanted to ask him about it, but figured it wasn't really any of her business. Not yet anyway. Harry could tell she was struggling not to ask him and was grateful for that. Why did his mum have to go and bring that up? A change of subject was needed. Try it, it's really good. You first, she asked at him wearyingly, but she had a playful smile on her face when she said it. Chicken, Harry challenged. Ginny cocked her head to the side and raised her eyebrows. Does he really think that is going to work? Do I look stupid to you? Don't answer that, she warned him, with a pointed finger. Harry clucked at her and then opened his bottle and chugged it. He looked at her with that cocky grin of his for about a full 2 seconds, before his upper body shivered. Not so tough for you, Potter. Ginny laughed at him. Think you could do better, darlin'. Harry egged her on and she smiled at the challenge. Oh please, you wouldn't last 2 minutes in my house. The twins would eat you for breakfast. Ginny said as she rolled her eyes and then took a large gulp. She expected it to burn on the way down. It did the complete opposite. It was cold and sweet and had a bubbling sensation as it went down her throat. See, that wasn't so whoa. Ginny yelled as her whole body shivered. Told ya, he shot at her with a grin that was ear to ear. Git, she fired back at him and then took another drink. The sensation wasn't as intense, but still bloody good. I'm glad I was able to give you your first pepgasm. My first pep what? You know, pepper, orgasm, pepgasm. Oh, screw it, it's not as funny if I have to explain it. Well, I've never had one of those, so I wouldn't know. Oh shite, did that just come out my mouth? Ginny's eyes bugged out as she felt heat spread across her cheeks. Harry cocked a brow. Oh great, he going to be like a dog with a bone now. Really, we'll have to remedy that. I am so getting my bits hexed. Is that why you brought me here, Mr. Potter? Two can play this game. Ginny leaned back against the counter in a come-hither fashion. Harry's robe fell open enough so that one of her shoulders was left bare. It became painfully aware to Harry that she was still naked under his robe. The panther in him woke up and took notice. Ginny gulped when she saw the predatory gleam in his eyes. She thought she had taken it too far. But as quickly as it came, it was gone and his usual playful eyes were back. She then realized that it wasn't fear that made her swallow hard, it was excitement. Neville never made her feel this way. She never wanted to be snogged so badly in her life. Cheese, Harry said as he lifted her up onto the counter. He breathed her in and it was like panther nip. He couldn't help but let out a small growl. Git, Ginny whispered into his ear as she ran her fingers through his unkempt hair. You were amazing, by the way. Sirius never was able to escape that before. Why am I still talking? Yeah, well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I figured it was my cloths that were cursed and not me. Just shut up and snog me. Harry's robe slid down over her other shoulder and her pulse point called out to him. Sometimes it's the simple spells that work the best. Does she even know what she's doing to me? Ginny unbuttoned his shirt and ran her hand across his chest. By the way, Git, just how long were you watching me? Did he just purr? Merlin, he gets me hot. Long enough to see that you have a very nice wiggle tease. Ginny buried her face into Harry's chest and laughed. The way he was running his hands through her hair felt like heaven. She looked up at him and saw the predator in his eyes again. You all done talking now? Oh, hell yeah, he claiming her lips in a hungry key. She met his hunger with one of her own, as they lost themselves in each other. Remus Lupin was having a very good day. He started his it off with the most minds-blowing dirty say asterisk 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 of his life. His wife of 6 months had just found out she was pregnant. Apparently, pregnancy brought out her more kinky side. Not that he was complaining. He planned on riding that wave for as long as he could. With a most Harry-like grin plastered on his face, he surveyed his new office. As liaison to both Lord Black and Potter, he was given 2 offices to choose from. All noble lords have an office within the Ministry of Magic. Lupin chose to occupy Charles Potter's old office. The man had always treated him like a son, regardless of his hairy little problem. He even went so far as to offer him a job right out of Hogwarts, in this very office no less. Remus was young and let his pride got the better of him. He was determined to make it on his own and refused to be a charity case. Charles wanted him because he saw the potential he had. He was also a realist. He knew that with even an internship with a noble house, Remus would have more doors open to him than even some pure-blooded wizards would have. He was well respected and many other lords would always follow his lead in all things. It was one of the reasons that Voldemort had him and his wife killed. It sent a message to all the other lords that he was a force to be feared. One lord in particular read the writing on the wall sooner than most. Orion Black saw through the speeches and lies that were spewed by Voldemort. He and Charles were often on different sides of most issues. He respected and admired his childhood friend. Charles was a Gryffindor and by nature bold. He was a Slytherin, so of course he was sneaky. He could smile in his face of a madman while he plotted behind his back. If Voldemort would assassinate a pureblood noble lord, then were any of them truly safe? He reconnected with his wayward son and set in motion things that he hoped would lead to the man's downfall. Bellatrix was a lost cause. She was corrupted long before he saw the truth. He even went so far as to order his youngest son to join the snake's ranks and his beautiful niece into a loveless marriage with a vile excuse of a man. Two decisions that haunted him to the day he died. Regulus did not meet a gentle end, but he did die with honor. His death wasn't in vain. He discovered the bastard's secret to immortality. It was a bitter cold comfort to Orion, who fell into a depression that almost ended his life. In the end, it was Narcissa's words that brought him back. It was to her that he told about the Horcrux at Regulus's funeral. She also saw the haunted look in Horace Slughorn's eyes. He was about to give his condolences, when he overheard Orion. He made a hasty retreat, but even after Narcissa cornered him in the garden, the man gave nothing away. Hope was not lost, for she knew his Achilles' heel. It went by the name Lily Potter. She knew that her cousin Sirius was close to Lily, and she was sure that he could help her. He may not have always got along with Regulus, but he was still his brother. She knew that he would come to Regulus's funeral, and Sirius didn't disappoint him. He came to the family plot, in the cover of night. When he knew everyone would be gone, a huge black dog dropped a single flower on the grave of Regulus Black. He was followed by a great stag. The two stood at the grave of her cousin. The dog lay down next to the grave and started to whimper in grief. The stag settled down next the dog and laid his head over the dog. There they stayed, and she felt like it was wrong to intrude. It was then that she was sure that it was Sirius. That meant that the stag was James Potter. They were brother in all but blood after all. Even before she relieved herself, they seemed to know that she was there. They both looked at her and after a second nodded, so she knew it was all right to come. It was a magnanimous display of trust they showed in her. After all, she was married to one of Voldemort's inner circle. She told them about what she knew, as well as what Orion had set in motion, and begged for their help. 2 days later she was given a slip of paper with an address on it. When she got there she was met by Lily Potter. James and Sirius were there, as well as Remus. They had the loveliest sit-down, in which she relieved all she knew. James and Sirius were surprised by the news that their fathers were childhood friends. They were even more surprised by the man's actions and the extent that he went to oppose Voldemort. What affected her most was the compassion and understanding that Lily showed her. They were never friends when they went to school. In fact, she was sure that she had never even spoke to her. Here was a woman she hardly knew and would probably never even consider speaking with on the street. Yet, Lily was shedding tears for the abusive, loveless marriage that she accepted, as a matter of honor and duty. The life of a Black was one of duty, and she was raised to perform that duty without objection. She would have to bear him a male child per the marriage contract. She was also protected by it to never have to take the dark mark. What was slipped in the contract was that if Lucius ever was convicted of a crime that brought shame to the House of Black, he would surrender all Malfoy vaults, properties, and Wizengamot votes. It would be up to Lord Black to deem what is shameful. It was a nice little loophole. Orion Black was nothing, if not shrewd. When Lily left the room to compose herself, Narcissa told Sirius that she never knew people like Lily even existed. He explained that was one of the reasons that he ran away. James told her that was what was so special about her. She could weep for an enemy as well as a friend. Narcissa followed her into the other room and had the most enlightening talk of her life. In Lily Potter she found the friend that she had waited her whole life for. Even after Lily got the truth out of Slughorn, they would often spend time together shopping or taking walks in the park. Of course they would always be safely hidden under a glamour charm. They were the go-between for the Marauders and Orion. Through pregnancy and childbirth, Narcissa saw that the ideas that were shoved down her throat as a child was just a big pile of shite. Orion secretly financed the hunt for the Horcruxes. Remus was out of the country when the damn prophecy was made. He didn't even get to attend James's funeral. Sadly, neither did Lily, Sirius and Harry for that matter. They were already in hiding in France. "You ready for this, Moony?" I mean Mr. Lupin. Narcissa gave him a mocking curtsy under her glamour charm. He was so lost in the past that he didn't sense her come in. She recognized the faraway look in his eyes and sighed. Of all people, I thought you would be looking to the future, not the past. You're soon to be a father, are you not? Just remembering how this all got started, that's all. 12 years of my life. I spent looking for those cursed things. Only 3 remain now. So you got that damn snake then. Killed it, proper. Good. It always gave me the creeps. I suppose I owe you an explanation. Ginny breathlessly told Harry. They had finally managed to pull themselves apart. By the look in Harry's eyes, it was the last thing he wanted to do. She had to agree with him on that count. He was an amazing keyer. Granted, she had only Neville to compare him to, but damn, his lips were surprisingly soft and he most defiantly knew how to use them. His tongue was as nimble as a dancer, and he knew just where to put his hands to drive her insane. Hermione would often go on about how she could snog her brother for hours. She never really got it till now. She guessed she just needed a proper partner. She could definitively get used to this. What surprised her was that he hadn't picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Truth be told, she wasn't sure if she would object if he did. Her head told her that it was too soon. Plenty of her friends had told her that jumping in bed with a bloke too soon always ruined the relationship. He would see you as a slut and that was all he would want to do with you. She didn't think Harry was that sort of guy. She was fairly sure that his mum raised him better than that. The problem was that every other part of her wanted him to ravage her, and he had that look in his eyes again. What? Harry mumbled into her neck as he made his way down it. Lips, teeth and tongue were working in harmony to drive Ginny crazy. She let out a long slow beep that was the sweetest music to his ears. He started to attack the crook of her neck when she grabbed 2 handfuls of his wild hair and pulled. I can't think straight when you do that, she said, though it mostly came out as a beep. Then don't, Harry told her as he moved in for the kill. 1 handful of hair kept him in place, while the other gave him a slap to the cheek. Not too hard, just hard enough to clear his head and get his attention. He shook his head for a second to refocus himself. When he looked at her, she could still see the lust in his eyes, but it was now in check. Are you ready to listen now? Not when you're dressed like that. I am just a mortal man after all, Harry said as his eyes ran up and down her body. His robe was barely covering anything up. A smile spread across Ginny's face. She rather liked that she could drive him crazy like that. No problem. I'll just streak over to the girls' dorm and put something on, she said as she hopped off the counter. His robes fell open as she did that. Whether it was on purpose or accident, Harry wasn't sure. The only thing stopping him from getting to see Ginny in her full glory was that the robe clung to her beeps. Freakin' tease. You're evil, you know that right. To Harry's credit, he was trying his best to keep eye contact with Ginny, but it was torture. This made Ginny smile even brighter, if that was even possible. Maybe. Just a little. She gave him a wink and put 2 fingers close together so only a small gap was between them. I'm gonna need another cold soda. Harry overemphasized the call's part. You're thirsty. Ginny was surprised by the sudden subject change. No, it's for my bits. He grunted at Ginny. Oh, sorry about that. She shamelessly giggled out. No you're not. Harry teased her as he grabbed her by the hand and led her out of the kitchen into a bedroom. She gulped when she saw a king-sized bed. Harry ignored it and walked over to the closet and opened the door. Merlin, I've seen smaller stores. Where did you get all these clothes? You're not a cross-dresser, are you? Ginny said as she walked into the massive closet. The walls were covered with racks of clothes. They ranged from very formal to casual. In the middle was a bench and full-length mirror. The cloths looked as if they had never been worn. Then she saw the collection of shoes. It was to die for. This is a guest room, and no, I'm not a cross-dresser. I'm not above bribing someone to achieve my goals, and Aunt Nimpy has a very wide range of taste when it comes to clothes. What kind of sick person would name their kid Nimpy? I'm guessing that her mum was a good potion when that happened. I'll just be out here while you pick out an outfit. Then we can talk. Harry opened the door to leave. When he was almost out the door, Ginny asked him. Not that I'm complaining, but you've already seen me naked. The mystery has already been solved. Harry hung his head for a moment and mumbled something to himself before he answered her. Because my self-control has its limits. With that he shut the door. When Ginny emerged from the closet she was wearing a light blue silk blouse that fit her perfectly. It was unbuttoned enough to show a little cleavage, but not so much that it was all that you looked at. The skirt that she was wearing was just about mid-thigh and nicely showed off her shapely legs. She wore black velvet boots that went up to mid-calf. She had on Harry's odd-looking robe. It was open in the front. Harry was sitting on a couch when she came into the room. By the look on his face Ginny was guessing he liked the way she looked. Damn, she looks dangerous. Why does everything fit like it was made for me? Magic. Cool. Ginny noticed that he was looking at a photo when she came in. She walked over and plopped down beside him on the couch. She leaned over to look at it and Harry took the opportunity to breathe her in again. It was very old picture she gathered by the clothes that the two boys were wearing. Both of them were laughing and playing. Both of their hair was black, but one's was wild like Harry's and one was long and straight like Professor Black's. Is that your dad and godfather? No, they are their dads actually. But I heard that Potters were considered light wizards and the Blacks were always dark wizards. When you're playing in the sandbox, does any of that shit really matter? How many friendships ended when they came here and were forced into houses? Until then, did anyone really care about blood status? Harry made a good point. Aside from Luna, she didn't have any friends that weren't in Gryffindor. Though the DA was made up of people from 3 of the houses, she didn't really talk to any of them outside of that. I see your point. So, what are you running from? I don't run from a fight, Potter. Ginny snapped at Harry and she instantly regretted it. Sorry, he really saved her bum earlier today and had every right to ask her. Don't be. Never stop being who you really are to please someone else. I pushed and you pushed back. It's one of the things that I like about you, you're fiery. Thanks. I think I'm just used to. Never mind, it's not important. Harry saw that it was, but he would respect her privacy for now. She would tell him when and if she was ready. She started to bite her lower lip and Harry could see she was struggling with something. He ran his hand through her hair. It felt like silk between his fingers. Ginny closed her eyes and leaned into it. It had the calming affect that he hoped for and by the look of it, she was enjoying it as much as he was. You know that you have about every shade of red that there is in your hair. It's like a wildfire. The intense way he was looking at her hair told her he was being sincere and not using some line on her. What he said touched something deep inside of her. Most people teased her about it, but Harry liked it. No, he was entranced by it, by her. He didn't want her to be anything but herself. She hadn't felt this accepted since she was a little girl. Before she picked up that damn dairy and ruined everything. She knew that she was falling for him in a big way. She thought that she cut that part of her heart off a long time ago. Over the last few years she had built an impenetrable fortress around her heart. But the git walked right past it like it wasn't even there. Or did she just open the door to him willingly? She wasn't sure anymore. All she truly knew at that moment was she wanted to snog him senseless right now. When his eyes met hers, all her reserve went out the window and she brought her lips crashing down on his. And for the second time that morning they fell into a world all their own. It was Harry that pulled away. The panther in him wanted out. No, it wanted to mate with her badly. He knew being in a room with a bed in it wasn't a good idea. What's wrong? When Harry stood up she got the answer to her question. Oh. Ya think? Harry said over his shoulder as he walked out of the room. She got up and followed him out, but not before she looked back at the comfortable-looking bed. How did you know that I needed to go to Diagon Alley? I didn't. It was the most plausible lie to get us out of here today. Thank you by the way for that. I suppose it's pointless to tell you that you don't have to come with me. And how often can you say that you ditched the first day of class? And right under the headmaster's nose, no less. So sweet it has to be fattening. They both burst out laughing. It was Ginny that was the first to recover. Her face turned very serious. Harry could tell she was finally ready to talk about it. He took a seat in the nearest chair. Ginny started to pace back and forth in an attempt to sort out her thoughts. Have you ever made a mistake that changed your life before? Harry gave her a nod and she continued. It was my first year. When I think back then, I had my whole life planned out. I was going to marry Neville, have 3 kids and be ridiculously happy. Stupid I know, but he was different back then, or I was just too blind to see who he really was. Then again, I was 11 years old, what did I know? Ginny started to pace again. I trusted the wrong person. No, thing. That would be more accurate. Sorry I'm rambling. Harry said nothing. She needed to get this out, for herself if nothing else. Like I said, I was 11 and entirely too trusting. Bad things happened, Harry. Really bad things. People got hurt. I hurt people. I almost got someone I consider a sister killed. Tears were running down her face and all Harry wanted to do was hold her and take away the pain she was in. He wanted to tell her that everyone makes mistakes. That she was only 11 and she shouldn't be so hard on herself. He would before the day was through, but now she needed to get this out, so he remained silent. Ginny laid it out for him, every gut-wrenching detail. She wasn't sure just when he got up and wrapped her in the most comforting hug she had ever had. She cried into his chest as she told him her darkest moments of that year. He listened silently as he stroked her hair. Occasionally he would give her a little key on the top of her head to let her know that it didn't change what he thought of her. It was her biggest fear that he would blame her as much as she blames herself. Then he told me I owed Neville this life debt. It was pure shite. He was just using it so he could control me. Neville treated me like his own personal toy after that. Like I wasn't even a person and I was stupid enough to believe them. It was Harry that was pacing now, he was fuming mad. His fists were clenched in an eerily quiet rage. It was the kind that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. The pictures on the walls started to rattle and furniture started to move on their own. Those dirt bag sack of shits, I'm going to shove my boots so far up their asses that. Harry, Ginny shouted at him. She did the only thing that she could think of. She wrapped her arms around him tightly from behind. She had his arms were pinned at his sides. Her chest was pressed firmly against his back, and was holding onto him as if their lives depended on it. He felt her trembling against him. It was then that he saw that several things around the room were spinning rapidly in the air and that the walls were shaking. He ran his tongue across his teeth and felt fangs. He felt the prick of the claws that were forming in his clenched fists. It took a few seconds for him to get his magic under control. Changing into shadow right now was probably not the best idea. It wasn't until Ginny felt his body completely relax that she let go of him. Sorry about that, and people say I have a temper. Those bastards are going down. It wasn't a threat, it was a foredrawn conclusion. It was time for Shadow to stretch his legs once more. For Ginny it was nice to have someone that saw those two for what they really were. I love that you want to help, but this is my fight, Harry. It's my freedom that we're talking about. I have to be the one to take them down. If I don't, then I'll never be truly free. He understood the wisdom in her words. He didn't like it, but he understood it. Don't expect me to just stand back and do nothing. Nobody foo ******s with someone I care about and gets away with it. I'm not built that way. Harry rounded on her. Don't expect me to stand around and be a damsel in distress. Because, I'm done with that. Never again. Ginny got toe-to-toe with him. Even with the height difference, she let him know that she wasn't backing down on this. They glared at each other for a full 2 minutes, before Harry threw his hands up in the air in frustration. You gotta give me a bone here, Ginny. There has to be something I can do to help. Harry said, refusing to look at her. I don't want to use you, Harry. Ginny softly put her hand on his forearm. You're not built that way either, and we both know it. His voice was soft as he turned to look at her. Okay. There is something that you can do for me. Can you teach me occlumency? Why? What happened? Funny you should ask. It was never good to the bearer of bad news. That was what Marcus Flint's mum always told him. His father was a violent man and he had learned his lesson well over the years. Black eyes, broken nose, knocked out teeth, cracked ribs, and the list went on and on. With that in mind, He should have known better than to not look at the headline of the Daily Prophet before he gave it to the Dark Lord. Marcus's father, for all his cruelty, was a kitten compared to Lord Voldemort. He had been under a Cruciatus curse for what felt like years. In reality, it was for about 3 minutes. The whole time, the Dark Lord was ranting on about what he read in the paper. Maybe it was time to rethink this whole Death Eater thing. How dare that snot-nosed little brat think to challenge me? Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard that ever lived. Voldemort ranted as he tortured the stupid boy that brought him the morning paper. All of the Death Eaters in attendance knew better than to answer that question. They had no desire to trade places with the boy. When no answer came, he looked to the boy with disgust. He had already lost control of his bowels. He released him from the curse and kicked him away. Remove this pathetic excuse for a Death Eater from my sight. I must say, the quality of followers I have has greatly diminished over the years. No self-respecting Death Eater should last under 10 minutes. Again no one answered. Greyback, take this thing down to the pit and teach him to embrace pain. Yes, my lord. The man walked over and hoisted him up by the ankle. Flint dangled helplessly, as the Lord of the Werewolves walked out with his newest toy. And tell Wormtail to come up. It seems that an old friend of his has returned. Yes, my lord. We're Bellatrix. She's with a healer, my lord. How badly was she injured yesterday? Some of the wounds were severe, but she should make a full recovery. It was such a pity. In her youth, she was his best Death Eater. There was nothing that she would fail to do for him. The years at Azkaban had not been kind. She had lost what she once was. She failed to bring him the prophecy, failed to bring him Longbottom, as well as loosing the Weasley girl. Now she had to chance to bring him the Potter boy and failed once more. She will have to be re-educated in what he expects from one of his inner circle, as well as a lover. The doors to the chamber burst open and 3 battle-worn Death Eaters came in. Their robes were torn and had scorch marks from curses that just missed them. My lord, we've lost control of the Ministry and the Wizengamot. Crucio, the first fell under the curse. He then looked to the other 2. Explain now. A massive shakedown at the Ministry. Everyone was being checked for the dark mark. If they were found, they were shackled with magic blockers and their wands were broken on the spot. Those that we had under the Impero have been freed. We had to fight our way out. We were attacked by civilians as well. They kept screaming about the spoils of war. They are after our vaults, my lord. Your grasp at the obvious is astounding, Crab. We will have to secure what's in our vaults first. They will be too busy at the Ministry and undermanned to give the goblins proper aid. They should have stayed neutral. It is time that we make a hefty withdrawal. What about the Ministry, my lord? We will let the dust settle first. What has been lost will be reclaimed, mark my words. You summoned me, my lord. Ah, Wormtail, it seems that your old friend Black has returned and he has brought the Potter brat with him as well. He was never my friend, my lord. Nevertheless, I need to know all there is about him. He and the whelp fight differently than that of Dumbledore's followers. Of course, my lord. Oh, there is one more thing you can do for me, Wormtail. I live to serve you, my lord. The boy must be educated in the true use of power. Bring me the body of James Potter. Emma was late for Transfiguration. She had left one of her books in her room and she had to go back to get it. That was when she thought she saw Harry turn into a panther. It must have been her imagination. Wizards can't turn into animals. Can they? Her blood sugar must be off or something. Yeah, that's what it was. Well, she hoped anyway. At breakfast, everyone was talking about the Daily Prophet. The theories of what really happened were quite entertaining. Longbottom claimed, quite loudly, that it was pure rubbish and that the Daily Prophet wasn't fit for the bottom of an owl cage. A bloke by the name of Dean reminded him that he kept a scrapbook of every article that was ever written about him. The two started to have a death-staring contest as everyone in earshot had themselves a good laugh. Mark was sure it was downplayed and that there was, in fact, an epic battle. Emma guessed there was a little hero worship going on there. His version of what really happened was much more riveting than what was in the paper. She really enjoyed watching him tell it, or was it that she really liked watching him? Once or twice, Gabby might have mentioned that she needed to stop drooling. She didn't care. He was really cute. She was in such a hurry to get down to breakfast, so that she could get a seat next to him, that she forgot one of her books in her room. Persa offered to go with her, but she told her go on ahead. She had just started to head down the stairs to the girls' dorms when she saw Harry transform. Now that she had time to think about it, she was sure that it was her imagination. She couldn't believe she actually fainted. Now she was late for class. As she turned the corner, she ran into a wall of 7th-year Slytherins. She fell on her bum, hard, and her books went everywhere. It would have been nice if one of them would have offered to help her up. By the look of them, though, that wasn't going to be an option. Hey, watch where you're going, you stupid little twit. Then don't stand in the middle of the hall next time, you get. Emma huffed out as she started to collect her scattered books. She had been told about the Slytherin attitude towards Gryffindors. A carrot top by the name of Ron had told her last night. They think they own the school. It's our job to remind the wankers that they don't. What he didn't tell her was what to do when one of them yanked you up by your hair. Because, let me tell ya, that hurts like hell. The prat had her held up so high that she was standing on the tips of her toes to keep from having her hair ripped out by the roots. Did you guys hear what this little mudblood just said to me? Draco asked, as he motioned for Crabbe and Goyle to come over. Both laughed as they saw the girl with the changing hair struggling to get free. Hey, get off. Emma decided to take a chance and kicked at his shin with one of her feet, but missed. She saw two big brutes surround her, laughing all the while. She was then thrown against a wall. The white-haired boy pulled his wand and leveled it at her head. Emma swallowed hard. She was deep in it this time. This wasn't the first time she was outnumbered. No, at the orphanage it was an everyday thing. The only difference was that there were usually witnesses, so it never got too out of pocket. As far as she could see, they were alone. The other difference was that the bullies at the orphanage didn't have wands. I think she needs to be taught a lesson. What say you, Crabbe? He cracked his knuckles in agreement. Well said. And you, Goyle? That one just laughed at her. Emma's eyes quickly moved from one to the other, and then to the last one. The look of panic on her face made them laugh at her all the more. Think, girl, think. Wand. I've got a bloody wand too. Emma quickly reached into her robe and pulled out her wand, but before she could aim it, her arm was twisted up behind her back. She would have cried out in pain if she wasn't already accustomed to it. She had the prats at the orphanage to thank for that. She felt her wand being ripped from her hand and heard it snap. Oops, that was clumsy of you, Crabbe. Now the poor little mudblood is without a wand. She probably doesn't know any spells to begin with. She looks like she's going to cry. Are you going to cry, mudblood? Their taunts kept coming at her, one after another. Emma wasn't a crier. Crying never solved anything. It didn't make the pain go away, or give you back your dignity. No, she wouldn't give them that satisfaction. The three of them were so busy laughing at her expense that a gap opened up for her to run through. Emma didn't hesitate. She ducked down so that she just missed getting grabbed by one of them, and ran as fast as she could, but her legs suddenly locked together, causing her to fall on her face. Then she felt an unseen force lift her upside down. As she dangled there she saw the three of them lazily stroll over to her. Emma screamed out for help but no sound came out of her mouth. Unlike Granger, we know when to use a silencing charm, you filthy little mudblood. The three Slytherins then proceeded to pushing Emma from one to the other in some sick game of catch. All the blood was rushing to her head and all the spinning was making her nauseous. It was then that the necklace that Harry gave her fell from around her neck and onto the floor. She cursed herself for not thinking of it sooner. He told her that it would keep assholes like these three from messing with her. She was fairly sure that he told her a word to use. For the life of her she couldn't remember what it was at this moment. Help me. Will someone please help me? Her silent prayer was answered a lot sooner than she thought it would be. For what seemed like hours, but was more like half a minute. Daphne watched as Draco and his knuckle daggers tormented the little metamorphagus. Her first survival instinct told her to walk away. Better to be an observer than a victim. She had no connection to this girl. There was nothing to be gained by stopping this before it took a dark turn. With those three, It was just a matter of time before that became a reality. It wasn't like it her sister that they were doing this to. Then the image of her little sister flashed in her mind. It was followed closely by Tracy, the only one in this school that came close to being called a friend. Her face was the next to appear and she put herself in the girl's place. Wouldn't she want someone to come to her aid? No, she was too smart to go wandering the halls alone. The last face for her to see was that of Ginny Weasley. The guilt that she had buried deep inside her for 6 years came bubbling to the surface. It was so strong that she wanted to vomit. She was doing it again, looking the other way and not taking a stand. She was a Slytherin for a reason. She had no delusions of grandeur. She knew herself well enough to know that she wasn't a brave person. The question was, however, could she live with herself if she did nothing? Think, Daphne, think. There has to be something that you can do. A calm fury washed over her and she made her decision. At long last, Daphne Greengrass was picking a side. Honestly, just when I think that you three can't bring the name of Slytherin lower, you go bathe in the foulest muck you can find. A blonde 7th year was marching over to the three boys. The two bigger prats stopped immediately, but Draco just sneered at her. Mind your own business, Greengrass. This is none of your concern. Hanging out with this lot has actually made you more obtuse, instead of making them acute. How the three of you made it into Slytherin is beyond me. Attacking a student out in the open like this. You should have been put in Gryffindor. No, I'm giving you too much credit. They have more common sense than that. And a first year, no less. Daphne ranted as she used the counter curse to free Emma. She knew that she had to play this carefully. If she let on that she was helping a muggle born for anything other than house status reasons, she would end up trading places with the poor girl. She was helping her up when she saw the necklace on the floor. The crest of the House of Potter was shining brightly. Nobody care what happens to some stupid orphaned mudblood. Daphne rolled her eyes as she picked up the necklace. She turned to face the three of them. She looked at them with disgust as she put herself between them and Emma. I hate to repeat myself but, seriously, how did the three of you get into Slytherin? Every time you three do something like this, Slytherin is more and more alienated. If the war comes to these halls, Slytherin will stand alone. And another thing, has it escaped you limited attention, that this girl in less than a day has aligned herself with a noble lord? She displayed it for them to see. All three visibly paled. Shite! Crabbe and Goyle yelled in unison, while Draco quickly recovered and gave his usual sneer. He didn't like being talked to in this manner. A year ago she wouldn't dare speak to him in such a manner. Unfortunately, much had changed in that year. With his father's incarceration, the name Malfoy had lost its former power. In the past, just the mention of his father would make even grown wizards cower before him. He had been stripped of his noble status and his family vault was confiscated by Lord Black. It was only due to the man's charity that Malfoy Manor and his trust vault remained. Due to reckless past spending, hardly any of his gold was left. He no longer had any house elves to boss around, either. His mother hadn't been seen since just after the ministry incident. Not that he interacted with her much to begin with. Father had always said that her usefulness to him ended when she gave birth to him. She wasn't allowed any say in his upbringing, as his father took full control of that. In time, he came to view her just as his father did. Nice going there, little one. You've impressed a noble lord. You may survive this year after all. However, in the future I suggest better judgment. It is never wise to wander the halls of this castle alone. Daphne placed the necklace around her neck so that it was displayed nicely for all to see. Thank you. When you tell Lord Potter of this, please try to stress that not all Slytherins are like this lot. She stressed the tell part and Emma got the meaning immediately. These sods broke my wand, Emma said as she gave her most evil snarl at them. Daphne looked over her shoulder at them in disgust. Oops, bugger, are you three really that daft? Honestly, what are you, 5? Careful, Greengrass, you're losing that polished charm of yours. Yeah, you'll be talking like a Weasley in no time. As if your opinion even matters, Crabbe. I'll make sure that this one gets to her class. You three leg it to Dada before you bring more sham to Slytherin. Piss off, Greengrass, I don't take orders from you. With that Draco stormed off, with Crabbe and Goyle at his heels. Daphne let out a breath. That was too close. It could have easily gone a different way. She played the disgusted heiress well, but she knew that it was only a matter of time until Malfoy would have done something. At the same time, she felt exhilarated. She had never done something so bold in her life. Perhaps she had a little Gryffindor in her after all. One thing was for sure. She was done with sitting in the spectator stands. It was time for her to join the game. Thank you, Emma said after she was sure that the boys were out of earshot. Daphne gave her a soft smile, then she waved her wand and Emma's broken wand flew into her hand. She shook her head and mumbled something under her breath. With another wave of her wand, the broken one knitted itself back together. Her mouth dropped at the ease that the flaxen-haired Slytherin performed the wordless spells. Here you go. Give it a try, Daphne said as she handed Emma's wand back to her. Emma gave it a go and a few portraits shook but nothing more. Daphne looked dejected. She was sure that it should have worked. Then it occurred to her that if they took the wand from her it probably doesn't recognize her as its master anymore. Sorry, you're probably going to have to get that replaced. It's okay. It didn't work all that well to begin with. Where did you buy it? I was abandoned at an orphanage. It's what was given to me. Not that there was much to choose from, to begin with. Daphne let out a frustrated breath. She felt that no matter how hard she tried she was always going to be running to catch up with everyone else. How do they expect you to become competent witches with castaways' wands and hand-me-down books? The last one to use that could have been completely mental. You could end up blowing off all your hair. What, you don't think I could pull off that look? Emma joked. Daphne looked at her with a blank stare before the corners of her mouth curved up and her eyes softened. Then at the same time they both broke into a laughing fit. Just how much do you know about the world you just stepped into? Emma, my name's Emma. She offered the Slytherin an open hand. Daphne took Emma's hand into her own and gave it a healthy shake. Daphne Greengrass at your service. To answer your question, Daphne, only what's been told to me or what I've heard through conversation. Why? Rule number 1. Know your environment, or do you just jump in murky water head first? Emma gave her a firm nod. Go to the library tonight after supper and find me. I'll get you all the books that you need to read. Don't bother with Hogwarts. A history, it's long-winded and will beat the life right out of you. Rule number 2, we're in the middle of a war. Never, I repeat, never go anywhere alone. Rule number 3, this is your first line of defense. Wear it always. Daphne ended pointing at her necklace. They walked in silence as Emma was escorted to her charms class. The whole time, something was gnawing at the back of her mind. It wasn't until that had gotten to the door of her class that she was able to pluck up the courage to ask her. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but, why are you helping me? Daphne stopped dead in her tracks. For a second Emma thought she had crossed a line and made her mad. She didn't expect Daphne to look down at her with pride. She was even smiling at her. She rubbed the top of Emma's head teasingly. There might be some Slytherin in you after all. Then her face turned serious and she knelt down so that they were eye level. Redemption. Redemption. Yes, redemption, Emma. I'm not really sure just why I'm telling you this. Maybe I want at least one person to know I'm not the cold-hearted bitch everyone seems to think I am. You see, a few years ago, another first year was in trouble. No one seemed to notice but me. Not her brothers, not the professors, no one. The thing that I regret the most was that I did nothing. I told no one. She suffered when she didn't have to. All because we were in different houses and I wasn't strong enough to go against the stupid house rivalry. I was a coward. Well, I think you're brilliant, and you were brave today, so, thank you. Don't let it get around. I have a representative to protect. Emma made the motion that she was zipping her lips shut, which made Daphne laugh again. She stood up and opened the door to the charms classroom. Ah, this must be my missing Gryffindor. I am sorry for her late arrival, Professor. It's no problem whatsoever. It's a big castle, and I swear those moving staircases mess with you on purpose. Emma, please take a seat. Thank you again. You're a lifesaver, Daphne. Emma said with a smile and then took a seat that Mark was obviously saving for her. When she was settled, Mark leaned in and whispered, "What happened to you?" "I don't want to talk about it," Emma whispered back. "But, no, not here, not now. Just let it go," Emma hissed at him. He had the common sense to drop it, which she was very thankful for. The exchange did not escape the attention of Lily and Daphne. Oh, and 10 points to Slytherin, for helping a girl who was in need. It's nice to see not everyone holds old rivalries in such high regards. Lily warmly told Daphne. Well, we girls have to stick together or we leave the wizarding world in the hands of the men. And that can only end in tears. This made the female population of the class burst out laughing. Mark crossed his arms across his chest and huffed out. Emma looked back at Daphne just in time to see her give a quick wink at her. No truer words have ever been spoken. Another 10 points to Slytherin. Lily managed to get out between laughs. Daphne gave a cheeky nod and turned to leave. At the door, she stopped and turned back around. Professor Potter. Yes, Daphne, I saw you down by the lake this morning. I was wondering if it would be all right if I could join you tomorrow. I would love it. There is entirely too much testosterone down there as is. This wrought another round of laughter from the girls. Mark glared at Emma for finding it so funny. She answered him with a raspberry. Emma. The said girl snapped around to look at Professor Potter. By the look on her face, she must have thought she was in trouble for giving Mark the raspberry. Yes ma'am, I think you would benefit from that as well. In fact, anyone is welcome to come down. It's never too early to learn how to properly protect oneself. The training also helps you focus your magic better. Emma got a broad smile on her face, with thoughts of payback dancing in her mind. You know, you're kind of scary when you smile like that. And don't you forget it, Emma said with a pointed finger and raised brows. Again the class broke out laughing. Daphne took this as her cue to leave. Due to the massive shakedown that was happening at the ministry and the many battles that resulted in it, Gringotts was swarming with witches and wizards that were there to claim their new vaults. Correction, it was a bloody madhouse. The lines were all the way out to the main entrance. What's going on here? Ginny asked a middle-aged witch. The woman looked at her like she was insane. Are you daft girl? We're collecting our new vault, that's what. About time the ministry did something right. Those bastards took my poor Samuel last winter. The only good Death Eater is a dead one in my book. They don't like it when they get unforgivables thrown at them, now do they? Spoils of war. You just got to love those spoils of war. Oh damn it all to hell, I just lost my place in line. You want to know more? Buy a copy of the Daily Prophet. With that she butted her way back into line. Ginny's mouth was hanging open in shock. That was until she looked at Harry and saw that sly grin of his. That git knew this was going to happen. She narrowed her eyes at him. What? Harry asked as innocently as he could. Ginny wasn't buying it for a second. She crossed her arms and raised a brow. When she didn't get an answer, she added a steady foot tap to emphasize her point. See, I can do that too. Harry was mimicked her to AT, but instead of having pursed lips, he opted of a broad smile. Ginny rolled her eyes, then turned around and stormed off. Fine. Don't tell me, sniff. If you don't trust me, sniff. I would have told you, sniff, if you want to keep secrets, sniff. Ginny faked wiping a tear away, all the while trying not to laugh. Now, it was Harry that was rolling his eyes. She was so adorable when she tried to guilt him like that. Do you really think that's going to work? My mum wields guilt like a ninja. Ginny spun around and glared at him. She didn't know what the hell a bloody ninja was, probably one of those muggle things again, but she was sure he was trying to take the mickey out of her again. Fine. Bite me then, ya git. Well if you insist, Harry said as he advanced on Ginny, with a gleam in his eyes. Ginny held up her hand to halt him. Then she waved a finger back and forth. Not so fast, big boy. We're here for a reason, remember. Can't we do both? You just a randy little bugger ain't ya? What can I say? I'm gifted. Ginny crossed her arms over her chest and shifted her weight to one hip. Okay. Let's get you out from under Grandpa Time's boot. This looks like it's going to take a while. Ginny motioned to the long lines before them. Harry chuckled at that, and then he wrapped his arm around her neck and whispered into her ear. That's if you play by the rules. And if we played by the rules, we wouldn't be here right now. She said, smiling as she leaned into him. Does he have to smell so good? She tilted her head to the side and offered him a clean shot at her neck. He parted his lips and slid them softly across her sensitive flesh, from her collarbone to her earlobe. He beeped it into his mouth, and didn't release it until a soft beep escaped her lips. I'll make a marauder out of you yet, he whispered in her ear. Ginny's eyes shot open and she spun around to face him. His Patronus, what he called his godfather, and the way he was able to find her so fast. There were too many quiescences to be her imagination. He was connected to the map somehow. The marauders still exist, and he's one of them. What did you just say? She knows of them. How does she know of them? Now is not the time for this conversation. I'll explain later. Duncan. A second later, a regal-looking house elf popped next to Harry. Unlike other house elves that she had ever seen, this one was dressed in an elegant suit. Instead of being hunched over with a bowed head, he stood proud with his head held high. Master Harry, how may I be of service to you? He doesn't even sound like any house elf I've ever seen. One of these days, I'm going to get you to call me just Harry. That will be right after Master Black takes the vow of chastity your mother's been pushing for. Harry laughed hard at that, and the elf's mouth gave the slightest hint of a smile, though Ginny thought she might have imagined it. Good one, Duncan. I would like you to inform Griphook that Lord Potter is in need of his assistance. As you wish, Master Just Harry. Duncan gave a bow and popped away, but not before giving Ginny a slight wink. You should have seen him 6 months ago. Man, I never thought I would ever get that stick out. I think it was sideways at one point in time. Ginny just looked at him with her mouth hanging open. She had never met someone like him in her life. He was beyond explanation. Every time she thought she had him figured out, he went and threw a wild bludger into the mix. Then there was the fact that whenever she was close to him, she had no control over her more primal side. It was almost like she owed balls. She would have to speak with Professor McGonagall about this. It had something to do with the animagus form she was working on, she was sure of it. This would defiantly complicate things. In frustration she threw her hands up into the air. Who the bloody hell are you? Sirius could tell by the look on the faces of his 7th-year students that he was about to be bombarded with dozens of questions that had nothing to do with what the class was about. There wasn't a desk that didn't have the morning's daily profit, with the exception of the 4 empty seats that belonged to some missing Slytherins. He scanned the class and noticed that the students from the houses that were present were clumped together. The exception was Longbottom. He sat apart from his housemates. He gave off an air that left the impression that he was above sitting with them. The other Gryffindors didn't seem all that heartbroken about it. The door to the classroom opened and 3 pompous-looking Slytherins walked in. A greasy white-hair boy led the pack. He looked too much like his father to be anyone but Draco Malfoy. Sirius thought of his cousin Narcissa, and was glad at least she was able to escape that life. Mr. Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy. While in some circles it might be acceptable to be fashionably late, my classroom is not one of those places. Now, drop and give me 20 push-ups. What? I will do no such thing. I'm a Malfoy. You must have me mistaken for a common wizard like Weasley. Well, if you 3 lack the physical strength to do a simple push-up, who am I to point out your shortcomings? I will just leave it up to you to explain to your fellow Slytherins how you lost 50 points each to your house. Sirius waved it off as he turned to walk to the front of the class. His broad grin was hidden well from the class. It took a total 10 seconds of murderous stares from their fellow Slytherins to make them comply with Professor Black. Draco, of course, was the last to drop to the floor. Now, Mr. Weasley, will you please come over here? Oi, what did I do? Ron jumped up out of his seat and answered in a voice that was an octave higher than he intended it to be. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and then pushed him toward Professor Black. Nothing, but since Mr. Malfoy here chose to take a shot at you, I thought it was only fitting that you help me administer the discipline. Ron looked down at Draco, whose face was at Ron's feet, and smashed one fist into his other hand. It made a smacking sound and he followed through by grinding his fist into his open hand. Love to. Good. When Mr. Weasley gives the count, you three will lower your bodies 1 inch off the ground. As you come back up, all three will say, "I will not be late for class again, Professor Black." Be warned, boys, if just one of you fails to say it, all three of you will repeat the push-up. Do I make myself clear, gentlemen? Yes, Professor Black. Very well. Take it away, Mr. Weasley. All right. 1. I will not be late for class again, Professor Black. Crabbe and Goyle said at the same time. Draco made no attempt to comply. Sorry, Malfoy, I didn't hear that. Ron gloated. Draco received 2 punches to his arms by his partners in crime. So help me, Draco, if you get us in any more trouble, I'll beat you myself. Crabbe warned him with a look that told him that Vincent meant business. Yeah, Daddy's not here to buy you out of trouble anymore. Gregory added with a look that was as fierce as Crabbe's. Draco started to realize that he wasn't as foreboding without the threat of his father. Let's try that again, and 1. I will not be late for class again, Professor Black. This time all three of their voices were crisp, clear and could be heard by anyone that would have passed the class in the hall. Ron put them through the paces, with the biggest smile on his face. When they got to 15, Sirius decided to start the class. While they finish up, who would like to tell me what the best defense against the Avada Kedavra? As usual, Hermione's hand was the first in the air. Before Sirius could call upon her, a voice from the back of the class answered first. That would be, to not be hit by one professor. Daphne said as she stepped over her fellow Slytherins. Ouch, stupid witch. Sorry, Draco, was that you, hand? She said with total lack of sympathy. I apologize for my late arrival, Professor. I was escorting a lost first year to class. Professor. Sirius was looking at her as if he had seen a ghost, and not the kind that wandered the halls of Hogwarts. After a few seconds he shook it off. Sorry about that, you look like someone I used to know. Anyway, you're quite right. My first choice would to not be hit too. So we have avoidance. Are there any others? Hey, why isn't she doing push-ups? She was late too. Because she told me why she was late, you three haven't. If you have something that you want to share, by all means feel free, but be warned, boys, I despise lares. He got silence in response. Sirius turned his attention to the rest of the class. He saw Hermione raising her hand as high as it could possibly go without standing up. What about you, Ms. Granger? Professor, there is no spell that can stop an Avada Kedavra. Hermione said in a matter-of-fact kind of way. Sirius chuckled to himself. There's one in every group. Don't put too much faith in what you read, Ms. Granger. I stopped that spell in a graveyard 2 years ago, by summoning a headstone. Sadly, the headstone didn't make it, but as you can see, I did. Sometimes you have to think on your feet. Try to remember that the simplest of spell, if used colorfully, can win the day. Professor Black, excuse me for saying this, but what makes you qualified to teach us Dada? If I understand it correctly, you and the Potters tuck you tails between you leg and ran after I killed Voldemort. Neville didn't bother wait to be called upon, hell he didn't even bother to raise his hand. He wanted to discredit him right from the off, and in doing so Potter as well. Even though Professor Black looks amused by it, Hermione was fast to scold him. Neville, he is a Hogwarts professor and you will show him the proper respect. Hey Lungs, I don't recall asking your opinion. Both Ron and Hermione jumped to their feet. Neither could believe what he just called her. True, their friendship was strained of late, but they both had his back for the last 7 years. Did he really think so little of them? Ron's Weasley temper was about to explode, when a firm hand was placed on his shoulder and he was forced back on his seat. Sirius looked down at him. He shook his head no. He then leaned over and whispered something into Hermione's ear. She snapped her head at Professor Black with a look of shock and amazement. I can do that. Are you not head girl? Hermione turned and smiled wickedly at Neville. Screw what Dumbledore had told her. He was a spoiled little pampered prat, and he needed to be taught a lesson. Plus, after this no one would dare call her Lungs again. Mr. Longbottom, as head girl I will not tolerate disrespect to me or any other professor. Therefore, For the remainder of the week you will be aiding the house elves cleaning up after supper. When they are done, you are done and you are not allowed to use magic of any kind whatsoever. Well said, Ms. Granger. With your permission, I would be more than happy to supervise Mr. Longbottom's detention. Thank you, Professor Black. You can't do that to me. I'm a spoiled little princess. Even as the words reached her ears, Daphne couldn't believe that had come out of her mouth. By the reactions of everyone in the room, neither did they. She was Daphne Greengrass, the Ice Queen of Slytherin. She never spoke in class unless called upon. Now in the span of an hour she had took pot shots at both Draco and Longbottom. She was breaking her own rules and it alarmed her. What surprised her more was that she didn't really care if she did. What's happening to me? There was an odd silence in the room, until Dean Thomas started clapping. Seamus quickly followed and then the rest of the class joined in. Neville shot daggers at Daphne, then Hermione and finally Sirius. When Dumbledore hears about this, Neville threatened. I fully support Ms. Granger on this matter, and will give testimony before the governors if the headmaster wishes to challenge the head girl's punishment. Personally, I would have had you cleaning the Ollery, but that's me. Sirius then addressed the class as a whole. Now, as much as the chosen princess rolls of one's tongue. He stopped to give a wink for the good cheek to Daphne. I believe Longbottom's question still needs answering. I see all of you have today's copy of the Daily Prophet. That should be all the explanation that you need or that I will give on this matter. However, I can see that you have questions, so I will allow a few before we get back to class. For the first time in his life, Ron's hand shot up before Hermione's. Sirius gestured to him and he stood up. Professor, I have never seen robes like that before. My brother works with dragons and we still have a poster of all the different types of dragon hide there is in his old room. So my question would be, what exactly is that wicked-looking thing? Well, Weasley, the wizards across the pond call this a trench coat. It's all the rage over there and helps us blend in with the muggles. The reason that you don't recognize the hide is that it isn't dragon hide. Care to tell him what kind of hide it is, Longbottom? Basilisk, Neville answered reluctantly. Hermione gasped at his answer. The horrors of her second year played in her head. She should have recognized it, but then again, she tried to block out most of those memories. Occasionally, she would wake up screaming with visions of cold yellow eyes. That must have set you back. I hear that it's very rare and expensive. That it is, Ms. Davis, but I got it for free. If you want the details of that story, I suggest you ask my godson. He was the one that killed the bloody thing. When Duncan popped back with the goblin Griphook in tow, Harry dropped to one knee and bowed his head. He addressed him in a language that Ginny had never heard before. Griphook in turn bowed to him and spoke the same language. Her brother Bill had told her once that the goblins had their own language, until today she had never heard it before. Harry apparently spoke it fluently. Again the question she asked him just moments ago rang in her head. Who the bloody hell are you? After the initial greeting, they broke into a long conversation. They were speaking in goblin tongue, and every once in a while Harry gestured to her. Griphook then looked over at her with a look of anger or shock. It was really irritating her that they were speaking about her and she didn't have a clue just what they were saying. At one point Griphook started to rant as he paced back and forth, all the while his voice was getting louder and louder. It wasn't until Harry placed a hand firmly on his shoulder that Griphook calmed down. Their conversation continued in a more civil tone from that point on. The enraged look in the goblin's eyes may have dimmed some, but it was far from going out. After a minute or two they bowed to each other, marking the end of the conversation that she was not allowed to partake in. Potter had better have a damn good reason for leaving me out of this, or he is going to become intimate with my bad bogey Hex quick, fast, and in a hurry. Master Griphook, I have the honor to introduce you to Ms. Ginevra Weasley, but if you value your life I would address her as Ginny. Ginny gave a quick curtsy, then gave Harry a quick glare. You're going to pay for that one, Potter. Ginny, this is Master Griphook. He will be aiding you today. It will be an honor to be of service to you. Griphook bowed to Ginny in response. He then turned to Harry. All that we have discussed will come to pass. A full investigation will be mounted and the guilty will be punished. You have my word on it. That is all I can ask of you. Please take good care of her for me. I will be back here in 2 hours, is it? Yes, Lord Potter. Wait, you're not coming with me. Ginny moved over to Harry. In the beginning she wanted to do this alone, but Ginny found that she kind of liked having him around. Harry motioned for her to follow him away from Griphook. The goblin understood that they needed a private moment and stayed where he was. Once by themselves, Harry noticed a stray clump of hairs in Ginny's face. Her eyes kept looking at it. Ginny hated it when her hair didn't cooperate with her. Harry, however, found it completely adorable. It was so very Ginny. You said you needed to do this on your own. I might not like it, but I'll respect your wishes. All I've done was clear the path a little bit. I'll leave it up to you to kick the doors in. He spoke softly to her, as he caught the stray hair between 2 fingers. He tucked it gently behind her ear and took this opportunity to play with her earlobe. Her hand came up and cupped his when he started to pull away. She rather liked that sensation and didn't want it to end. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? Harry gave her a nod. Now, I suggest you set up a tuck and roll account. A tuck and roll account? How did you think we kept under I'm an old fart that thinks he knows what's best for you radar for 16 years? Radar, don't worry, I'll have you speaking Muggle in no time. Muggle, I'm still trying to decipher your bloody yank. Whatever, it was how we hide our gold when my family was on the run. Griphook has agreed to keep your assets hidden until you are of age. Ginny looked down for a few seconds to gather her thoughts and she bit her bottom lip. She wasn't sure what amazed her more, the fact that he was unlike anyone she had ever met before, or how much he was being there for her. When she looked back up at him, Harry swore he had never seen more beautiful chocolate brown eyes before. They pulled him in so deeply that he didn't even register it when she pulled his face to hers. Their lips met and the waves of their emotions came crashing together. Ginny grabbed 2 fists full of his untamed hair and held on tight. He wasn't going to pull away this time without a fight. His arm snaked around her waist, pulling her into him, as a hand slid up her spine until it came to the base of her head. The sensation made Ginny's toes curled. Harry had no intention of letting her go anytime soon. The panther in him was fighting to get out again, however this time he was too caught up in the moment to care. Ginny was in the same boat. She had totally forgotten that they were currently in the lobby of Gringotts and that it was full of witched and wizards. Both of them were oblivious to the flash of a camera going off just a few feet away. Ginny was the one to pull away this time. They rested their foreheads together as they took in some much-needed air. Thank you for everything, I guess. Ginny whispered as she tried to get control of her breathing. You're welcome. Well, I suppose I better go then. Though, it was the last thing that she wanted to do. Harry watched he go off with Griphook. She looked back at him and smiled before she disappeared into a swarm of people. Once she was completely out of sight, his smile dropped and was replaced by a fiercely determined look. He hoped that she would forgive him, but there were a few doors that he needed to kick in himself. It was time to do things the Marauder way. Malcolm Douglas knew that one day his sins would come back to haunt him. He knew what Dumbledore asked him to do was wrong, but the man had a way of making you do what he wanted. Even if your own common sense tells you it's wrong. Dumbledore told him it was for the girl's protection, that in the end it would be for the best, it was all for the greater good. Oh, how he came to hate that phrase. It haunted his sleep. Then again, that's the price you pay for making a deal with the devil. This realization came one day too late, for at this very minute his feet were dangling a foot of the floor of his office. His right arm was broken in 3 places. He had 2 cracked ribs, and the only reason his jaw wasn't broken was that he needed to answer questions. His throat was now slowly being crushed by the hand of Lord Potter. That was an attention getter. I have your attention, right? Gary growled at him. The man managed to nod his head. On a different day Harry might even feel sorry for the man. Unluckily for Malcolm, today wasn't that day. Mercy was something he would find at the hands of Harry Potter. Now, we could play the game where I ask questions and you lie to save your sorry ass. The truth is I don't have that kind of time. I despise using this technique, it makes me like him, but this isn't about me. With that, Harry ripped his way into Malcolm's mind. He was surprised to find that Dumbledore put a guardian in the man's mind. The old fart really did cover his bets. The problem was that the guardian wasn't there to protect, it was there to destroy the man's mind if anyone got that far. A massive stone gargoyle with huge claws jumped up the moment Harry entered the man's head. It immediately started to rip apart the man's mind from the inside out. Even though the gargoyle was impressive, it was no match for Harry's hybrid form. The battle was fierce, but in the end it was Harry that was standing over a pile of crumbled gravel. "Thank you. He's been holding me prisoner for so long." Harry turned around to see a small boy of about 7. He gathered that this was the man's innocence, or maybe it was his conscience. "You're welcome. However, I am not your friend. You have helped to hurt someone that is very precious to me." Harry corrected himself. "I know of who you speak. I tried to change his mind, I really did. I almost had him convinced too, but the old man came and put that thing in here," the boy said as he pointed at the fallen gargoyle. Harry understood. He knelt down so that he could look the boy in his eyes. "I need your help. I need to know everything that the old man made him do." "Well heck, that's easy." The boy put his hand on Harry's head and all the memories came in at once. Harry saw everything that they had done to control Ginny. "That bastard is going to pay. I need him to help her. Can you make him help her?" "Yes, he never wanted to do it in the first place. It's just, he's a coward." The boy nodded. "If he helps us, I can protect him. He said he will do anything you ask." Harry grinned. Madam Bones was just sitting down to have some tea when her secretary rushed into her office. It was well known that this was her private time of the day. As head of the MLE, her day was often stressful and she found this calm time before the storm, as they say, was crucial to keeping a steady head in the most difficult of situations. "This better be good, Alice," she scolded her secretary. "Lord Potter is here to see you, Madam Bones. He said it was quite important." Alice squeaked out. "Harry's here. Well, just don't stand there with flies coming out your mouth. Send him in, girl," Amelia ordered her. She stood up and adjusted her clothes and looked into the mirror to see if her hair was in place. She then rolled her eyes and scolded herself for acting like a silly little school girl. She was old enough to be his mother. Who am I kidding? I'm old enough to be his mother's much older sister. Lily would kill me if she knew I had such thoughts. "Madam Bones, thank you for seeing me on such short notice," Harry greeted as he walked across the room. Amelia offered her hand to Harry. He took it and bowed down and kissed the back of her hand, and then from the position, he looked up and gave her a little wink. "Alice, hold all my appointments until this is concluded." "Of course, Madam Bones," Alice said as she did her best to keep from smiling. She had never seen Madam Bones blush before, though she couldn't blame her. He was quite yummy. As soon as the door closed, Amelia slapped Harry in his arm. "Wicked boy, you made me blush in front of my subordinate. You know I'll never hear the end of this. Oh dear, now I've gone and encouraged you. You cut me to the quick, Madam Bones. Don't you dare start with that. I do believe that you have earned the right to call me Amelia. If it wasn't for your family I would have died at the hands of Voldemort. That bastard has killed most of my family. I'm just glad we were able to get there in time. It was my godfather, that Uncle Lupin, that held them off. I was just transportation." "That's rubbish and you know it. I saw you take out a few of his followers before you got to me. Plus, you aided your mother in healing me. She's quite the healer, your mum." Quote. "Well, Sirius and I gave her lots of practice on that front. Poppycock. I was at death's door and your lot pulled me back. That is a department that I can never repay, but enough of that. I assume you're here for a reason." Harry pulled 3 vials of memories and placed them in front of Amelia. She looked at them questioningly. One by one she viewed them in her pensive, while Harry patiently waited. She returned to her desk with a look of disgust. "Before you ask how I got that last memory, let's just say, ignorance is bliss. First he has to make right what he helped cover up, but before this day is over he will surrender himself to the goblins. I promised them first crack at him. Perhaps that is for the best. I might kill him myself. What he did is unforgivable. Now you understand why Dumbledore must be brought down. Indeed, it will not be easy though. The man has serious connections and he's damn good at the game. I'll need more proof than this. I expected that, from some of the stories that were being passed around last night. This isn't an isolated incident. Perhaps an investigation is in order. It would have to be undercover. By the look on your face, I see you have someone in mind. With her natural abilities, she is the perfect choice. Officially, she could be sent as security. She's already in his order so he won't suspect her. If anything, I bet he'll ask her to spy on me. The only problem I see is that she's worked hard to gain the respect of her peers. You know how metamorphoguses are viewed in the Wizarding Society. You wouldn't be suggesting this because she's pregnant. Please, my mum raised me better than that, but I won't lie to you. Possibly, the next Lord Black rests within her womb. I don't doubt her skill, but Butthead came after me when I was just a baby. So yes, I want to keep those that are important to me close. I won't apologize for that. I understand. I'm guessing, if this came from me, she would be more receptive. You were her inspiration to become an Auror. She holds your opinion in very high regard. I agree with you, Harry, she is the best woman for the job. I want you to consider that this could get very ugly. Even with you backing her when this goes before the Wizengamot and with overpowering evidence, it will be a hard battle. Since the Department of Mysteries incident, Longbottom and Dumbledore have become untouchable. Much of what really happened there has been kept quiet. Dumbledore has even obliterated some of his own people's memories. Only a select few know that it wasn't the flawless victory that was portrayed in the Daily Prophet. Are you one of those few? I am. Before you ask, I must tell you that I had to swear on my magic. I cannot speak of what happened in the Department of Mysteries. But as head of this department, I have access to other information. What I can say is that Bellatrix Lestrange took a prisoner that night. Thankfully she was recovered a few days later. Amelia was choosing her words very carefully and emphasizing the right ones. Harry went from relaxed to alert in half a second. He leaned forward in his seat. A girl with white hair. Now it was Amelia that was on the edge of her seat. She should have known. Lestrange's prisoner was under a glamour charm, and a very powerful one at that. Thank Merlin. Those who rescued her weren't fooled by it. She did say that an old woman with a pet kitty healed her up. If I remember correctly, she said the woman had green eyes. Now, why do I get the feeling that she wasn't the only one under that charm? Shadow. Without a word, Harry stood up and walked to the door. He stopped and looked back at Amelia with a smile. Then I would say that is the reason that you're the head of this department. Ginny had concluded that she was having a very productive day. It wasn't going the way she had expected it to go, that was for sure. When she was summoned to the headmaster's office, she was sure it would have gone straight to hell. A year ago she wouldn't have had the strength to stand up to Dumbledore. Then again, she wasn't the same person she was back then, either. Back then, she was weak, pathetic even. She was trapped in a life she wanted no part of. Yet she did nothing to change it. She believed the lies that she was told without question. Accepted her fate, as if it was her duty for what happened in her first year. It was often thrown in her face when she showed any signs of independence, or whenever she dared to think for herself, or even state an opinion that hadn't been given by someone else. She had followed Neville into the ministry that night. Ginny knew it was a bad idea, yet she never said anything. As always, she just accepted her fate as penance for past sins. Yeah, she was pathetic, but if she hadn't gone with them, if she hadn't been captured, tortured, rescued, would she have become who she is now? Perhaps something good did come out of all that. She would never have met Shadow, her dark knight in shining black fur, as Tonks would often tease her. She didn't care. When she woke up, he was there, always standing watch over her. He never left her side during her recovery. When she feared that she would be a scared freak, he would give her a reassuring lick. When she couldn't sleep, his purr was her lullaby. When she looked into his green eyes, she saw unconditional acceptance. Plus, she loved to run her hands through his fur. He was like the best security blanket ever. The only time he left was when Mrs. Evans ordered him out. Usually it was when she needed to be bathed or her bandages needed changing. The gray-haired old woman promised her that she wouldn't let her wounds scar up. Mrs. Evans applied the ointment every few hours for what seemed like days. It itched like crazy, but if Ginny so much as thought of itching, Shadow would pounce on her and lick her face till she swore she wouldn't. They took really good care of her. It was 3 days before Tonks woke up. She was badly hurt that night. Ginny remembered the air above her ripple like water. A second later Tonks fell through it, as did a spell that just missed her. Ginny could hear the battle raging around her. She wanted to go and help Shadow, but knew Tonks needed her more. It was then that she saw a huge werewolf coming at them. In a frenzy she rolled Tonks onto the portkey. At the last second she was pulled away just as Tonks vanished. What happened after that came in bits and pieces to Ginny. She remembered being dragged back to that unholy manor. The feel of a large clawed hand around her throat. The smell of foul breath in her face. A glimpse of what looked like a black werewolf with its claws around Lestrange's neck, yet something was different about it. Then the warmth of fur shielding her naked body from the cold night as trees blurred by. She remembered the sound of a door being destroyed, only to be followed by the scream of a woman. Then everything went black. She woke to the comfort of a warm bed. The pain that was her only constant since she was taken had considerably lessened. A large panther peacefully stood watch at her bedside. His steady purr had a soothing effect on her, reassuring her. She knew instinctively that he was a protector. He was her protector. For the first time in a very long time, she had felt truly safe. She didn't want to go when Lupin came to take her home. The only good thing to come out of it was that he was very attentive to Tonks. She guessed that almost losing her helped him remove his head from his ass. Tonks of course was in heaven. Ginny, not so much. Though her family was great, they hovered a wee bit too much. It was the nights that were the worst. The nightmares came even worse than they did after the Chamber of Secrets. It got so bad that she stopped sleeping altogether. She withdrew from her family. How could she tell them? How could they possibly ever truly understand? Thankfully, Tonks came by to check up on her. She sized up the problem and was able to get Ginny to open up. She herself was having trouble sleeping, but Tonks had someone sharing her bed to comfort her now. Merlin. She missed Shadow. Ginny told her that he always made her feel safe and protected. The next day Tonks gave her a stuffed panther that purred. It even sounded like his purr. She slept soundly that night, with dreams of running through a field next to her dark night in midnight fur. They stopped at a water hole, and when she bent down to take a drink, a tempest jaguar was looking back at her. Its fur was like quicksilver, and its brown eyes had a star-burst design that pulsed with electricity. As luck would have it, Professor McGonagall came by to go over what she missed at the end of the year. In truth, Minerva never could forgive herself for what happened to Ginny in her first year. It happened on her watch, as she so often said. Upon returning to Hogwarts for her second year, Minerva made Ginny a teacher's aide. She often called on Ginny to aid her in grading papers. It was funny that this often happened when Neville was being a bigger ass than usual. Over the years, she helped Ginny with spells that were well beyond her age. Minerva would conveniently leave a book from the restricted section open on her desk. Then make an excuse to step out of her office. Ginny told her about the dream and Minerva was beside herself with joy. The woman actually giggled like a schoolgirl. She told Ginny it wasn't a dream, but a vision of her animagus form. She told Ginny that a tempest jaguar was a magical creature that hasn't been seen in over a century. An idea formed in her head that day, one in which maybe she could escape the life she had been saddled with. All she had to do was become an animagus. Professor McGonagall helped her achieve that goal over the course of the next year. What her wise professor neglected to tell her, though, was that she would go through bloody heat cycles. No, she thought she would have remembered that little conversation. She remembered how Harry purred in her ear and the effect it had on her. If Harry was reacting the way he was to her, added with her own primal urges whenever he was close to her, it meant only one thing. He was an animagus too, and probably one that was a large feline, like hers. Before she could put more thought to her epiphany, the car came to a halt in front of her new vault. Ginny stepped off the car and looked at the massive doors. It was covered with cobwebs, due to lack of use. A key turn later she was standing in the middle of the first thing that she could call truly hers. In the middle was a mountainous pile of gold. From her bank statement, she knew that it was around 497,736 galleons, 586, 2,943 sickles, and 83,719 nuts. She also had 3 properties, a chateau on the southern coast of France, a cabin in Scotland, and house in Wales. Of course, that was just a rough estimate. Dilys had told her to get a few items that were in her vault. She specified that Ginny should take her wand, her diary, and most importantly, her personal spell book. The wand was because it would be unregistered. Ginny's blood would assure that it would choose her as its new master. Dilys had made it herself and some of her own blood was laced in the core. It was a tradition that has been lost over the 200 years since she walked the earth. Even if she was disarmed, the wand would only work for her or someone of her line. Her diary was so Ginny could get to know the woman she was. Perhaps there would be some insights, and a few life lessons within the pages that would help Ginny. Her personal spell book contained family spells, as well as spells and charms that she learned through her life, and a few that she created herself. Ginny was sure that any healer at St. Mungo's would pay anything just to get a look at. Ginny summoned Winky and they got to the task of finding them. 20 minutes later she had what she was looking for, as well as a few things that she was sure would come in handy. Eventually, among them was a bag of holding and one of Dilys's rings that worked as a portkey to her properties. Satisfied that she had everything she needed, she headed back up. She had a magical contract to get in a certain noble lord that had some questions to answer. Ginny stormed into the magical contract's office with the full intent to kick some bureaucrat's ass up and down Diagon Alley. She came to a cold halt when she felt the residual magical signature in the room. She had cleaned up after enough of Fred and George's experiments to know the signs. The room was empty, with the exception of one man sitting behind a desk. Worry and regret was written all over his face. Ginny closed her eyes and let her other senses take in the room. They had become more acute these last few months, as she got closer and closer to achieving a full transformation. She picked up Harry's scent almost immediately, but it was a good hour old. There was another scent as well. The strength of it led her to believe that its owner was still in the room. "I can smell you. Come out and face me," Ginny ordered to an almost empty room. "Your sense of smell is astounding, human," a goblin said as it reviled itself. What stuck her as off, though, was that this one was a good foot bigger than most goblins. Instead of a business suit, it was draped in full battle armor. Even its head was covered. If it wasn't for the voice, she would have never suspected that it was a female. Come to think of it, she was sure that she had never even seen a picture of a female goblin before. "Are you a female goblin?" "I am a guardian of Gringotts, that happens to be female, human. Or do you think that the only thing we are capable of is breeding?" She snapped as she walked past Ginny and took a position behind Malcolm. The man whimpered and looked down at his desk, not daring to meet either of their eyes. "I meant no disrespect, it's just that I've never seen one of you before. That is of our choosing, not yours. We are well aware of how many of you view any species that dares to be different." Ginny winced at her sharp tone, but guessed she had her reasons. "We are not all like that," Ginny said as she walked up to her with a hand extended. "My name is Ginevra Molly Weasley, but my friends call me Ginny." The Gringotts guardian looked at her outreached hand as if it was a foreign object. It was only when she concluded that the young witch posed no threat, did she remove her gauntlet and shook her hand. "Hesta Nala Silverback," she took Ginny's hand and gave it a hard shake. Her grip was a lot tighter than what was necessary. When Ginny didn't break her smile or show any outward signs of distress, did the woman return the smile. Ginny had the feeling she had just passed a test. "I apologize if I was brisk with you, Ms. Weasley. I have dealt with too many ministry types. It seems that I have become what I despise. I have misjudged you. For that I am sorry. Please call me Ginny, and trust me, I know all too well how dealing with the ministry can put you in a bad mood. You have no idea, and please call me Hesta. Now, have you ever seen a bureaucrat wet themselves?" The two women shared a chuckle before the goblin's face turned serious. Then it hit Ginny that the woman wasn't kidding about making the man piss his pants. Death Eaters had slowly filtered their way into Gringotts, under the disguise that they were there to visit their vaults. With house elves in tow, the ones with the most to lose were charged with emptying their vaults. 3 more teams had more distinct jobs. The first one, that consisted of the newest members, were positioned inside Gringotts to attack anyone claiming their vaults and, most importantly, to kill as many goblins as possible. The team outside were there to cause the most panic. They consisted of dark creatures that had sworn loyalty to Voldemort. The last team was led by Augustus Rookwood. The former Unspeakable was charged with breaking into the Slytherin vault and reclaiming all that laid within. Voldemort told him that he must retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem at all costs. His master didn't tell him why it was so important, but he did know that he had Draco Malfoy remove it from its hiding place at Hogwarts last year. Once the Inner Circle's vaults were emptied and the Slytherin vault breached, was the battle to begin. Rookwood's team consisted of 10 members that had very unique set of skills. For 2 hours they diligently worked to bring down the ward that had been placed around the door. Augustus had to admit the boy was gifted. He knew that going in, they had successfully hid themselves for 16 years. They had let loose a basilisk on the succubus colony that Black was sworn to protect, in their hopes of flushing them out. It failed miserably and the Dark Lord wasn't happy to find that he lost both of his prized pets to the hands of the damn Lightsiders. Augustus, the ward is down, one of his team informed him. Foolish boy. Did he think that the wards would hold me for long? Rookwood sneered as he advanced with the key that Voldemort gave him. Do you actually think that key will work? It never hurts to try. Perhaps he was strapped for time and was only able to put on the one ward. Rookwood inserted the key and turned it. He was thrown across the hall by the large volt of electricity that coursed through his body. The healer that he had assigned to his team rushed to his side. After a few healing spells, the man was able to get to his feet. I'll take that as a no. One of them joked. With a flick of Augustus's wand the man was thrown into the huge door. He immediately screamed out in pain as his body was electrocuted. So it would seem. Rookwood taunted him. No one attempted to aid the man. After 5 minutes he dropped to the floor, as the spell ran out of power. A good thing too, as the smell of charred flesh was quite revolting. A key turn later the door's numerous locks opened. The whelp is good, but I'm better, he said with a sneer as he marched into his master's vault. Lily, good luck today, I know you'll be brilliant. Teaching is your true calling. It's just a shame that you couldn't achieve it until now. I know being at Hogwarts might bring back some old memories. You and Jimmy made so many there. You're a strong, confident, and gifted witch, and much more braver than I. I know you can do this. I say cherish the good memories, and toss the rest. I've missed our long talks, and look forward to Christmas at Potter Manor. We have so much to catch up on. Now, I must ask something of you. I don't ask this as a friend, but as a mother. You have a way of seeing through all the masks that we wear, and revealing the true person within. I know this because you saw through me. You helped me find my true self. I'm praying you can do this for my son. I know what he's become. That was Lucius's doing, but he's tucked away in Azkaban now. It might not be too late for Draco. He was once a good boy. He's still in there, I know it. I'm begging you, Lily, bring me back my son. Please. Forever sisters, Sissy. Narcissa had just finished her letter to Lily when Harry strolled up to her desk. He had only known her for about a year, but he was very fond of her. Her cheeks were stained with tears and her face held the look of a worried mother. The same look that he caused his own mum to have more times than he cared to admit. He decided she needed some cheering up. So he plopped his butt down on her desk, making her jump. You know, you have entirely too nice of a ass to be crying this early in the day. Harry teased as he wiped the tears from her cheeks. Narcissa recognized the game. She had seen him play it with her niece whenever they were around each other. She and Lily would laugh for hours at their antics. She decided to have a go and leaned in. And when were you looking at my ass, young man? The question is not when I was, but when I wasn't. Harry asked with his trademark grin. And what would your mum say if she knew you looked at my ass? Narcissa asked with a grin of her own. She would say I have excellent taste. Harry said, leaning in more. Fancying a shag with an older witch, are you? Narcissa closing the gap between them. Wouldn't be opposed to it. Harry got nose to nose with her. Only one problem with that big boy. She tugged playfully on his ear as she dangled the bait out for him to bite. Which is? Harry asked as he nibbled at her bait. I used to change your diapers. Narcissa teased as she pushed his head back. She was sure that she had just one. A few things have changed down there since then. Plus it brings a whole new naughty level to it. Harry wiggled his eyebrows at her in victory. He tapped her cheeks that now showed a rosy tint. I win. Your mum's right. You are incorrigible. Hard to believe that he used to be shy, isn't it? Remus interrupted from the doorway. Aren't you supposed to be at school or something? There are many things that I should do that I don't. It's your wife's fault that he is like this, you know. Don't remind me. Well, cub, what brings you here? What, perving on Aunt Sissy isn't a good enough reason for you? Harry said as he gave her a wink. That's it, off with the lot of you. I have work to do. She shooed him off her desk and into Lupin's office. Harry sneaked a key on her cheek before she closed the door. Dobby. With a pop, her most loyal house elf appeared at her side. She gave his head a friendly rub. Yes, Mistress Narcissa, how may Dobby serve you? Take this letter to Lily Potter at Hogwarts, please. Of course, mistress. With another pop he was gone. Within Lupin's office the air took a more serious turn. What's going on, cub? Does the old fart still think you're in his control? Yes. When I returned to England after Riddle's diary was discovered, he confided in me about the Horcruxes. He paid me to hunt them down, and I have to say that his information was a lot better than mine had ever been. So what's left to destroy? Well, as you know, Longbottom destroyed the diary, Orion took care of the locket, Riddle used the ring to bring himself back, and I took out that damn snake myself. That leaves Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and, sadly, Longbottom himself. How long do you think Dumbledore has known that he was one of them? Right from the off. He doesn't know that I've figured that out. Narcissa said she was sure that Bellatrix has the cup in the Lestrange vault. We know where Neville is. That leaves the diadem. Are you sure that it's in Slytherin's vault? I would if I were him. If it's in there, they'll be going for it soon. It was one of the reasons that I let it slip that I had the Slytherin vault key. With any luck, they'll lead us right to it. Harry finished with an almost evil grin. Remus was glad he was on their side. He was far more devious than all of the Marauders combined. On a lighter note, I've just recruited 2 new Marauders. They were former students of mine, and trust me when I say that they are Marauder through and through. They are brilliant inventors. Just have a look at some of the products they've been supplying the Order with. Remus handed Harry 3 very long rolls of parchment. As he scanned the items for sale, his eyes held a gleam of mischief. Please tell me you've placed an order. Did I ever? And unlike Dumbledore, we will actually pay them. These guys have names, or are you just going to keep calling them they? Fred and George Weasley. Ginny watched as Hesta hauled off Malcolm Douglas. Whatever they were going to do to the man, it was too lenient in her book. He helped Dumbledore and Neville control every aspect of her life for the last few years. She was looking forward to some long overdue payback. She looked at Hesta and mouthed thank you. Her new goblin friend bowed her head in respect. She then pointed to her prisoner's couch. She had indeed made him lose control of his bladder. With a magical contract that wasn't worth the parchment it was written on in her hand, Ginny headed back toward the main entrance. She had to find Harry. He had some explaining to do. She was conflicted as whether or not to be cross with him for confronting Douglas behind her back, or snog his brains out for just being him. Even if he was sometimes an overprotective git. Well, look what we have here, George. A little sister playing hooky from school. I don't know to be shocked or proud that we have rubbed off on her. Ginny stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at her brothers. She could see that they had once again managed to avoid a haircut from their mum. It was really quite pointless. Sooner or later they would have to eat and no one cooked like their mum. Then she would have them right where she wanted them. What do you have there? Fred started. Oh, littlest of the Weasleys. George finished his brother's question as he went to grab the parchment his little sister was holding. Ginny pulled it out of his reach, before hitting both of them on the head with it. None of your bloody business. Care to tell me why you two aren't at work? Quote. You know you really look like Mum when you put your hands on your hips like that. Both ducked as a curse was sent at their heads before holding up their hands in defeat. We surrender, they both said in unison. Ginny pointed her wand warningly at them. Get cheeky with me again and you both know what spell I'll use on you. All hail Ginny, they said together. The strongest, Fred added. Deadliest, George followed, and scariest Weasley of them all. They finished together, as they knelt at her feet. She patted them both on their heads. Good, and my servants know their places. Ginny teased them with her arms crossed over her chest. She could only hold the scowl for a few seconds before she burst out laughing. She lunged at her brothers and pulled them into a tight hug. George took the opportunity to try and snag the parchment from her hand. Again Ginny pulled it out of reach and then hit him in the head with it. She was about to hex him when she sensed something bad was about to happen. Do you two smell something foul? Ginny asked as she looked around to find the source of her unease. We meet again, Ms. Weasley. I dare say, my lord will be most pleased when I deliver you to him. 3 wands leveled at the Death Eater's head. His face may have been hidden under a glamour charm, but the 3 of them knew that voice anywhere. Ginny was the first to gain control of her voice. When the hell did you get out of Azkaban, Malfoy? Well, not much need of this anymore, Lucius said as he waved his wand and his true face emerged. Azkaban was not kind to him. He had lost some of his good looks and now sported a long scare down his left cheek. Ah, much better. As I was saying, I will earn much favor with my master when I lay you at his feet. Now come along quietly and I promise your brothers will have a painless death. Lucius mocked her as more Death Eaters surrounded them. Ginny glared at him. She wasn't handing her brother over to these bastards, and she sure as hell wasn't going to surrender herself to them. I'll tell you the same thing I told that bitch Lestrange, Ginny said in too sweet of a voice. Foo ******* you, cunt. She screamed as she sent her most powerful bat bogey at him. Malfoy pulled a new recruit into the path of the hex. As the man's screams drew the attention of everyone around them, the Death Eaters withdrew their wands and formed a protective circle to defend themselves. It was all the distraction that the twins needed. Fred threw instant darkness powder around them as George threw 3 decoy detonators in different directions. With her brothers flanking her, Ginny led the way as the trio of Weasleys made a run for it. Curses were flying in every direction as they made their escape as more and more Death Eaters came out of the woodwork. Fred opened a door to an empty office and the 3 ducked in before George cast a locking charm on the door. I'm rubbish with that. We need Bill, because that won't hold them for long. I guess we make our stand here. Or we call for help, you gits. Ginny waved her wand and thought of a kitchen and the best snog she had ever had. Expecto Patronum. A fully formed Patronus emerged from her wand. Death Eaters have us pinned down. They're all over Gringotts. Get you ass over here now. With that her Patronus ran through the wall into its intended target. 1. Who did you just call? 2. How do you know? He has a ass. And 3. When did you change your Patronus? Things change, was the only response Ginny gave them. She was hoping it would get to him in time, as she really wanted to live long enough to snog him again. Augustus Rookwood knew right where the diadem was. He didn't bother to gawk at the unrestricted volume of items that were stored within his master's vault. The rest of his team was doing enough of that for him. Idiots. Over the year, Voldemort had acquired quite a hefty collection of dark artifacts. His travels had taken him all over the world and it showed. The urge to pocket some of them were almost too tempting to resist, but he knew better than that. His master would slowly obliterate anyone that stole from him. He had seen the man in action too many times to be so foolish. If any of his team were idiotic enough to try, well, it would be interesting to see how long they would last. Forgiveness is not a word that one associates with his master. For that reason, he marched to the hiding place of his master's most prized possession, ignoring everything else around him. He refused to be distracted by things that would get him painfully executed. If he had, he might have seen the 2 house elves that were watching them. One was dressed in a regal suit and the other in a majestic gown. Both wore the crest of the House of Potter on them. Duncan and his life-mate Vonda watched silently as the bootlickers, as Master Harry was fond of calling them, searched the vault. They repressed their anger at the thieving scum, as it was a necessary evil. Master Harry had been very clear on what they were supposed to do. Vonda slowly slid her hand into the one of her mate. She smiled slightly. It always sent a shiver down to her toes whenever she touched him. Duncan's scowl softened a little when she did it, though his eyes never left his target. For 5 generations he has been the personal elf to Lord Potter, as Vonda had been to Lady Potter. They had been trained differently than other house elves. They were properly educated in all aspects of wizarding society, and understand them better than many on the Wizengamot do. Most wizarding aristocrats as a rule barely registered house elves unless they needed something. Lord Alexander Potter often used this to his advantage at dinner parties, and acquired most of his wealth through the practice. Many a skeleton had escaped from their closets due to good wine and the loose lips of aristocrats that should have been more aware of who was serving them. Duncan was quite pleased when Master Charles forbade them from continuing the practice. He found the whole thing dreadfully untactful. "You have kept my bed warm for over a century, my love." Vonda's voice was soft but unwavering. Duncan gave her hand a small squeeze to show her that he heard her. He knew this conversation was coming and he would let her have her say. "In that time I have watched you serve and watch over 5 generations of Potters. I have seen you smile down at them upon their births, worry over the choices they made, steady them as they prepared to bond with their life mates, and I've watched you weep over their graves. So please tell me why you feel that you must at this point die for them." Master Harry did not ask this of me. This is my choice. He knows nothing of this, nor will he. He would not approve of this. I know that, my love. These bastards robbed Master Charles of his life and Master James of the honor of sharing a warm bed with his mate and watching his youngling grow. For 16 years we have heard his painting weep for those losses. Vonda bowed her head in shame. She had grown accustomed to the sound. She pushed it to the back of her mind as if it was a creak in a loose floorboard. To her mate it was like daggers in his heart. She lost count of how many sleepless nights he would sit and talk to the panting of James Potter. She never asked of what they talked about. It was private and she would never pry out of respect. I do not intend to shirk my bed-warming duty to my life mate. Please understand that this is something that I cannot or will not let pass. This is as much for Master Harry as it is for Master James. I'm not an idiot, Duncan. This is for you as well. I know you better than you know yourself, my love. Just promise me that you will come back to me. You have had possession of my heart for over a century. How could I not? Good answer. Rookwood had found the diadem just where Voldemort had said it would be. It was conveniently hidden in an old grandfather clock. He knew that it would kill any that touched it. He cast a wordless summoning charm, expecting the doors to burst open and the diadem to fly into his hands. However, nothing happened. Again he cast the charm and again it was for naught. Frustration was starting to set in when he saw a suit of armor nearby. "You there, open that door," he ordered a suit of armor after he had casted a spell to make it do his bidding. Zilch. Next Augustus performed a simple spell just to make sure that magic worked in the room. He wouldn't put it past his master to test him, or perhaps it was another trick left by Potter Brat. This time it worked. He noticed that his fellow Death Eaters were looking around worried. Something wasn't right about this vault. He felt it in his gut. The hairs on the back of his neck unexpectedly stood on end. Immediately he wished that he was asked to go fetch the body of James Potter instead of this damn diadem. Duncan brought a finger to his temple and withdrew the memory of what he just witnessed. The silver memory dangled off the tip of his finger. He pulled a small vial out of thin air and deposited the silver liquid into it. "Take this to Lady Potter," Duncan said as he handed the vial to his mate. Her hands were trembling when she took it. She knew that this may be the last time she would possibly touch her mate. "Remember what I said, my love," escaped Vonda's lips before hers claimed his. He never saw the tear streak down his cheek before she popped away. Duncan steeled himself, and then faced the enemy of his master. With a snap of the house elf's fingers the illusion in the vault vanished to reveal an empty vault with mirrored walls. Lily was just finished reading the letter that Dobby had delivered to her. It was in between classes, so she took refuge in her office as opposed to going to the teacher's lounge. She told Dobby that on the future to deliver any messages from his mistress directly to her office. It startled a few of the first years when he popped out if nowhere. Though, this gave her a perfect opportunity to introduce the students to a house elf, and to stress that they should be treated with respect and kindness. She and the rest of the Marauders had found that house elves were a faster and more reliable means to send messages to each other. However, it would not have been good if Dobby had popped in during her 7th year class. It was due to start in about 5 minutes and Draco would be there. She wasn't sure if he would recognize Dobby, but she didn't want to take the chance. She and Narcissa had kept their friendship secret for so long. It would put Sissy in unnecessary danger if it was discovered now. Like it or not, Draco was on their enemy's team as of right now. She thought of her friend's request. She wasn't sure if she could deliver on it. Her being Muggle-born would be a huge handicap. She remembered how Harry and Draco would play together whenever Narcissa could sneak a proper visit. He was such a sweet boy back then, before Lucius twisted his mind. Everything that she had heard about him led her to believe that it was a lost cause. Still, she would try. Lily was so deep in thought that she didn't hear Vonda pop into her office. It wasn't until she felt her soft hand on her forearm that Lily looked up. Her personal house elf was holding a small vial with a silvery liquid in it. Vonda gave the vial to her mistress. "Already?" Lily asked as it registered what was probably in the vial. It was then that she saw that Vonda's cheeks were covered in tears. What happened? When the house elf didn't answer her immediately, Lily knew that Duncan must have ordered her silence. "As you mistress, I hereby order you to tell me what has or is about to happen." Vonda was trained to control her emotions in front of humans and had done so for over a century. Today that tradition was broken. She was only able to get out a "thank you, mistress," before Vonda bursted into tears and threw herself at her mistress. Lily cradled Vonda in her arms as the house elf wept into her chest. She told Lily everything that Duncan was planning on doing. "Cub, you got that look?" Lupin asked with a raised temple. "And what look is the Moony?" Harry questioned him with a look he thought was expressionless. "The same look your father got when he was conflicted by something." "So, spill it already." Remus prodded Harry. He knew it was only a matter of time before Harry couldn't hold it in anymore. "Fine. You know it's really annoying that you can see right through my best poker face. Just how do you do that anyway?" "Mum, Padfoot, I can even snow Nimpy most the time, but you can see right past it. I've known you Dad since we were able to pee our names in the snow. Like it or not, you have all his mannerisms. As for your mum, let's just say she humors you a lot more than you know." "Oh shit, just how much does she know?" "That's between the two of you. You'll just have to ask her yourself." "No thanks, I still haven't gotten over the talk we just had," Harry said as he used his fingers to give emphasis to the words "the talk." "Perhaps she should have given you the talk, before my cousin hauled you off to a succubus colony to get your oats sowed," Narcissa teased as she came in with a tray of tea for them. "Why does everyone think we went there to foo **** our brains out? Hello, an 80-foot basilisk was on the loose. They called us for help, or has everyone forgotten that? As I recall, I even saved one of their younglings from becoming breakfast," Harry said in his defense. It was really irritating that everyone thought he was there to get his freak on. "From what I heard, her mother was very grateful, as was her 2 sisters. Just out of curiosity, how many times did they thank you?" Narcissa inquired with an amused smirk on her face. Harry's face paled instantly. "You know about that," she nodded. That meant if she knew, then his mum was probably the one who told her. How was he ever going to look his mum in the eye again? "Like I said, Cub, Lily humors you a lot. She talked to the child's mother herself. She was very proud of you for what you did for them and very pissed that you put yourself that close to death to do it. As for the rest, it's not my place to say," Narcissa added as she put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, before she left the office. Harry found that he was very grateful that he skipped breakfast, because it would have been all over Remus's new office. "Now what seems to be bothering you, Cub?" Mooney asked in an attempt to change the very sensitive subject. The gratitude on Harry's face was overwhelming. I had a very interesting conversation with Madam Bones today. I see. You were there the night that Longbottom went to the Department of Mysteries, right? Yes, I was, Remus said very guardedly. Harry looked like a dog with a bone. Lily and his wife both made him swear to not tell Harry that Ginny Weasley was the one that he and Nymphadora rescued. Though, the reasons for keeping it secret no longer existed, and he felt Harry had every right to know. He had given his word, so he was honor-bound to keep the secret. Did that bitch Lestrange take Ginny Weasley prisoner that night? Harry knew that the wolf in Mooney's mind made it impossible to be obliviated. I can't answer that question, Cub, Remus said with regret, as he closed his eyes and shook his head. He hated being in this position. Thanks, that's all I needed to know, Harry said with a colossal grin. He knew that if he was wrong, Mooney would have simply said no. A large silvery white Patronus pounced into the office, and slid to a halt right in front of Harry. All doubts in his mind were crushed as he looked at a perfect copy of his Animagus form that was in front of him. He was surprised by the amount of joy he was feeling at that moment. I found her, only to have dagger plunged into his heart as he heard Ginny's voice tell him the message. Call all available marauders to Gringotts, Harry yelled as he leaped to his feet, and activated his signet ring that also served as a portkey. Hold on, Cub, we don't know the situation yet. But it was too late. Harry was already gone. Ginny knew she didn't have the time to wait for Harry to get there. She could hear the Death Eaters on the other side of the door, and it would be only a matter of time before they would break through the spell George casted. Tonks had often told her that in combat situations that you should always go with your strengths. She had taught Ginny some hand-to-hand, as well as some wicked spells that didn't use up too much magic. She had a feeling that she would be putting a large strain on her magical core today. She didn't want to run out of juice at the wrong time. Fred and George were looking at her like they were expecting an answer to their questions. They would have to be disappointed for now, because that was the least of their worries. They needed a plan, and they needed it quickly. They also needed one of them to take command. Since her brothers weren't stepping up to do that, it was up to her. All right, empty your pockets, boys. I need to see what we have to work with, Ginny said, taking command, as every story Tonks ever told her came into her mind. Oi, who put you in charge? You two did when you just stood there with your wands up your bums. We don't have the time for a peeing contest right now. Trust me, boys, you won't like my aim. Ginny finished her statement with her wand aimed at their heads, and both of them gulped. Ginny took that as an endorsement of her leadership. With that silliness behind them, she focused on what they had to do. Good, now empty you pockets and let's see what we have to work with. It was then that Ginny realized that she was still wearing Harry's robe. She knew from personal experience that it was made out of basilisk skin, so she was pretty sure that it would repel most curses. Not that she wanted to test that theory anytime soon. Harry had been full of surprises today, and she hoped his robe was full of them too. She reached into the side pockets and found them empty. She let out a disappointed groan. Then she remembered how he made his motorbike disappear into the inside layer of his robe the previous night. She touched the inner coating and it was ice cold and rippled like water. She silently wished for something good to defend them with, as she plunged her hand into the unknown. Fred and George stopped what they were doing as they watched Ginny's hand and then half her arm disappear into the lining of the robe. The robe itself looked as if she had never touched it. George went so far as to poke the other side of it to be sure. Wicked, they both said at the same time. To Ginny it was an odd sensation, to say the least. It was ice cold when she first touched it, but now it was only slightly cold. Her arm had a tingling sensation as all the hairs on her forearm stood on end. At first she thought nothing was going to happen, and then she felt something cold, round, and metallic in her hand. She pulled her hand out to see a silver ball with a red button on it and a lightning bolt etched onto the side of it. What in the bloody hell is that? Shock grenade. How do you know? Asked George. Haven't the foggiest. Just do. What do you lot have? The total tally was 7 pouches of instant darkness powder, 5 decoy detonators, 2 portable swamp bombs, and a variety box of shrunken goodies, as George put it. Will that swamp fill up the entire room? Ginny asked as a plan started to form in her head. Fred gave affirming thumbs up. Ginny told them to move some desks to the far walls and to get on them. As they did that, the sounds of spells hitting the door was getting louder. They were running out of time. As soon as they were safely on the desks, Ginny cast a chameleon charm on her brothers and then lastly herself. Fred and George's jaws dropped as their skin and clothes changed to look like what they were standing next to. Their little sister was proving to be a bolt out of the blue. Before you ask, no, I won't teach you the spell. I don't need the two of you camped out in the Harpy's locker room. Fred set off the portable swamp as soon as they come in the room. Ginny couldn't see it, but she was sure they were both pouting. As if on cue, the door was blasted open and the room was filled with Death Eaters. In all there were 10 of them. Unfortunately Malfoy was not amongst them. As they started to look for them, Fred set off the portable swamp. Soon Voldemort followers were knee-deep in mucky swamp water. Ginny took advantage of their distracted situation to drop the shock grenade into the water. The fools had no clue what was about to happen. 10 seconds later, the water was charged with an enormous amount of electricity. Normally only 1 or 2 would have been hit with the blast, but thanks to the water they were all caught in it. 10 Death Eaters screamed out as they were cooked alive. If the swamp didn't smell bad enough before, the stench of overcooked Death Eater was 10 times worse. Ginny dropped the chameleon charm and herself and her brothers. She then transfigured a nearby chair into a broom and zoomed out of the room. She wasn't taking any chances if the water was still charged with electricity. Fred, old boy, someone has become all cloak and dagger, George said as he transfigured his own broom and mounted it. George, old chum, I think you're right. Jin has just gotten loads more interesting, Fred added as he mounted a broom as well. They made a secret vow to discover all of their little sister's secrets. Rookwood wasn't sure what surprised him more. The fact that all the contents in the vault were an illusion, or it could have been that he believed it without question. Another thing it could have been was the realism that an elegantly dressed house elf was currently standing in front of him. Truth be told, it was that the arrogant little thing had the audacity to look him in the eye, as if he was equal to him. Lord Potter wished me to congratulate you for getting past his wards. He also wants me to thank you for leading us to the Horcrux. It will speed things along nicely, Duncan said in a most articulate and refined voice. You dare speak to me, you little rodent, Augustus hissed at the house elf. All the while his team was circling the small creature. Duncan showed no signs that he was distressed by this. This was when he was going to break from the plan his master had decided on. Master Harry never gave him a direct order to follow the plan to the letter, so he saw no reason that he couldn't alter it. That was what he was telling himself anyway. He was just supposed to give them the jack-in-the-box and leave. His master's message was inside and the gift would take care of the rest. Duncan felt that a personal touch was needed, and he had waited for so long to say such things to these wizarding vermin. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a small table. On it was a pair of reading glasses and a cup, along with a scratch of parchment. If you will please indulge the eccentricities of my master for just a few more seconds, he was very specific on how he wanted this done. The old house elf lied as he put on the reading glasses and took a healthy drink from the cup. No one seemed to notice the liquid was green. After he picked up the parchment and cleared his throat, it was then that Duncan addressed the Death Eaters. My master wanted me to read this word for word. Ahem. Roses are red, violets are blue, you inbreed, backward ass, baby raping collection of foo **** stains killed my father, so, foo **** you. All the Death Eaters were in shock that a house elf would dare speak to them in such a manner. Duncan took the opportunity to activate Harry's gift. The jack-in-the-box played a child's tune and they all seemed mesmerized by it. Duncan refused to close his eyes. He wanted to see the look on their faces as death claimed them. Next it sprung open, and instead of a clown popping out, it was an eye of a basilisk. It spun in the air as it hovered for a few seconds. Its death gaze was reflecting off the mirrored walls, so none of them would be robbed of its deadly beauty. Augustus Rookwood stared in the perfectly preserved eye of the monster they had let loose to begin with. Talk about irony, he was the first to fall. 3 others saw it directly and the mirrored walls took care of the remaining 5. Flawless victory, Duncan said as he calmly walked over to the eye and watched as the yellow turned gray. Its deadly power was gone forever. It was a shame that it was a one-time use. It would have been a valuable weapon against their enemy. He knew that his mate would be very happy that the improved mandrake potion that Lady Lily and Mr. Slughorn perfected worked. He stood over the corpse of Augustus Rookwood and smiled. Master James sends his regards. He taunted as he kicked him for extra measure. He then looked over at the petrified others. His smile was gone and his eyes held more malice that was thought capable of one of his kind. With a wave of his hand the petrified ones were shattered to dust. That was from Master Charles. Ginny knew they would have to ditch the brooms fast. She couldn't fathom how the first witches and wizards were able to fly on just simple brooms. They were slow as sin, and couldn't maneuver for shite, plus it was drawing heavily on her magic just to stay a few feet off the ground. Notwithstanding, it did serve its purpose. They were safely out of the room and Team Weasley did manage to take 10 of those bastards in the process. So beep on that Dumbledore. Wicked trick Gin. George told Ginny as he landed next to her. Yes, do tell us how you learned that one. Fred asked as he landed on the other side of her. You pick up a few tricks as McGonagall's aide. She is a transfiguration master after all. Ginny told them as she peeked around the corner. After seeing that it was safe, she headed down it with the twins on either side of her. They may have been following her orders, but that didn't seem to stop them from being protective big brothers. It was sweet. Annoying, but sweet. I think we should make for the main entrance. Works for us, Fred and George said at the same time. Keep the darkness powder in your hands. We don't know how many of those bastards there are out there. It would be best to avoid a fight if we can. Since when did Ginny Weasley ever run from a fight? You shouldn't ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to, she told them with bitterness in her voice. They instantly knew she was referring to the time she was taken captive by Lestrange. Malfoy had mentioned he wanted to present her to Voldemort. George looked over Ginny's head at Fred. He gave him an affirming nod. Whatever they wanted with their little sister, Fred and George would die before they would let that happen to her. The 3 continued down the long hall. Ginny was grateful that they didn't try and pry any more information out of her. That was a conversation she wanted to avoid at all costs. Tonks was one of the first Aurors to arrive at Diagon Alley. She was told to respond to a disturbance. From the sheer amount of Patronuses that were sent to the Ministry, it was most likely Death Eaters causing some property damage as a show of force, or in response to what her cousin did the day before. In the past, she remembered that Death Eaters usually apparated or portkeyed away as soon as the Aurors arrived. She expected this to be over quickly. When she got there she knew that was never going to happen. Someone had put up an anti-apparition ward up. They ended up just outside of the main entryway. People were running out of the leaky cauldron in hordes. Mothers were clutching their babies to their beats as they ran for their lives. Some people were getting trampled in the process. For lack of a better word, it was a mass hysteria. Tonks knew there was no way she and her fellow Aurors were getting in that way. Nevertheless, that wasn't the only way in. A secondary entrance they used brought them out by Flourish and Blots. What they saw was something out of a bad B-rated Muggle movie. Sewer trolls were climbing out of a huge hole that was in the middle of the road. They were going up and down the street attacking anything that moved. In the sky above, gargoyles were swooping down from rooftops to snatch up victims. On the steps of Gringotts was a large platoon of orcs ready to kill anything that tried to leave or enter the bank. The dark mark loomed in the blackened sky above. Acting on instinct, Tonks sent a cutting curse at a gargoyle. Upon being hit, the dark creature let go of his would-be meal and took to a nearby rooftop. The small boy that it was trying to claim fell from 20 feet up. Tonks ran for him as one of her fellow Aurors gently levitated him to the ground. The rescue didn't go unnoticed. A group of orcs charged them. They were wielding arcane-looking axes that were already stained with blood. They were wearing very little body armor, not that they needed any. Like giants, their hide was very resistant to most spells. An Auror by the name of Hodester found that out the hard way. He charged them head-on, firing curse after curse, only to have very little effect on the dark creatures. He was hit with an axe and Tonks watched as his body was sent flying 10 feet into the air. The top half of him that was severed from hip to shoulder crashed through someone's second-floor window. His bottom half landed 20 feet in front of her. The poor child puked on the spot. "All right, you ugly ass son of a bitches, let's dance," Tonks screamed as she stepped in front of the little boy. Harry should have been portkeyed straight to his vault. He was repelled by some unseen force and deposited in the middle of Diagon Alley. There could only be one explanation for that happening. Gringotts was on lockdown, and Ginny was locked in there with Butthead's bootlickers. Fear, panic and a cold fury filled him up. He had just figured out who she was. It was like Lestrange Manor all over again. Only this time she wasn't some stranger that he didn't know. This was the girl that was constantly in his thoughts for over a year. She had opened his eyes to so much in the short time they were together. Even if he was ordered by his mum to stay in panther form, he understood everything she had said to him. She would talk for hours and he would listen to every word. Sometimes it was light and humorous, like when she chattered on about her family and the things they would do to each other. Other times it would be dark and full of pain. He would try to comfort her the best he could. As a panther, his options were kind of limited, yet she often fell asleep on him after a good cry, not that he minded all that much. Every day he grew more and more protective of her. At least that was what he thought it was at the time. But she was Ginny, Ginny was her, it was all so confusing. He was drawn to Ginny from the first moment he caught her looking at him at the feast, even more so as they walked to the Gryffindor common room. Yet, in the back of his mind he felt he was betraying her, which was crazy because he had only known her for a week. Hell, she didn't even know he was human. Which didn't even matter since she was Ginny, Ginny was her. Oh hell, I'm going to end up in a clock tower somewhere. Get your head out of you ass and focus, Potter. She's in there, you're out here. Now go thrash some of those foo **** stains and get her back. After Harry successfully removed his head from his nether regions, he looked at what separated him from Ginny. 6 or 7 sewer trolls were in the street smashing stores or attacking witches trying to get their children to safety. Beyond that there was about 30 orcs guarding the entrance to Gringotts. Since they were the mortal enemy of goblins, he was sure they were on Team Asswipe. From the rooftops gargoyles were throwing large stones at anything that moved, or swapping down to get their dinner. In the middle of all that was Tonks. She was the only Auror left standing, and had a little boy glued to her leg as she fought one ugly-ass orc. "Duncan!" Harry yelled. The house elf didn't appear as he always did, so he yelled again. This time he heard his voice in his head. "Yes, master. Where are you? I'm trapped inside Gringotts, master. Even my magic can't break the wards the goblins have set up." "What's the situation in there?" "I have disposed of the thieving vermin and sent the memory to Lady Lily." "Find Griphook. I need to get in there. Then find Ginny, obey her every command, and protect her at all costs. As Lord Potter I formally remove you of all restrictions on your magic." "As you wish, my lord." Harry was grateful that he went through the bonding ritual with him, or he would never have been able to contact him. "You bastards want blood. Well, you got it. I'll give you blood, blood like a river." With that Harry charged into the thick of it. Narcissa stepped out of the fireplace in Lily's office to see her comforting her house elf. When Lily looked into her friend's eyes she knew things have gone from bad to worse. Narcissa was in full Marauder battle robes. The crimson-red robes had enchantments of protection, as well as the same lining as Harry's trench coat so they could travel light, yet still have a heavy arsenal of objects at the ready. "It's begun," was all Narcissa said, but it spoke volumes. With a wave of her wand, Lily's disillusioned trunk that was in a corner flew open. She removed her battle robes and changed into them. "Where?" "Diagon Alley. Harry's there. He was at Mooney's office, but then a Patronus came and he pulled a Jimmy. I swear that boy is going to give me gray hair." "What about your class?" "I'll just cancel it. Dumbledore is delusional, but not an idiot, Lily. We need to keep him in the dark as long as we can," Narcissa said as she donned the mask of an owl. Lily bowed her head and acknowledged her friend's wisdom. "Vonda, pull yourself together. I need you to make yourself look like me and teach my class. Yes, mistress. While Lily was getting filled in on what was going on, Sirius was visited by Remus. A few minutes later Creature, under the disguise of his master, was teaching his class. Well, more like faking a stomach cramp and dismissing the class early. Once Lady Malfoy had come to live at Grimmauld Place, his demeanor had improved greatly. With the help of Narcissa he and Sirius seemed to have put their shaky past behind them. The dark mark was been spotted over Diagon Alley. Madam Bones, Amelia's assistant, screamed as she busted into her office. She was in a private meeting with the Minister of Magic at the time. Both jumped to their feet as their aura training kicked in. We sent a team to check out reports of a disturbance not that long age. Have they reported in yet? Amelia snapped at Alice. No, Madam Bones. They missed their scheduled check-in, she answered in a squeaky voice, as she looked from her boss to the minister, and then back to Amelia. Both of them cursed to themselves. It was standard operating procedure to always check in after responding to a disturbance. It was doubly vital now that they were in the middle of a war. If they broke protocol, it meant they were engaged in battle or already dead. Most of my Aurors and hit wizards are tied up with the shakedown. Should we call on Dumbledore's order for help? Amelia asked Scrimgeour. He would just love to hold over my head. No, it's time he learned that he's not the only flavor in the ice cream parlor. It's time to see just what the Marauders can do. Amelia couldn't agree more. After what she had heard today about the man, the last thing she wanted to do was owe Dumbledore a favor. She had only suggested it out of the urgency of the situation. She turned to her assistant. Call all available personnel to go to Diagon Alley. I will be going there myself to oversee it. I will be going as well. The people need to see that I'm willing to put my life on the line. Miss the action, don't you? A bit. Expecto Patronum Elementia. Harry yelled loudly so any witch or wizard in earshot would hear the spell. He could have easily done it wordlessly, but he was hoping someone would follow his example and start fighting back against these filthy creatures. The form of a great stag leapt out of his wand, but instead of it being silver, the stag was made of flames. The heat that was coming off of the elemental Patronus was immense. Many of the cowering patrons of Diagon Alley stopped what they were doing, whether it was hiding or fleeing. They stopped to stare in wonder at the magnificent beast. Drive those trolls back into the sewers where they belong. Harry ordered his elemental before turning his attention to the onlookers. Use righteous anger. Not a happy thought. Well, just don't stand there with your wands up your asses. Fight for your right to live. Fight for your children's right to live. He screamed at them, when they just looked dumbfounded at him. A mother that was covering her child with her body was the first to take up Harry's call to arms. She had lived her life as a Slytherin, but on this day she found her inner Gryffindor. The angelic face of the blonde witch looked back at her child and found her righteous anger. Stay put, sweetheart. Mummy has some vermin to crush under her heel. She spoke so sweetly to her little girl that it almost seemed childlike, and then she turned to face her enemy. Her face held the rage that only a mother protecting her child could make. She repeated the spell that Harry had just said with everything she had. A fiery grim jumped out of her wand and attacked the nearest troll. This was followed by a goat, eagle, badger, and cat. Though they were much smaller than the troll, they attacked the monster ferociously. It would throw one off, only to be attacked by 3 more. Harry winked at the little girl and then changed into shadow. He then charged down the road towards Tonks. In every hallway that Ginny, Fred, and George took, they would find the body of a dead goblin. Some were in business suits, while others were in armor. For the most part they were killed by severing curses. Goblin blood was all over the floors, as well as the walls. They had only come across 2 or 3 dead Death Eaters. It looked like they weren't going down without a fight. Come, human, come and die. I will avenge my people with your blood. Was heard screaming coming from the lobby at the end of the hall. Ginny recognized the voice immediately. Without thinking she ran full out to get to her new friend with her brothers following close behind. As they rounded the corner, Ginny saw Hesta standing over a dead Death Eater. Another goblin was curled up in the fetal position on the floor not far away. He looked to be recovering from the Cruciatus curse. 3 Death Eaters were trying to circle around her. Fred ran forward as one of the Death Eaters sent a killing curse at Hesta's back. He tackled her out of the way. Her training took over as she saw him as a new threat. She twisted her body so she could use full advantage of the momentum. She came to rest sitting on Fred's collarbone with his arms pinned under the weight of her legs. Hesta brought her dagger to Fred's jugular. If it wasn't for his red hair she wouldn't have stopped. Mummificacious. Ginny screamed out. She was grateful that she was able to convince Harry to teach her the hex before they left Hogwarts. The Death Eater that had fired the killing curse robe started to wrap him up in a tight cocoon. The more he struggled against it, the tighter it wrapped him. He must have been claustrophobic, because he started to flail around in desperation. He looked like a fish out of water. George hit one of the other Death Eaters with a reductor in the chest, and the man flew across the room and into the wall. Well, parts of him anyway. The last Death Eater cast a cutting curse at Ginny, which she had to dive to get out of its way. Hesta leapt off a very stunned Fred and charged the Death Eater. She was knocked back by a reducto. Luckily her armor took the blunt of it. Oddly enough she landed right back on top of Fred. "Love, we have gotta stop meeting like this," Fred squeaked out as soon as he got his breath back. Avada Kedavra. The little boy that just wouldn't let go of Tonk's leg was a huge encumbrance in the battle. They had only been able to take down 2 orcs, and that was with 7 highly trained Aurors. Now she was down to just herself. Most of their best spells hardly had any affect at all. Their hide was just too thick. She guessed that was why they were wearing so little armor. What she would have given for a muggle gun right about now. No matter how many times she told the little boy to run, he just wouldn't let go of her leg. Tonks started to fear for the life of her own unborn child that resided in her womb. She knew that it was a matter of seconds before both their lives were going to come to a violent end. 3 orcs were charging her, all wielding huge battle axes. One from the front and the other 2 were flanking her from either side. She breathed what she thought was her last breath. Then she heard one of the sweetest sounds she ever heard. Shadow's roar even made the orcs jump a bit. Her 3 attackers stopped to find the source of the sound. They didn't have to wait very long. Tonks grinned ear to ear. "You're gonna get it," she teased them. From the shadow between her legs, a black panther leapt out. Apparently that was all the motivation required to make the boy run away. Shadow and the lead orc charged each other. 10 feet from his quarry Harry leapt into the air and transformed into his hybrid form. Since Lestrange Manor, Harry had trained heavily in this mode. Next time he had to face Greyback he would be ready. Even in werewolf form Remus was no match for him. A fact that these orcs were about to find out. Shadow slashed at the orc's face, and his claw dug under its jaw. Using his momentum and raw strength Harry ripped most of its face off in the process. Harry landed and his tail picked up the dead orc's axe. The other 2 came at him at the same time from opposite sides. He turned to face one, leaving his back exposed to the other. At the last second he pivoted and changed direction. He stopped the downward swing of the orc's axe cold as he opened his other claw just 2 inches from the beast's face. At the same time, the axe in his tail cut laterally across the other orc's gut. One thing is always guaranteed to happen when an orc gets hit with a wandless bombarda at point-blank range: it makes a mess, a really big, enormous, titanic, colossal freakin' mess. The orc behind Harry was hurt but not out by any means. In a rage, it brought its axe down on Harry with all its strength, in the hopes of cutting him in half. Harry sank down into his own shadow, missing getting severed by only inches. Using his enemy's shadow, Harry rose up silently behind the orc. He reached around and sunk his claws into its shoulder and jaw. With a mighty pull and a loud crack, another orc went down. "Not that I'm complaining, Shadow, but aren't you supposed to be in school or something?" Shadow turned around to see that Tonks had transformed into the hybrid form of her fox animagus. Since Harry had come out of the closet so to speak and she was the only Auror left, Tonks saw no reason not to use this form. She didn't have Harry's strength or shadow power, but she made up for it with speed and agility. "Nice tail, Nimpy," Shadow said as he picked up an axe and transfigured it into a katana. Tonks put a paw to her chest and acted crushed. Her metamorphic abilities allowed her to take a more feminine shape. She spun around so Harry could see all her luscious curves. All of this and all you could come up with is nice tale. You're slipping, Potter. If you showed me this yesterday I would have defiantly put it in the spank bank. Harry turned to look at Gringotts and the 25 orcs that stood between him and his goal. However, things have changed. Ginny's in there and I'm not going to let them take her again. She's more important to me than my damn secrets. Figured it out, did you? Tonks said as she stepped next to him and looked on as the orcs started to form a large circle around them. Harry handed her the katana. She was amazed that he was able to get the weight and balance right as she took a few test strikes on one of the dead orcs. It cut its hide like it was hot butter. It was light weapon, but incredibly strong and razor sharp, just like her. A wand was almost worthless against them. A sword, now that could be fun. Harry and Tonks stood back to back as the circle of orcs slowly got tighter and tighter. Harry let out a roar. This time they roared back at Harry. You ready to go all Kill Bill on these wankers, Shadow? I was thinking more like 300 Nimpy. They died in 300. Kill Bill it is. Everything happened so fast and yet so slow that Ginny wasn't sure if it was a real or a dream. Around her things were a blur, while her every movement was slow and sluggish. It was worse than her nightmares of the chamber or when she was tied to that cruel altar, where she was helpless against anything that happened to her. Now she could move, she could fight against it. Yet her body moved as if it was 5 steps behind everything else. Fate was laughing at her. Bitch. Ginny heard the killing curse being shouted. She looked up to see the green curse erupt out of the end of the Death Eater's wand. She could hear her heart beating in her chest as if it was thunder. She looked to her brothers to see Fred grab Hesta and roll on top of her in an attempt to protect the warrior goblin. George grabbed Ginny in a huge hug and spun her around so that he was between her and the curse. No, Ginny screamed at George, but it sounded oddly off and drawn out. She struggled to break free, but her brother was having none of that. He held her tight. The thought that the basilisk skin of Harry's robe could stop the curse filled her head. It was a long shot. No, she knew it wouldn't work. She didn't care. It was better than watching her brother die. She was the one they were after. Jin Jin, was all George said, and it stopped her cold. Her pet name left his lips so tranquilly that it didn't seem like George at all. She looked up into his eyes and saw a calm, determined resolve. He looked at her with all the love a brother could give. He had no regrets. It showed all over his striking face. She wasn't sure if she could bear to see the life leave his eyes, but she had to show George all the love she had for him in her own eyes. It was all that they truly had left. The light of the curse was getting brighter and brighter, as it came to claim George's life. Then fate chose that second to prove she wasn't a heartless bitch after all. A huge unseen force hit them from the side with such power that they all slammed against the far wall. The Death Eater swore as his dark curse just missed its prey, only to be followed by a scream of pure agony. Ginny wasn't sure what just happened, but she wasn't about to start being thorny about it. She didn't know what was making the Death Eater scream bloody murder, and quite frankly, she really didn't care. Git's got it coming. The Death Eater's arms and legs slammed together as he started to rise off the floor. The sound of cracking bones intermixed with his screams. At first none of them saw the small figure that stood behind him. It was hidden in the shadows. As their savior stepped out into the light, Ginny let out a sigh of relief. Duncan gave her an affirming nod to which she mouthed thank you. He then turned his attention to the Death Eater. Duncan brought the hand of his outreached arm into a fist and every bone in the Death Eater's body exploded inward. The Death Eater's head dropped into his chest. Then there was only silence. With a flick of his wrist, Duncan sent the scum flying down the hall. Bloody hell, Fred and George said simultaneously. Ginny and Hesta nodded their heads in agreement. After the shock of the moment wore off, George was assaulted by a myriad of hits by Ginny. You, stupid, overprotective, Git, if you ever do that again, each word came with a hit so her point would sink into his thick head. She didn't like that her voice was cracking with overwhelming emotion, but there was little she could do about it now. George was swiftly levitated off the floor and away from Ginny's assault by Duncan. Is this human distressing you, Mistress Ginny? It took a few seconds for Ginny to get her emotions under control. She still wanted to hit him a few more times. She chose instead to take a long breath and then answered Duncan. Every day of my life, but I love him anyway. Duncan, George, Duncan. George gave him a cheeky wave from above. This made everyone laugh, even Duncan. Wait a who, did you just call me mistress? Yes, you heard me correctly, Mistress Ginny. Master Harry sent me to protect you until he can arrive. He also gave me strict orders to follow your commands, so technically then makes you my mistress until he says otherwise. Would this Harry be the one with the ass that you mentioned earlier? Shut it, Fred. See, this is the kind of shite I have to put up with, Ginny told Duncan. I see, he answered stiffly. Where's Harry? At this moment he is on the steps of Gringotts fighting orcs with his aunt, Nimpy. Orcs, all of them yelled in unison. Ginny's legs gave in and she crumbled to the floor. All the worst scenarios came to mind. Bloody orcs. Wait, orcs, not orc, as in plural. How many? Ginny asked, not really wanting to know the answer, but needing to know nonetheless. There were 30 at first, but now only 19 remain. No, make that 18. Nicely played, Master Harry, Duncan said with admiration at the end. Through the link he had with his master, he was able to keep tabs on him mentally. He informed Harry that he had found Ginny and that she was for the moment safe. Master Harry suggests that I take you to the Potter Vault. It is heavily protected and the perfect place to wait until Gringotts comes off lockdown. I'm not letting him face orcs alone. Ginny jumped to her feet. Her blazing determination was practically radiating off of her. 1. He is most certainly not alone. His aunt is a very accomplished Auror. 2. His fellow marauders are on their way. And 3. Until the orcs' threat has been neutralized, the director of Gringotts will not let anyone in or out. She was terrified for Harry. She wished she would have given him back his robe, at least then he would have had its protection. She knew the smart thing would be to go to the vault, but she just couldn't just sit on her ass and do nothing. She just wasn't built that way, plus she would end up pulling her hair out worrying about him. Wait, did you just say Potter, as in Lord Harry Potter? George asked. He quickly reached into his robes and pulled out his copy of the Daily Prophet, and shoved it out so Ginny could see the front page. She saw the picture of Harry and Professor Black fighting back to back against Bellatrix Lestrange and some Death Eaters. This bloke? George asked. Ginny snatched the paper out of his hands and started to read the article with a vengeance. While she was doing that, Hesta stood up and looked hard at Fred. It made him feel a little uncomfortable, to say the least. Fred, is it? He nodded at her and she smiled. Twice now you have put your life in danger to save mine. No prob. Fred was cut off as she grabbed his head in her hands, pulled him to her, and keyed him passionately. At first his eyes widened to the point that they looked as if they would pop out at any second. Then they rolled to the back of his head before he closed them. Hesta pulled back and brought one hand down to his crotch and gave him a little squeeze. Adequate, she said with a devilish grin in response to his sighs. If you survive this day I will bed you. Hesta then walked off, leaving a dazed and confused Fred Weasley. So mate, how was it? George asked, barely holding down his laughter. She has a very long tongue, was all Fred said, but it was enough to send George into a laughing fit. It's not funny. I think she was serious. You know what they say. Once you go green you never go back, George laughed out more than said. That earned him a hit in the back of the head from Ginny. Git. Hesta was standing over the last remaining Death Eater. She kneeled down and whispered something at him. Whatever it was made him tremble in fear. She looked over at Fred and winked before she snapped the Death Eater's neck. The sound made everyone that was watching jump a little. Fred, old boy, your new girlfriend is scary. Once again Ginny smacked him in the back of his head. Will you bloody stop hitting me? Ginny rolled her eyes at him, then she turned to Duncan. She looked down at the paper and then back to Duncan with an intense look in her eyes. Everything clicked into place in her mind. She cursed herself for not figuring it out sooner. She should have known the first time she looked into his eyes. I'm such a bloody idiot. Ginny was about to ask a question when she saw something long and silvery coming at them from across the floor. She leapt to her feet and aimed her wand at it. Her brother's wands, Hesta's sword and Duncan's outreached hand followed quickly. A 10-foot Patronus in the form of a king cobra slithered up to them. It stopped just short of them and reared its head. When it opened its mouth, Ginny noticed something dangling from one of its fangs. "I must say that you are proving to be quite a little nuisance, Miss Weasley. I look forward to cursing some proper manners into you. Now I hate to repeat myself, but you will come along like a good little girl and take you long overdue medicine. If you refuse to obey my orders, well, Greyback is just itching to have a go at your brother's pretty little face. You have 20 minutes to get yourself to the main lobby, not 1 second more." The voice of Lucius Malfoy erupted from its mouth. It dropped what was in its mouth at Ginny's feet and disappeared into nothing. Ginny bent down and picked it up. She had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming out. In her hand was one of the earrings that she had made for her brother Bill. The end of it had blood on it, most likely from being ripped out of his ear. "Ginny, don't you think about it. Bill would rather die than have them hurt you again." Ginny just kept looking at Bill's earring. At first, the twins thought that maybe she hadn't heard them. Then she stepped forward a few feet and looked back at them. "The thing is, they won't kill him. He'll be Greyback's new chew toy, and take it from someone who has seen how cruel those monsters can be. There are some things that are worse than death. I'm sorry, but I just can't live with that." "That's not the only problem," Duncan informed them. "Oh, you mean it gets worse?" Fred asked sarcastically. "The only one that can reopen Gringotts is Director Ragnarok. He was taken prisoner by the Death Eaters. Thankfully he is in disguise and they, as of the moment, don't know which one he is. I was intending to attempt a rescue after I had secured Mistress Ginny in the Potter Vault." "Well, now you have backup," Ginny said with the most wicked of grins. "Shadow, it's time to use that dark mark to our advantage." Tonks yelled as she sidestepped an axe and countered with a lateral slash that severed a major artery of the orc she was fighting. "Keep them off of me for a sec, will ya?" Harry fired back as he snapped the neck of the orc he was fighting. He knew that the rest of the Marauders were on their way by now. Thanks to all the excellent intel on the Death Eaters by Narcissa. He knew that the dark mark that hovered in the blackened sky above served as a backdoor to come and go even if anti-apparition and portkey charms were casted. You just needed to know where to aim. Harry drew in his magic as Tonks cast a spell that created a wall of stone around them. It wouldn't hold the orcs off for long, but it would buy them the time they needed. "Damn, these wankers are persistent," Tonks said as she bent over to catch her breath. Harry shot his hand up at the dark mark and cast a charm of his mum's design with his own little twist to it. The charm was turquoise in color as it bulleted at its target. "Yo ho ho," Harry started, to which Tonks finished with, "and a bottle of rum." The charm hit the dark mark and the sky immediately brightened up. This seemed to catch the attention of all the dark creatures that were fighting. It was a good thing too, because the orcs had just broken through Tonks' wall. A jagged chunk of the wall the size of a fist almost hit Harry in the head, if it wasn't for Tonks' quick reflexes. Harry took it from her and threw it back at one of the orcs with enough force to split his thick head. "Thanks, darlin'. Anytime, love," Tonks answered with a smack to Harry's bum. "Cheese. You know it," she added with a wink. What happened next would make Calvin Meeks a very rich man, for he was the one who actually got a picture of it. In the sky above, 2 white clouds formed a shape of a sword and launched at the skull in the sky. Both pierced the dark mark at the same time. The snake that was coming out its mouth collapsed and hung from the open mouth of the skull. The crisscross pattern of the swords in the skull left what would forever be known from that day forward in the wizarding world as the Marauder's Mark. Then all over Diagon Alley, cloaked figures appeared. All of them had crimson robes and masks with the face of an animal. The first to appear in the streets was a wolf and dog. They were followed by a lioness, owl, hawk, and lastly a bear. The owl landed on a rooftop and immediately started to give the others intel from the muggle headsets they all had. "All right people, we have trolls from Fortescue's to Ollivanders. Gargoyles all over the place and orcs are on the steps of Gringotts. They are all very resistant to magic. If you're going to use magic, make it nasty. Trolls regenerate fast, but are weak against and are fearful of fire. Where is my son Talon? Where do you think Pride? Don't worry, Trickster's got his back, and it seems that she has perfected her hybrid form, Cute Tail. I swear those two just feed off each other. I see a huge hole in the street down Nocturne Alley. Those bloody trolls are dragging children down into it. Narcissa knew from some of the stories that Lucius would tell her that the children that were pureblood would be returned to their parents in exchange for gold or favors. The half-bloods would be used as beeps or experimented on. The Muggle-borns, they were used as training dummies or worse. She never had the heart to tell her best friend any of that, but she had the feeling Lily already knew, which was confirmed by Lily's reaction. "Not on my bloody watch," Lily screamed out. She wasn't sure if it was her surrendering to her animagus's true nature, or the mother in her that had overridden her moral sensibilities. All Lily knew was that she transformed into a lioness and pounced on the nearest troll. She bit down on its neck and ripped out most of the beast's throat, thus breaking what she swore to herself she would never do. Her soul be damned or not, they would not have the children. "Padfoot, I don't know what to do about the gargoyles. Will a binding spell work on their wings?" "Not for very long, fear not, cousin. I called in a favor. Trust me, they will never know what hit them," Sirius said as he reached into his robes and pulled out a claymore broadsword with the Black family crest on it. Orion Black had replaced the hilt of his family sword with one carved oddly enough out of a black dragon fang. The benefits of having a sword with a hilt made out of a magical creature is that the wielder could focus magic through it. Sirius let his magic flow into the sword and then with just a thought the blade was engulfed in a blue flame. Sirius looked over at Remus and saw that he had the sword that he had commissioned the dwarves to make him. They were the best at weapon crafting after all. Its blade had a green flame radiating from it. The childhood friends gave each other affirming nods and then attacked the nearest troll. "Dobby." "Yes, mistress." Dobby knew better than call her by her name when they were in battle. "The battle line has been drawn at Madame Malkin's. From there to the leaky cauldron is a safe zone. Evacuate any children or wounded to there. Do not engage the enemy." "Yes, mistress." Dobby popped away and did as Narcissa told him. She couldn't believe that the people were fighting back. Elemental Patronuses had driven back the trolls quite effectively. Lily leapt onto the back of another troll that had a child and bit into the back of its neck. With a head jerk the foul creature's neck snapped like a twig. She launched herself off it before it hit the ground and onto another troll. Before she could maul the beast, she was grabbed by the tail and was thrown against a building wall. She crumbled to the street and reverted back to her human form. She tried to push away the dizziness and get to her feet. She felt two ribs crack as she was kicked to the other side of the street by one of the trolls. If it wasn't for the pain she was sure she would have passed out. She looked up to see the troll marching towards her. A large snow owl swooped down and started pecking and clawing at the beast's eyes with her beak and talons. Narcissa was desperate to buy her best friend the time she needed to get out of there. Lily's vision was too blurry to even see straight. She heard more than saw an owl slam against the wall she was using for support to stand. Narcissa too reverted back to her original state. "I'm sorry, I wasn't fast enough," Talon whispered to Pride, as she crawled to her. Lily dropped to the ground next to her friend. The troll was advancing on them with a look of butchery in its cold black eyes. A roar rang out that was so loud that the windows of a nearby store rattled. The troll turned to see where it came from and was hit with a flying orc axe that was buried to the hilt in its chest. The creature itself was thrown 10 feet down the street from the force of the hit. "Damn, he was fighting 2 orcs when he threw that," Narcissa said, shaking her head in disbelief. "That's my boy," Lily said with pride as she reached into her robe and pulled out a healing potion. She chugged it, then helped Talon to her feet. "Now you get your bum back on that roof. And you better start fighting with your head," Narcissa scolded her as she put the tip of her wand to Lily's broken ribs. She winced for a second and then the pain was gone. Narcissa apparated away. "Yes, Mum," Lily answered as she pulled her custom-made staff. She let her magic flow into it and the ends burst into flames. She jumped down the hole that the trolls were using to escape. She was getting those children back no matter what the cost. "I'm telling you that after what Bellatrix did to her, the girl would be daft to surrender herself to us," Greyback told Lucius as he sniffed the alluring French girl. Bill Weasley was struggling against the magical ropes that held him in place. "What did that bitch do to my sister?" Bill yelled and got kicked in the gut by Lucius for his trouble. You should be more concerned with what Fenrir here is going to do to that lovely little French whore, than what Bella did to that annoying little twit you call a sister, Malfoy sneered at the oldest Weasley. He then addressed his fellow Death Eater. To answer your question, yes, she will come. These blood traitors think differently than us. It must be a Gryffindor thing. Ginny entered the lobby and saw that all the hostages were clumped together. They had the goblins mixed in with the patrons of Gringotts. 7 to 8 Death Eaters had them surrounded. Bill was on his knees in front of the werewolf. Thankfully, it was daytime so he wasn't in his cursed form, but she saw that his hands more resembled claws than anything human. They were already covered in blood. It was quite repulsive. As if he could read her mind, Greyback beeped on one of his fingers and smiled at her. Ginny pushed down the urge to vomit. It looked as if he had started early on Bill. One of his eyes was swollen shut and his nose looked to be broken. Even with the beating he had taken, her oldest brother still managed to give her a smile. She swallowed hard when she saw his one good eye pleading with her to run away. On your knees, human. It wasn't until Ginny obeyed the order that Lucius saw the goblin warrior standing behind her. One of the Death Eaters threw a curse at her, to which she leapt behind Ginny and put her dagger to the youngest Weasley's throat. Free my people and I will let you have your toy human, refuse, and your master loses his prize. Leave her alone, you bitch. Bill yelled at the goblin. Shut up. Greyback yelled as he kicked Bill in the back of the head. His face smashed hard on the cold floor. A puddle of blood instantly formed around his head. Fleur broke free of the group of hostages and threw her body over Bill in a vain attempt to protect him. Zo or a vile zick excuse of a man. She spat at Greyback. The man himself seemed to find it very funny. Now let's not do anything rash, goblin. I'm not an unreasonable man. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement, Lucius said as he poured on all his pureblood charm. Hesta was less than impressed. There is no negotiation here. There is do or do not. Choose now. How can we know this isn't some trick? She had 2 of her brothers with her. Where are they? They were trying to hide her in a vault. They died well, for humans. When the ministry arrived, they astonished by what they saw. Citizens were fighting the trolls. Many of the foul beasts lay dead in the street. Elemental patronesses were bringing them down. It wasn't a very common spell. In fact, very few of the more senior Aurors knew it. That was something that Madame Bones planned on remedying as soon as possible. As they made their way up the street, house elves were popping in with wounded or children. Apparently others followed Narcissa's example and used their servants as well. Several witches had made an area for the wounded and were treating them best as they could. We need healers here now, Madame Bones ordered. In one of the stores, children were being herded. Outside the doorway, a fiery Grim stood sentinel, just daring anyone to come close. The battle line was well past Gringotts by now and was slowly inching its way to Ollivanders. On the steps of Gringotts 2 humanoid beasts were fighting the orcs. One resembled a panther and the other a fox. Gargoyles were swooping down to aid the orcs. One Auror made to hex the creatures, but was stopped by the minister himself. Use your head, man. They are fighting the orcs. That makes them allies. Get to the rooftops and deal with those gargoyles, he ordered. No sooner did he say that than several winged beasts pounced down on the 2 freedom fighters on Gringotts steps. Harry and Tonks were overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. Soon they were forced down and had their arms and legs pinned down. The 3 remaining orcs advanced on them with their axes held high. The minister and Amelia led a failed charge to aid them. They too were attacked by an unnaturally large number of gargoyles. Harry looked up to see an orc standing over him. Past the beast's shoulder, in the sky above, more winged creatures descended from the sky. The orc aimed his axe at Harry's head. Before he could meet his target, the steps of Gringotts were showered with glowing arrows. Harry and Tonks were buried alive under the dead orcs and gargoyles. Oddly, the 2 were not touched by the arrows. When Harry once again was able to see Sky, it was accompanied by the gorgeous face of Sasha Disori. The sultry succubus helped Harry to his feet, as another helped Tonks to hers. Sasha spreaded her wings and with a few flaps had floated off the ground enough so she was eye level with Harry. She blew him a key and a wink before she ascended into the sky. Her tail tweaked his ear as she left. "Oh, she is never going to let me live that down," Harry said with a grin. "Fine. Release the goblins," Lucius ordered as he dragged Ginny away from Hesta. He pushed her to Greyback. The werewolf wrapped an arm around her and gave her a good sniff. "You reek of him, my pretty." "She reeks of what?" Lucius asked. "The shadow fiend." Greyback spoke of the beast he faced at Lestrange Manor. Since that fateful night it had been responsible for the deaths of many of the Dark Lord's servants. "I thought he was linked to Bella's niece." "Well, now isn't this interesting? We reached for a canute and got a galleon. I will once again stand proudly in the inner circle." "Just don't forget who helped you get there, Malfoy," Greyback growled. Ginny was fighting the urge to panic. "Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I bloody said don't think about it. You can deal with that later. Just wait for your moment, then strike. Duncan now." Ginny screamed as the hostages were released from the binding hex. Duncan popped beside the group of captives. He grabbed the nearest one. Since they were all connected, he was able to transport the entire group to the Potter Vault, but it came with a price. Duncan collapsed immediately. The feat took practically all of his magic. Seeing him fall, Griphook ran to Duncan and checked the condition of the house elf. He was still conscious, but barely. "Orcs, neutralized," Duncan wheezed out before the blackness took him. High up in the lobby several things happened at once. Darkness surrounded the Death Eaters courtesy of Fred and George. They had slowly been circling them with darkness powder under the chameleon charm. Fleur pulled out her hidden wand and healed Bill. Once she freed him of the bindings, he attacked Malfoy with his bare fists. Lucius was caught off guard by the assault, as Bill broke his nose with the first punch. He followed through with an uppercut to the abdomen. All of the air in Malfoy's lungs was forced out of his body. As he buckled over, Bill brought his knee to Lucius's already broken nose. The Death Eater landed on the flat of his back. Bill was on top of him in the twinkling of an eye. "You will never hurt my family again," Bill yelled with every punch to his face. Hesta rolled between two Death Eaters. She jumped up on one's knee with her right foot. Then she leapt to the hip of the other Death Eater with her left foot. She finished the attack by jumping up and twisting her body with her sword, whistling through the air. She landed a second before their heads did. Fred and George were taking full advantage of the chameleon charm to curse the remaining Death Eaters, until only the werewolf remained. Greyback tightened his grip around Ginny as she struggled to break free. He put his claws to her jugular. "Stop or I'll rip out her throat." They all stopped at once. Lucius managed to crawl out from under Bill. Fenrir was impressed that he was still awake after the beating Weasley gave him. True to form, once Malfoy had his wand back in his hand, he used the blasting curse on Bill. He flew into the darkness around them. Fleur went to go after him, but Lucius pulled her back by her hair. "Not so fast, bitch. I'm going to put you to good use." He looked around the room to see if he could see the twins. The only one he could see was the goblin. She still had her sword in her hand. "Drop it and back away," he ordered. Hesta dropped her sword to her feet and backed away with her hands up. Bombarda. Chunks of Hesta's armor scattered across the floor as he too went flying into the darkness. "All right, boys, come out and surrender, or watch your brother's horse squeal like a stuck pig." "Do you really think?" Lucius pointed his wand to his left. "We'll let you go," then he pointed it to his right. "With our sister," the darkness answered. The sound of the battle outside suddenly echoed through the lobby. "Time to go, Malfoy. Fear not, my pet. You will not go to Bella just yet. I will use you to capture that damn panther first." "Why wait?" came a question in a language that only Greyback could answer. From the darkness emerged the 7-foot shadow fiend covered in orc blood. "Do nothing, Fred and George. He's friendly," Ginny yelled. Greyback tightened his grip around her throat. Harry roared at him, and smelled the werewolf's fear. "You've gotten bigger, boy. You haven't. You have me at a disadvantage." "Well, boo fracady who, beeps to be you. I know when to cut my losses, kid, but rest assured the next full moon we will finish this." Greyback and Malfoy threw Ginny and Fleur at Harry and ran for the exit. Once outside, the Death Eaters saw the battle was lost. In the sky above, gargoyles were fleeing from succubuses. Parents were helping their children out of the hole the trolls came from. Aurors and unknown wizards in crimson robes were circling around them. They quickly activated their portkeys and flashed away. Inside, Ginny was remembering how much she liked the feel of Shadow's fur. Harry had yet to let go of her and she nuzzled in tighter. All other thoughts and worries seemed to fade away. "You really know how to keep a girl waiting, Potter," Ginny teased him as she ran her fingers through his fur. Harry was running his hand through her hair as he reverted back to human. "I like this color so much better than white," he kidded back, but still refused to let her go. Before she could one-up him, Harry brought his mouth down on hers. Ginny easily melted into the key asterisk, forgetting what she was about to say. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.